Surrounded by towering cliffs, An Suho faced a team of elite public servants who once stood as his comrades. Their arrival triggered a bitter reminder of betrayal. His trembling hand touched the ground, blood dripping from fresh wounds, yet defiance burned in his eyes. Known once as the Sword God, Suho now knelt as a civil servant with nothing but grit and resolve. Rising slowly, he endured their disdain. Warrior Alex Morgan dismissed his effort, praising the advantages of their chosen roles. Nearby, Mage Suzuki Endo mocked his perceived limitations, insisting natural talent defined worth. Suho's silence only deepened as memories of trust fractured under mounting pressure. With scorched fingers and a wounded body, he still refused to yield. Their ambush was precise. Just as Suho steadied himself, a dragon emerged from the gate, his supposed allies already poised in formation, channeling devastating magic and force. Despite the betrayal, he stood his ground, unleashing one last strike against the beast. After the battle, their twisted justification emerged. Healer Isabella claimed victory demanded sacrifice, while Archer Hex Hood coldly defended their decision, revealing the hidden motive, maintaining power through never-ending gates. Alone, Suho condemned their corruption, realizing their fear of peace, exposed their true allegiance not to humanity, but to control. From atop the cliff, Suho stood firm, rejecting Hex Hood's offer to join their ranks. The archer's manipulation echoed hollowly in the wind. Though offered a chance to surrender, Suho's reply was cold betrayal couldn't be erased with words. Beneath his calm, his condition worsened. Poison from Suzuki's magic had spread through his body. Wounds resisting all healing, death loomed. Yet instead of retreating, he made a choice. There was no chance of survival, but there remained one final task. Slowly, he raised his hand, power gathering around him. His enemies looked on warily as he prepared to unleash one last act of defiance. This would be his final duty, not as a civil servant, but as a hero of humanity. Energy swirled violently as he activated a powerful skill. Some scoffed, dismissing it as a bluff, but Suho moved with deadly precision. The moment exploded with motion. Shock filled the traitors' faces as his blade cut through their defenses. They tried to counter, but none could match the force of his desperate resolve. Even Isabella's healing proved useless. His body was beyond saving. Yet in the chaos, Suho achieved clarity. He had grasped something greater. As his strength collapsed, he smiled faintly, falling into the abyss. In that moment, a system reboot activated on Suho's final move to change fate itself. Eyes fluttered open as Suho found himself lying on solid ground. His body ached, but he was alive. Before he could orient himself, a firefighter dashed in, yanked him to safety, and urgently explained that a gate had appeared nearby. Confused, Suho struggled to process the situation. The world looked familiar, but something felt off. Realization dawned slowly. The place was Cinderem, a location he vividly remembered being overrun by monsters in the past. Shocked, he scanned the destruction and recognized the same outbreak, the same chaos from years ago. A gate outbreak involving goblins had once claimed many lives. The fact that he was here again, alive and conscious, defied logic. Just then, an attack sent both him and the firefighter crashing to the ground, groaning from the fall. Suho glanced at the approaching monsters. Survival instincts kicked in. Ignoring the firefighter's warning, he grabbed a piece of someone's clothing and darted into action. Movement surged through his limbs as if muscle memory had returned from a distant life. Without hesitation, he charged into the fight. Goblins fell one by one, his hand glowed faintly, but no injuries. The absence of damage confirmed the impossible. Time had reversed. Somehow Suho had truly returned to the past. A system notification confirmed Suho's reawakening as a player. Familiar prompts returned, mirroring his original past. He stood before the class selection screen, recalling the exact moment of his first awakening. Choices reappeared: warrior, mage, archer, or healer, marking the start once again. A familiar blue screen hovered before Suho, mirroring the moment he had first awakened as a player. 4 class options floated before him: warrior, mage, archer, healer. For a moment, his hand moved toward warrior out of habit. Amidst chaos and warning shouts, he paused and issued a calm order to the system, delaying the selection. There was no need to rush. Experience had taught him better. While others panicked at the goblins approaching, Suho stepped forward with quiet resolve. Declaring he could handle them alone, he dismissed the urgency around him. The goblins closed in, but he remained unfazed. Without any chosen class, he still moved with speed and precision. Flames burst around the monsters, forcing them into a wild charge. Suho's counterattack began. He darted forward, striking goblins with calculated efficiency. Each move was fluid, honed through past battles. One by one, they fell. A swift kick, followed by a devastating slam, crushed resistance. Crimson streaks marked the battleground as Suho tore through the horde, weapon flashing. After the last body dropped, he reclaimed his weapon from a fallen enemy. Goblins, in his eyes, were no more dangerous than insects. As more monsters lingered ahead, he advanced without hesitation. Nothing about them threatened him now. He'd end them all. Suho's assault on the remaining goblins continued without hesitation. Blades flashed and blood sprayed as his movements carved through the horde. Bodies collapsed under the sheer force of his precision. With a final blow, he crushed the last threat, leaving silence in the aftermath. Scanning the battlefield, he stood alone among the defeated, unharmed and composed. Despite the victory, he noticed something strange. His anger hadn't faded. Reflecting on his reaction, he acknowledged that he'd acted too aggressively. Taking a breath, he steadied himself, realizing he couldn't afford emotional decisions. The situation wasn't random. He suspected deliberate manipulation behind his regression. This return to the past felt purposeful, as confirmation. A barrage of system messages appeared. Level-ups and stat boosts flooded in, resetting his status and awarding massive gains. Suho recognized it as a fresh start, an opportunity to make better choices. Standing before the class selection screen again, he chose differently this time. Healer. Confirmation followed. Healing light was granted, and he quickly put it to use. Injured survivors watched as their wounds rapidly closed under his glowing touch. Amazement spread across their faces. One asked if he was truly a healer. Suho nodded calmly. The answer no longer mattered. He'd already begun rewriting his fate. After completing his first healing, Suho received a reward permission to select a weapon from the system's arsenal. Despite choosing the healer class, he instinctively reached for the beginner's sword. Light swirled around his hand as the weapon materialized. Though the blade was basic, it felt familiar in his grip. His expression stayed calm. He knew strength wasn't tied to class alone. Without hesitation, Suho declared his next move. He would challenge the gate ahead. Warnings echoed from nearby, but he dismissed them. There was something valuable to gain. He recalled how he had learned swordsmanship before choosing any class. Skills, he realized, could be retained, regardless of role, if driven by innate talent. His previous experience allowed him to bypass typical constraints. Holy Spirit Light, once known to begin as healing light, confirmed the path he now walked. Regret surfaced. If he had possessed healing abilities earlier, things might have ended differently. This time he vowed to become both swordsman and healer. That balance would prevent past failures, resolving to grow stronger than before. Suho focused on rapid skill acquisition and leveling. The gate he approached had once nearly ended him, but now it stood as a test. Channeling his will, he entered without hesitation. Darkness parted. His second chance had truly begun. Suho advanced deeper into the mysterious forest gate, his steps quiet yet alert. Traces of conflict littered the ground. Goblin corpses left in unnatural positions. The ones who had caused chaos outside were now reduced to lifeless bodies within. Something inside had forced them to flee. Ahead, the silence broke with distant growls. Red-eyed hobgoblins emerged from the shadows, revealing the reason behind the previous goblin's panic. These creatures were larger, muscular, and more aggressive. Their levels confirmed the danger far stronger than the goblins Suho had faced before. The hobgoblins charged. Suho remained steady, recognizing the difference in skin tone and strength. They weren't ordinary enemies, but he stayed focused. Sword drawn, he closed the distance swiftly. Though his movements were sharp and precise, the blade met resistance. His attacks lacked the power to pierce their tougher skin. Assessing the situation, Suho realized his current level wasn't enough. The enemy's durability exceeded what he could handle directly. Speed and skill alone couldn't bridge the gap against these tougher opponents. Despite the clear disadvantage, he didn't retreat. His calm expression held no fear. In this trial, he began calculating his next move, knowing full well this battle demanded more than force. It required adaptation. Suho didn't retreat. Instead, he used his agility to evade the hobgoblin's overwhelming force. The difference in strength was clear, but so was their predictable movement. Recognizing a small window in their defense, he exploited it with precise timing, driving his blade into a vulnerable spot. One hobgoblin collapsed, confirming his theory. Not all enemies required brute force. Observation revealed openings. Even if their skin was tougher, weaknesses still existed. Although these monsters held a significant level advantage, they weren't impossible to overcome. Suho's calm mind processed their patterns with speed and clarity. He dispatched another foe instinctively but reminded himself not to waste opportunities. His goal wasn't just survival, it was growth. Each dodge, parry, and counter created learning moments. The system rewarded consistency. By deliberately repeating evasive maneuvers, he unlocked the dodge skill. Mastery followed quickly. His confidence grew. With that foundation secured, he turned to the next objective: parrying. Weapon clashes echoed through the forest, as Suho tested angles and timing soon. The system acknowledged his progress. He acquired parry, a key ability for any close combatant. Unlike raw strength, parrying demanded finesse. For Suho, it wasn't just defense, it was preparation. These skills weren't optional, they were essential steps toward facing the real threats that still waited deeper inside. Suho secured the parry skill just before the hobgoblin could strike again. The quick timing turned the tide in his favor. With one enemy weakened, he moved to locate the rest hiding in the forest. Outside the gate, chaos erupted as a surge of energy drew everyone's attention. A group of players witnessed the gate activate unnaturally and questioned who had entered. Speculation rose quickly, given the unusual timing and lack of official permission. As discussion spread, a rescue worker explained the man had just become a player but healed her injuries moments earlier. His rapid progress and lone entry into the gate sparked disbelief. Those observing couldn't grasp how a new healer subdued so many threats alone. The mystery around him deepened. Suho stood amidst the ruins of a catastrophic battlefield, reflecting on humanity's last stand. Once a top-ranked civil servant hunter, he had witnessed betrayal and collapse during the final gate event. As fire consumed the horizon, only death and regret lingered. Yet, at that moment of despair, time rewound, giving him one more chance. Transported back, Suho reawakened in a lush forest crawling with monsters. Without hesitation, he charged, slicing through demonic creatures using flawless swordsmanship. Each swing neutralized multiple enemies, confirming his overwhelming combat prowess. System notifications echoed the results. Monsters fell one after another. Momentum carried him deeper into enemy lines, carving a path of destruction. His movements were precise, efficient, and unstoppable. Suddenly, a formidable red beast emerged, towering above the rest. Suho confronted it calmly, unshaken by the monster's presence. Rather than finish it, he offered a chance to retreat, daring it to return with reinforcements. As the creature fled, Suho considered his stats. Balancing them had accelerated his growth. His level, strength, and magic had risen rapidly through consistent grinding. While managing skills, a glowing red shard appeared nearby. Recognizing its importance, Suho didn't hesitate. Though uncertain of its origin, he knew this artifact was essential to his mission. After collecting the red shard, Suho identified it as a magic stone valuable both in trade and power. Though once beneath his notice, economic necessity now made every shard worth his time. He recognized the gem's potential value and decided to search more thoroughly through the battlefield. One by one, he gathered stones from fallen enemies, each one a step closer to stabilizing his finances. Holding the final piece in hand, Suho calculated the total profit, satisfied with the result. Before he could plan further, rumbling vibrations signaled the approach of more enemies. He shifted into a defensive stance. Dozens of goblins and beasts surged through the forest, alerted by the earlier massacre. Estimating their number at around 30, Suho anticipated that defeating them might trigger the appearance of a boss monster. He welcomed the opportunity. The enemies recognized him and charged in rage. Without retreating, Suho moved decisively, cutting through the horde with swift, accurate strikes. Blood sprayed across the battlefield as enemies fell in waves. Amidst the chaos, his system displayed confirmation. Level up achieved, stats increased, and one bonus point gained. As corpses piled around him, Suho stood tall, unshaken. He acknowledged the overwhelming number, but to him, it was simply more experience earned. Suho pressed forward with sharp precision, cutting through the remaining monsters without hesitation. Blades swung in controlled arcs, each movement eliminating another foe. As the last wave fell, he prepared to end the fight swiftly. Before he could relax, a sudden strike interrupted his rhythm. A powerful red-skinned enemy emerged with overwhelming presence. This was no ordinary opponent, it was the boss. Suho faced the chief hobgoblin, level 20, signaling the true battle had just begun. The real challenge now stood before him. A new threat emerged as the green-red gate materialized deep within the forest, signaling danger. Without delay, Suho descended with overwhelming speed, crashing into the zone and launching a swift strike that crushed a hobgoblin before it could react. The forest echoed with the creature's cry, and Suho immediately sensed an abnormal presence. Multiple enemies closed in, but he remained unfazed. His blade slashed through the air, cleanly cutting down advancing monsters. While larger enemies attempted to overwhelm him, he maneuvered with practiced precision. From the rear, a powerful chief hobgoblin revealed itself and activated a fear skill. The sudden wave of pressure seized Suho's body, locking his limbs as the system confirmed the state of fear had taken hold. Though paralyzed, Suho retained awareness. His mind quickly analyzed the situation, identifying the boss monster's threat. As tension surged, he gritted his teeth and enacted a painful countermeasure, stabbing his own body to inflict physical shock. That sharp pain disrupted the status effect, freeing his movements once more. Now back in control, he turned toward the enemies surrounding him. With renewed focus, he slashed across the battlefield. The small fry would fall first. Every step he took reaffirmed that fear alone would not decide this battle. Not today. Suho's sword cleaved through the last hobgoblin, and the system confirmed the area's purification. With the immediate threat eliminated, he activated a healing skill, releasing a radiant burst that mended the wounded terrain. Restored energy coursed through the ground, erasing the remnants of corruption left behind. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed the chief hobgoblin still standing. Though outnumbered, the boss radiated raw strength. Suho stepped forward, unwavering. While the enemy bared its fangs, he calmly assessed the situation. A smirk crossed his face before launching into another assault. Each clash sent shockwaves across the forest. But Suho's attacks weren't breaking through easily. The difference in stats made each hit feel shallow, yet the accumulation of damage gradually began to show. Rather than relent, he refined his strikes, targeting weak points from earlier wounds. After a sudden repositioning, he struck directly at the exposed flesh, landing a deeper blow. The chief hobgoblin reeled and responded by casting fear again. This time, the effect failed. Suho stood firm, unaffected, his will hardened from experience. Now immune to the tactic, he pressed the advantage. His sword danced around the monster, carving with intent. As he closed in for a decisive finish, Suho whispered to himself this would be the final strike. Suho unleashed a flurry of rapid slashes, pushing his body to its limit. Each strike carved deep into the chief hobgoblin, who howled in pain as the attacks disrupted its stance. Surrounded by streaks of energy, Suho drove forward, his assault relentless, until the towering enemy finally collapsed. Without wasting time, he initiated a healing skill, casting radiant energy over the battlefield. The chief hobgoblin writhed in confusion, unable to grasp Suho's calm expression. His power surged, fueled by clarity and control. As his voice marked the end of the threat, system messages flooded the air. Skills evolved, swordsmanship efficiency increased, and ranks were upgraded. His growth reflected the intense combat just concluded. Instead of resting, Suho advanced again. The healing light flared once more, its glow illuminating the stunned expression of a surviving hobgoblin. Victory didn't slow him. Rising from the illuminated ground, he stepped forward, eyes sharp. With one final blow, he sent the last monster flying toward certain death. Suho stood silently as the system confirmed the death of the chief hobgoblin. New messages poured in. Master perception reached, rank B new stats were awarded, and additional skill upgrades followed. The interface displayed the breakdown, increases in strength, agility, and stamina. Among them, 2 new skills were unlocked: Healing Light 2 and Cure 2, both geared toward more advanced healing and resistance. Assessing the map, he noted several locations and objectives now available. With his objectives met, Suho grasped the red crystal fragment, the gate's core reward. A calm expression crossed his face as he considered his next move. Surrounded by swirling energy, he stepped into the collapsing gate. Beyond the distortion, people stood waiting, confused by the sudden shift. A figure slowly emerged from the chaos. Suho appeared, walking with confidence. His sudden return caused a stir. Familiar faces watched as he approached the crowd, catching everyone off guard. Soon after, news of the gate's conquest reached the South Korean Hunter Association. Inside an office filled with tension, officials reviewed the event data. A man in a black suit scrolled through a report, stopping as Suho's name appeared. The screen froze. Silence lingered, but the weight of his return had already begun to ripple. Suho approached Young Chulman, a representative of the South Korean Hunter Association, and introduced himself directly. Though his tone remained casual, his unexpected presence immediately stirred curiosity. The two shook hands, and Suho casually mentioned his intent to obtain a hunter's license, despite having just emerged from a high-level gate. Inside the association office, confusion grew. Staff reviewed Suho's request and realized it wasn't a license renewal. He was unregistered. The shock intensified when they processed his test results and confirmed he was a healer. Class, one of the least offensive roles. The fact that he had solo cleared a gate as a newly awakened healer defied normal expectations. Schulman initiated an informal interview, probing deeper into Suho's background. Suho admitted he dropped out of college and studied physical education. When asked why he became a healer, he replied simply it was to avoid getting hurt. This contrast between role and action only heightened the mystery. Pressed to explain how he defeated the monsters, Suho kept it simple. There was no strategy, just instinctual survival. To prove his claim, he presented the magical crystals harvested from the hobgoblins and their chief. The evidence silenced doubts, confirming that the impossible had occurred. Chulman could only nod and begin the process officially. Chulman questioned Suho's desire to become a hunter, surprised by the sudden commitment. Suho confirmed his intention, claiming it was a decision made right after awakening. Although his answer seemed impulsive, he admitted even he wasn't sure why he felt so determined. Moments passed before Suho shared the truth behind his motivation. He had lost his entire family in a gate-related incident and blamed himself for not being strong enough to protect them. Since then, he had faced monsters alone, seeking meaning in his survival. The experience left a scar, but it also gave him direction. Suho realized his role wasn't just about fighting, it was about preventing loss. From that moment, his goal became clear: to protect others through the Hunter Association. Suho sat confidently across from the examiner and expressed his decision to become a hunter for the South Korean Hunter Association. The official responded with a mix of admiration and caution, reminding him of the lower pay and strict duties compared to private guilds. Yet Suho's resolve was firm. He didn't seek wealth, but structure, justice, and duty. He wished to serve where discipline mattered and laws protected the people. The official, surprised by such conviction, questioned if he truly wanted to take this difficult path. Suho affirmed his intent, noting that despite its flaws, the association upheld integrity unlike corrupt guilds. His passion stunned the examiner, who recognized Suho's rare mindset, someone genuinely driven by public safety over personal gain. While most civil servant hunters avoided danger and preferred administrative work, Suho willingly chose the front lines. He was a rare applicant, not only competent, but deeply patriotic. The interviewer, overwhelmed, quickly moved to process his documents and explained the 3 required exams: aptitude, written, and practical. However, registration had already closed. Even so, since Suho had just cleared a gate alone, the official offered to submit a late entry request. Suho accepted without hesitation, showing no fear despite the limited time to prepare. Suho calmly accepted the tight schedule, seeing the exam as an opportunity even if he failed. With confidence, he requested to take the test tomorrow and inquired about checking his aptitude result that same day. Although he lacked the registration fee, he asked the official to process the magic crystal he had submitted earlier. The staff member agreed, startled, but cooperative, preparing both the crystal evaluation and test paperwork. Meanwhile, Suho reflected inwardly, admitting there was only one man he truly trusted: team leader Chulman. His support eased Suho's nerves, and the aptitude result shocked them both. It revealed an incredibly high score, confirming his potential. Still, Suho knew passing would require more than talent alone. Hoping to prepare, he asked for access to the association's library. Chulman allowed it without hesitation. Once inside, Suho reviewed available resources and reference books for the upcoming written test. Though time was short, he remained focused. As Chulman saw him off, he wished Suho luck, genuinely encouraging his effort. As Suho walked away, memories of the past resurfaced. He remembered Chulman's unwavering kindness and faith, while acting unaware of the future felt unnatural. He knew revealing too much would raise suspicion. Still, Suho pressed forward, determined to shape a better outcome this time. After entering the library, Suho searched for a particular book he remembered from his previous life. Although he had knowledge of major events, his memory lacked perfect detail. Hoping to gain a crucial skill before the exam, he scoured the shelves with determination. Eventually, a large, aged volume caught his attention. Its size and condition matched what he had been seeking. Upon touching the book, an unusual reaction occurred. A phrase revealed that the book originated from another world. The moment he began to read, strange symbols appeared, confirming its magical nature. Holding it over his head as described in the texts, he followed the proper method to activate it. Suddenly, a message indicated that the Library of Memories had taken interest in him. Without warning, his surroundings shifted. Light enveloped him, and pages fluttered into the air. Moments later, Suho stood inside an enormous mystical library with a towering tree at its center. He had been granted entry into a hidden realm of ancient knowledge. Within the vast magical space known as the Library of Memories, Suho approached a glowing seal containing records of the past. This place preserved not only facts, but also painful emotions people wished to forget. Despite the mind's natural tendency to erase trauma, the library safeguarded even suppressed truths. Suho's objective was clear: recover a crucial skill that had once belonged to a former elite of the Hunter Association, a woman named Hexagon, known for her research and dedication. her past work became a valuable lead. Thanks to her archived efforts, Suho uncovered information about an advanced memory-linked skill. Facing the ethereal archive, he chose to donate his own memory in exchange. Upon approval, the library reacted, pulling him into its core to document his experiences. Light surged around him as memories rewound and visual data locked into place. The sealed records opened, unveiling visions from Suho's final moments before death. He re-entered the battlefield of the past, surrounded by allies, some of whom had betrayed him. Determined, he relived the sensations and emotions of his last stand. While descending through fragmented scenes, Suho recalled the traitors who sacrificed others to survive. Despite the pain, he vowed never to forget them. Regret flickered across his face. Perhaps a different memory would have been easier. As Suho's consciousness drifted within the library of memories, an unexpected system alert interrupted his thoughts. Floating panels revealed a startling message. The system was initiating a reboot for player On Suho. Caught off guard, he watched as digital particles engulfed his body, signaling a forced transition. His surroundings began to distort, and everything faded into a familiar void. When Suho regained awareness, he found himself alone at the library's center, now eerily quiet. Reflecting on the past, he realized the library hadn't just shown him memories, it had triggered something far greater. Confirming his suspicions, he recalled acquiring a rare transcendental skill, one connected to time and regression. Moments later, he emerged in a different place entirely. A car stopped nearby, and as he stepped out, the truth became clear: he had returned to a moment before his downfall. The opportunity to rewrite everything was now in his hands. Not only could he change his fate, but he could also stop the catastrophic consequences that followed the uncontrolled gates. Resolved to act quickly, Suho approached the Nexus Academy, a prestigious institution from his past life. With a smile, he walked inside, aiming to build influence and wealth. His first move, meeting someone with whom he once had unfinished business. Suho attempted to meet the academy director without an appointment, but the receptionist initially denied access. Calmly he revealed his title as the sole conqueror of a catastrophic gate, a claim that carried undeniable weight. The name alone granted him direct entry. Inside the office, Director Kim Si-hai greeted Suho with curiosity. Seated across from each other, Suho declared his intent to earn a scholarship through the hunter license exam. His sudden awakening that very day raised the director's eyebrows. Despite the short time frame, Suho presented his registration to prove his eligibility. Known for defeating a major gate alone, he confidently aimed for the top score. In exchange, he requested to be admitted as a special scholarship student, if successful. Suho confidently stated that receiving a scholarship should be natural, given his capabilities. Internally, he acknowledged that becoming the top scorer in the hunter test was no small feat. However, with his experience in defeating countless gates, he believed it was possible. Rather than beg, he placed the decision in the director's hands. The director remained cautious. Suho's accomplishments were impressive, but the hunter test had a notoriously low pass rate, with less than 20% success. Even experienced candidates often failed. Despite this, the director saw potential. A proposal was offered, a suggestion that hinted at a mutually beneficial deal. Suho responded with firm terms. If he didn't take first place, his request would be void. Nexus wasn't his only option. Academies like Hexagon and Prime existed yet. He chose Nexus because it stood in a difficult position, lacking recent top performers. That truth unsettled the director. Realizing Nexus's declining prestige, the director saw the opportunity. If Suho succeeded under their name, it would revive the Academy's reputation. The potential benefit outweighed the risk. Suho's plan earned money and status, while boosting Nexus was sound. At last, the director accepted. If Suho ranked first, he would receive 300 million. With the deal set, both sides prepared for what came next. The sheer size impressed him. It rivaled an amusement park. Confident that enrollment would guarantee comfort, he expressed gratitude to the guide who had shown him around so late. Just as they walked by the training grounds, Suho noticed a lone figure on the playground. The man, vigorously training at night, turned out to be Kang Daehan, the Academy's most dedicated student. In Suho's previous life, Daehan became a top-tier tank in the nation, earning widespread respect. However, now he was still developing. Suho quickly noticed that Daehan was using an axe, not a shield, hinting he hadn't discovered his ideal class yet. Seeing this as an opportunity, Suho decided to form a relationship early. Since Daehan would eventually join the Great Hunter Association, building trust now could benefit both of them later. Upon introduction, the two exchanged greetings. Curious, Suho asked about Daehan's weapon choice. Daehan explained his goal to become a melee fighter and that the axe was recommended for his build. Although he had been training with it for 2 years, he admitted he was still learning. Despite his modesty, Suho recognized Daehan's potential and considered guiding his path forward. As morning arrived, the hunter exam day began. Suho observed the academy's tense atmosphere, while others nervously prepared in groups. He calmly waited alone. Unlike the rest, he had already mapped out every outcome in his mind with precision. At the examination center, civil service applicants are called forward for drug testing, ordered by test number. Suho calmly joins the line, unbothered. Though the test is meant to reduce pressure-based abuse, he knows it's useless. Real cheaters don't use typical drugs, they use skill buffs, which are much harder to trace. Suho activates his enhanced senses, watching as blue energy swirls around examinees. The visual manifestation confirms his suspicion. Many are using illegal buffs. Even the woman ahead exhibits a magic signature far above her level. He frowns. Clearly, these results won't reflect true abilities. Then a notification pops. He's mastered magic detection, sharpening his ability to see through their lies. Magic detection fully activated. Suho gazes out. More cheaters than expected. The test center glows with corrupted auras, showing the widespread abuse. It's been a long time since he saw such a mess. But thankfully, one man seems clean, his magic flow natural and unaltered. Suho quietly takes note of him. Later, as results are processed, candidates joke about how absurdly hard the written test was. One recalls using a memory buff and feeling like a cheater. Suho is approached by team leader, Jing Cholman, who casually asks about his test experience. Suho plays it cool, but tension lingers. Cholman compliments Suho's confidence, noting the exam's difficulty. Suho asks why buff checks weren't done. Cholman seems puzzled, having never considered it. Suho, thoughtful, explains he sensed something odd, hinting at widespread cheating. Their conversation shifts, but the implication hangs heavy. Suho sees what others can't. Suho urges team leader Jing Cholman to observe the examinees with magic detection. Together, they view the swirling auras around each candidate. Despite the exam's drug tests and clothing swaps meant to prevent cheating, many are clearly using hidden skills. Suho subtly suggests they aren't checking for skill buffs properly. Cholman, now aware of the deception, agrees to inspect the examinees before the practical test. As Suho prepares to leave, Cholman calls out to him. With sincerity, he says he hopes Suho passes because he personally wants to work alongside him. Suho, surprised but composed, nods in acknowledgement. They part with a mutual respect, and Suho feels a rare sense of support. 30 minutes later, candidates gather at the test venue. Due to equipment issues, the practical exam is delayed. Suho watches calmly as the examinees are asked to wait. He muses that the organizers acted fast, as expected. Out of 1,200 applicants, the passing rate will be brutally low, especially if the cheaters are identified. True talent will shine through the chaos. Determined to scout promising individuals, Suho scans the crowd. Suddenly, a bold candidate demands a sparring match. Suho, uninterested, brushes him off. Insults are hurled. Suho stays calm, refusing to fight needlessly. But before the confrontation ends, a third party intervenes, attacking the challenger mid-sentence with ruthless precision. Suho watches as chaos unfolds, the air now charged with danger and hostility. As tension rises, Suho calmly steps between the aggressive candidates. One attacker lashes out, but Suho diffuses the situation effortlessly. The troublemaker, caught off guard, is stunned by Suho's composure. Despite not being an officer, Suho commands the scene. He assures everyone he'll handle it and urges them to avoid getting dragged into unnecessary trouble. The challenger, annoyed, demands to know why Suho is interfering. Smiling brightly, Suho introduces himself as An Suho. If the man truly wants a sparring partner, Suho volunteers. The response is mocking Suho is dismissed as too weak. The challenger walks off, claiming Suho's earlier luck won't help him again. But Suho doesn't back down. He taunts him lightly, questioning if he's scared to confirm whether it was luck. His words dig deep. The challenger snaps, boiling with rage. Suho's calm confidence stings more than any insult, provoking him into accepting the duel. The match begins in a blur. Suho counters swiftly, flipping the man to the ground with ease. Observers gasp. The brute had no chance. Suho watches him writhe, unfazed. The crowd is stunned. Suho's strength speaks volumes, without arrogance, with a grin. Suho acknowledges the challenge was accepted. He directs them to the sparring arena, following official procedure. Despite the crowd, no one steps in. Suho quietly notes how even the staff allowed the mock fight to escalate, but he'll ensure things don't go too far when it gets real. The match officially begins as the proctor signals the start. Without hesitation, the challenger charges in aggressively, swinging with brute force. Suho calmly blocks each strike, countering with precise movements. As the clash intensifies, the opponent's wild attacks reveal his lack of control. Suho, observing closely, remains composed and waits for an opening. A quick maneuver disrupts the enemy's stance. Seeing frustration build, Suho prepares his next move, unfazed by the threats hurled at him during the heated duel. Park Yong, known as the Mad Swordsman, stood surrounded by a menacing red aura, blade drawn, driven by an insatiable thirst. He sought out fights not for survival but improvement. Every victory deepened his obsession for sharper technique and overwhelming strength. Years later, Suho encountered Park Yong's name during civil service combat evaluations, a place where power met order. Without hesitation, Suho challenged the infamous duelist, determined to test his refined skills in this life. Park Yong responded with swift violence, sending an opponent crashing across the arena. Suho calmly dodged the assault, unimpressed by the wild strength displayed. His movements precise. He countered effortlessly, hinting at experience far beyond the current level test. Park Yong smirked, intrigued by Suho's poise and hidden potential, realizing he had underestimated his foe. Park Yong declared he'd fight at full strength. Energy flared again, the arena darkened as red power engulfed him. In response, Suho accepted the challenge, ready to engage without restraint. Clashing swords ignited shockwaves as both combatants moved with terrifying speed. Suho parried a powerful strike, meeting strength with clean, decisive precision. The duel escalated violently, each exchange cracking the ground beneath their feet. Park Yong unleashed heavier strikes, forcing Suho to respond with sharper focus and tighter defense. Provoked by Suho's composure, he intensified his aura, seeking to overwhelm through brute aggression. Suho remained observant, aware that Park Yong's strength surged with each emotional outburst. The arena trembled, as Park Yong launched a massive attack, shouting with violent determination, convinced of his own victory. He misjudged the final blow's effect. Suho calmly deflected the strike, surprising both Park Yong and the watching crowd. Shock filled Park Yong's face as Suho parried with calculated force. He mocked the slow telegraphed attack, claiming experience had sharpened his reflexes beyond expectation. Angered, Park Yong launched another flurry, pushing the duel into a violent exchange of swordplay. Suho dodged swiftly, repositioning himself while avoiding a critical hit. Park Yong's blade surged with red energy as he struck down with all his might. Instead of faltering, Suho caught him mid-swing and counterattacked instantly. Bloodied and stunned, Park Yong stared in disbelief as his body hit the floor. Suho stated simply that the attack was too slow, ending the fight. Park Yong collapsed completely, defeated by speed, precision, and superior control. Seeing Park Yong's condition, Suho decided to end it before the man's pride shattered completely. With Park Yong now obsessed solely with surpassing him, Suho anticipated fewer future disruptions. He turned calmly toward the approaching staff, signaling the situation was under control. Startled by the outcome, the supervisor hurried to respond after being called out. Without complaint, Suho handed over Park Yong and exited the stage without another word. Elsewhere in the center, injured participants were carried out for recovery and care. Noticing the increased number of powerful applicants, Suho assessed the new environment quietly. Since his equipment differed from the standard, he was guided to a separate testing zone. After taking position, he nodded at the technician and laid back to begin. The system initialized rapidly, linking his consciousness to the simulation's core interface. Progress climbed steadily as circuits processed neural input and stabilized connections. Once fully synced, Suho's awareness entered the digital realm of the virtual portal. Amid a destroyed cityscape, cries for help echoed from beneath the rubble. The urgency of the mission became clear as he spotted civilians in danger. Determined to respond, Suho advanced toward the chaos with purpose. At the heart of the Hunter test lies the practical exam, measuring each candidate's true compatibility. The test scenarios shift annually, with conditions adapting to better reflect real combat roles. Performance is typically rated by survival duration and number of enemies defeated. However, healer evaluations follow a unique standard, focused less on combat and more on sacrifice. Candidates who risk their lives to protect others earn greater recognition during the exam. Suho, aware of this bias, notes how most healers lack strength to defend effectively. He walks into the danger zone, retrieving a hidden blade as chaos erupts ahead. Rather than hesitate, Suho calmly prepares to eliminate the threat approaching the target. Protecting the mission subject becomes his immediate priority, ignoring distractions around him. Kneeling beside the wounded girl, he checks her condition and ensures she remains stable. Though frightened, she listens as he assures her that help is on the way. For Suho, the real objective is enduring long enough to shield her until rescue arrives. He takes position ahead of her, determined to intercept anything that threatens her safety. The scenario ends, fading back to the white simulation chamber, filled with observation beds. While praised, Suho quietly reflects he still believes he should have done even better. Suho gave a quiet nod of thanks, his steps steady, despite the lingering exhaustion. With curiosity, Director Shin checked the result. Just 9 minutes and 4 seconds had passed. Contrastingly, another examiner pointed out he'd been inside for over 30 full minutes. A double check confirmed the time Suho had indeed lasted longer than most participants. This performance, though unexpected, sparked doubt due to his sword-wielding appearance. Clarification followed immediately. He wasn't a warrior at all, but officially registered as a healer. Inside the simulation, healing energy flowed from Suho's hand as he aided the fallen woman. Rather than flee, he stayed beside her, facing waves of attackers head on. Despite constant danger, he fulfilled every condition by never leaving the patient's side. Each moment, he balanced attack and recovery, refusing to retreat. His actions left no room for disqualification. He upheld every rule without hesitation. Recognition spread quietly. The highest scorer had already made his mark. A massive beast lunged, jaws open, but Suho moved before it struck, sweeping through enemies with precision. He cleared the path in seconds. At the center of chaos, Suho stood firm, unshaken, alert, and resolute. Realizing his performance wasn't enough, Suho pushed himself to react with greater urgency. A sudden burst of power ignited beneath his feet, accelerating him toward the enemy line. Moving with precision, he slashed through monsters without breaking formation or losing control. His sword returned to hand, ready for the next wave already closing in. Monsters fell in rapid succession, each blow clean and unhesitating. Within seconds, glowing strikes crossed the field, leaving behind a clear path of devastation. Victory settled in as the area cleared, confirming the simulation's end text. Notifications marked his successful completion and exceptional survival time. Rather than celebrate, he quietly examined the results projected before him. Multiple sword techniques appeared on screen, hinting at possible future combinations. System approval followed. His custom swordsmanship style would be formally acknowledged. With calm resolve, Suho registered the title, Guardian Sword, a symbol of his unique path. Amid a burning sky and crumbling ruins, Suho faces the final moments of a doomed scenario. A mysterious interface appears, offering one last opportunity to rewrite fate. Without hesitation, he accepts the system's prompt. Energy surges through his body as the item in his hand activates. The system reacts instantly, recognizing his intent to change everything. Light bursts outward as a skill-awakened sword. God Mastery, reborn from a lifetime of combat and sacrifice. Across the battlefield, an enemy smirks while unleashing a horde of monsters. Their orders are clear: eliminate everything. Suho draws his blade calmly, eyes fixed on the oncoming threat. No fear remains. Steel flashes as he advances. There's no hesitation, every enemy will fall. At the control center, stunned observers witness a complete sweep. The test ends with Suho defeating every creature. Even the injured are healed under his care, surprising the staff further. One official quietly concedes, rankings are irrelevant now. Elsewhere, Hexagon instructors confidently praise Ki-hyun, certain he'll top the list. Boasting about their investment, they await confirmation. Then confusion spreads as unexpected data flashes on screen. The result stuns the room. Aishin, Suho, is top candidate. Whispers ripple. Who is he, and what happened to Ki-hyun? Just then, a phone rings. The guildmaster is already reaching out. Suho picks up the call, addressing the team leader with steady composure. Recognition quickly follows. The leader expresses delayed congratulations and acknowledges Suho's top-ranking success with genuine admiration. Instead of lingering on praise, the topic shifts. Suho's results helped uncover a group of cheaters. With those cheaters exposed, future test rules are set to become stricter and more secure. Suho supports the decision firmly, stating that fairness in evaluation is essential. Asked about his future, he reveals plans to eventually join the Great Hunter Association. As the call nears its end, the team leader reminds him to eat during the lunch hour. Suho ends the call, briefly smiling in quiet gratitude. Without wasting time, he descends the steps, deciding to find a meal. Riding in a taxi, Suho reflects on the earlier conversation, sensing unease. That strained voice from before echoes in his thoughts. Just then, another call arrives. He answers calmly. The caller congratulates him and confirms successful payment from a previous agreement. Kim Soo, A of Nexus Guild, offers him a position, highlighting exclusive benefits. In response, Suho questions how far they're willing to negotiate to meet his expectations. Suho politely declines the Nexus Guild's invitation, explaining he already has personal plans for the day. From the car window, he considers how joining Nexus might align with his scholarship status. The guild representative responds eagerly, vowing to adapt to his schedule and secure his decision. After ending the call, Suho smiles, sensing the other person's excitement through the phone. Upon arrival, he reflects on passing the test and officially receiving his license and report. With formalities completed, he heads into the next phase of work focused now on farming. Lighthouse General Market stood tall as Suho finished gathering his essential supplies. Glancing at his checklist, he confirmed that all necessary items had been secured. Determined to find proper gear, he made his way toward a quiet place called Toyang Ironworks. Upon entering, Suho greeted the blacksmith and stated his need for a lightweight weapon. Explaining he had recently become a hunter, he sought something practical and efficient. Directed to a neglected section, he walked over to inspect older, cheaper weapons. Dust coated the racks, but one weapon caught his attention with its faint glow. Although lacking formal identification, it emitted a subtle aura, unlike the others. Moments later, a system message appeared. His magic detection had identified a hidden relic. Blue energy swirled around the polearm as he firmly grasped it. A small smile formed. Suho realized he'd found something valuable. With weapon in hand, he stepped outside, certain the shopkeeper had underestimated its worth. Without hesitation, he activated the weapon's core. Power surged violently, surrounding him in arcs of energy. As the weapon awakened, a forgotten consciousness began to stir. A sudden surge of energy hit Suho as the weapon rapidly absorbed his magic power. Barely holding on, he staggered under the pressure, surrounded by crackling blue lightning. With a final push, he released the weapon to prevent total exhaustion and fell back. Kneeling on the ground, Suho assessed the aftermath of the weapon's overwhelming draw. He concluded that only those with high mana levels could handle such a demanding tool. Not ready yet, he promised himself to grow stronger and fully unlock its potential. Meanwhile, the morning sun shone brightly over the PBS building's glass exterior. Inside, a reporter worked quietly until a sudden beep interrupted his focus. Surprised, Jo-jin. We answered the call and was greeted by Suho's introduction. Recognition dawned. Suho was the top hunter candidate from this year's national test. Memories of the Sinodam Gate raid flashed through Joe's mind, confirming Suho's identity. He admitted, finding Suho's blog impressed by his determination despite modest beginnings. Joe made it clear he wasn't offering submission but proposing equal partnership. Collaborating, he argued, could benefit them both in credibility and exposure. Though cautious, Suho considered the offer seriously. It aligned with his goals more than expected. Jo-jin. We questioned Suho's intent, doubting someone would reject major guilds for public service. He mentioned large organizations like Prime and Hexagon, viewing Suho's goal as unrealistic. Without hesitation, Suho affirmed his plan to join the Hunter Association and serve directly in the field. Joe expressed disbelief, wondering if Suho's choice came from past trauma or rejection. Suho clarified his identity as a Gate orphan committed to ending Gate-related tragedies. The reporter paused, recognizing the seriousness in Suho's answer and reflecting on his own thoughts. Instead of debating further, Suho proposed a bet to prove himself through action. He revealed plans to conquer the Tower of Challenge alone as a demonstration of skill. Confident in his abilities, Suho claimed success would earn Joe's respect and recognition. Known for his unmatched integrity, Jo-jin Hdui stood as both a top player and influential reporter. His fearless exposure of corruption stirred discomfort among powerful figures who labeled him a growing threat. Eventually, he vanished from public life, silenced by those he dared to challenge yet not forgotten by all. Suho approached Jin Hwi with an unusual proposal: exclusive coverage if he conquered the tower solo. Intrigued by the confidence, Jin Hwi hesitated, but acknowledged the possible benefit of such an alliance. With cautious acceptance, he agreed, curious whether Suho could truly defy expectations. Annoyance flashed across Jin Hwi's face as he replayed the bold request on his phone. Despite his frustration, something about Suho's tone and resolve made him pause. He couldn't shake the feeling. Suho wasn't bluffing, and his words didn't ring false. Lying back in his chair, Jin Hui questioned his own sanity. Still, he accepted the uncertainty and resolved to follow through. After all, this gamble came with no real risk. At the tower's base, Suho arrived alone, ready to take on the challenge. He presented his ID without hesitation, earning a curious glance from the gatekeeper. When asked, Suho confirmed his intent: he would climb the tower alone. Suho inquired about solo attempts, prompting the staff member to respond cautiously with hesitation. After reviewing Suho's newly issued license, the gatekeeper questioned his readiness for independent entry. Instead of backing down, Suho stated his preference to proceed alone, confident in his approach. Permission was granted with a warning and reminder of the entry fee to be paid later. As he walked toward the tower, Suho acknowledged the advice but showed no fear. He considered the tower ideal for growth, especially with his level reset to the beginning. Upon stepping inside, he was surrounded by radiant energy as the gate sealed behind him. Blue panels appeared mid-air, explaining withdrawal conditions and entry protocol within the tower. With determination in his eyes, Suho stood ready for whatever awaited beyond the mist. Suddenly, a green monster emerged, signaling the start of Suho's first real challenge. Dodging swiftly, he read the creature's movements and prepared his counterattack. Rather than panic, he analyzed calmly, planning each action with calculated precision. Recognizing the danger of being overwhelmed, Suho remained grounded and patient. Instead of retreating, he struck back fiercely, slicing into the creature's exposed side. Momentum shifted as his blade landed, pushing the beast back with force. Suho realized defeating the monster wouldn't be difficult, but something about it felt off. Stepping forward with purpose, he raised his sword, only to see multiple copies emerge. Rather than panic, he noted this replication was exactly why many avoided solo entry. Blades clashed with slime as Suho moved swiftly through the growing swarm. Without losing focus, he struck down clones, maintaining control over the fast-paced battle. Momentum stayed in his favor, though more enemies surged from the floor with each strike. Launching into the air, he dodged incoming attacks and prepared a sharp counter. With agile movement, he twisted midair and drove his sword into a core body. Surrounded by magical aura, Suho's final blow triggered a brief pause in the enemy's assault. Facing a massive limb, Suho grabbed it confidently as it tried to strike. With a smirk, he anchored his body, using the creature's own weight against it. A burst followed. He flipped the monster over, crashing it into the horde. As slashes cleared the area, the tower announced his success in completing the first floor. Advancing toward the next gate, he acknowledged the arrival of the second floor challenge, ready to continue. Suho faced the next level with unwavering focus and sharp resolve. Legends tell of a time when challengers reached the 48th floor of the tower. That achievement, long past, was accomplished through coordinated party efforts. Today, even the 29th floor requires teamwork, but Suho chooses to go alone. After clearing floor 18, the system awaits his decision for the next trial. Rather than rest, he silently steps forward, eyes fixed on the path ahead. A glowing circle activates beneath him, signaling the start of the 19th floor. Instead of waves of enemies, a lone creature guards this level. Its solitary presence implies far greater strength than those before. Suho charges with intent, aiming to end the fight swiftly. The monster appears midair, fierce and imposing. Without hesitation, Suho strikes down, channeling full force into the first blow. His blade lands cleanly, cutting through the beast before it reacts. Blood spills as the creature collapses, signaling victory. Suho delays the next challenge, eyes narrowing at the corpse. It remains intact, unusual, hinting at a hidden reward yet to be claimed. Suho examined the curved horn tightly clutched in his hand, an unusual item with specific value. Rather than using it directly, he activated mana detection to uncover its hidden purpose. A bright glow emerged from the corpse nearby, guiding his attention to a concealed location. Blue energy pulsed through the air as part of the wall slowly opened. He had discovered Red Gain's secret cave, a hidden reward from the previous battle. Inside, he recognized the structure, Fortress King Jang Pyongo's legendary subspace house. This subspace wasn't created with common items. It held unique properties unlike any other. Suho reached toward the entrance, and its energy responded immediately to his presence. Living beings could freely enter or exit, making it far more versatile than standard items. He stepped into the glowing portal and found himself inside a cave-like interior. A notification confirmed the original owner had died, offering Suho ownership. With no hesitation, he accepted the offer, reaching forward to complete the bond. The system granted him full control. He now owned the subspace house. Unlike a normal object, it registered as a skill linked to his mana. Curious, he wondered if the space might evolve further under his power. A sudden surge of light forces Suho to shield his eyes as the structure changes. The subspace house transforms into a modern interior, brighter and far more expansive than expected. He realizes the house responds to mana levels, growing and adapting to the user's traits. Memories surface of Jang Pyongo, who used this space for criminal dealings and smuggling. Suho recalls his past struggles tracking him down, filled with sleepless nights and frustration. Now in control of the subspace, he halts Zhang's ambitions and resumes climbing the tower. News reports highlight Ancien Suho's origins from Nexus Academy and his past as a solo conqueror. Standing outside, Jojin H. Debulai reads the headlines, puzzled by Suho's unexpected public recognition. Though Suho once aimed to become a civil servant, media certainty suggests he is joining Nexus instead. AA system alert, flashes floor 30 has just been cleared, catching Joe's immediate attention. Crowds gather as floor 31 begins, with murmurs questioning which guild might be behind the advance. Barely moments later, floor 31 is conquered, leaving onlookers stunned by the unexplained speed. Joe stares at the screen, suspecting the climber might be the once flashy An Suho. Even with doubts, he realizes the possibility it hasn't been long since Suho retired. Confirmation arrives, An Suho has conquered floor 31 and is moving to the next level. At Nexus HQ, executives react in disbelief to Suho's explosive tower progress. Real-time updates confirm his streak, prompting urgency among the higher-ups. To recruit him, they consider offering terms beyond standard negotiations. One official suggests escalating the offer before rival guilds intervene. Outside, the tower glows. Suho is now starting floor 48 without pause. His unmatched pace leaves no doubt. Securing him would be a historic acquisition. A sudden call interrupts Jiang Qiul. Min's thought surprised to see the vice president contacting him. He answers, confirming his location at the Tower of Challenge in Pangyo without hesitation. Though he claims only a casual link to Suho, the caller insists familiarity is enough. The vice president unexpectedly assigns Qiul Min the task of bringing Suho over immediately, caught off guard. Qiul Min questions whether this is for recruitment into the Hunter Association. To his disappointment, it's merely for a photo opportunity with the current president. Frustrated by such shallow directives, Qiul Min reflects on the incompetence of current leadership. Slumping on a bench, he mutters complaints about unqualified officials tarnishing the association's reputation. Looking ahead at the glowing tower, he struggles to find a convincing reason to approach Suho. Meanwhile, Suho slams his sword into the ground, clearing floor 48 with sheer force. His breathing heavy, he rests briefly while the system confirms the record update. Bonus stats are awarded, but constant climbing has started to wear him down. Despite exhaustion, Suho checks his status level 39, with high attributes boosts his morale instantly. Reaching this level and earning stat bonuses brings him both satisfaction and a sense of reward. With points allocated, Suho rises again, determined to continue forward without slowing. Suho steps forward as the crystal activates, initiating the final trial of the tower. A surge of energy engulfs him, while the system confirms the start of floor 49. From the shadows emerges the final opponent, the master of the tower. The tower dragon appears in a violent burst, its level displayed as 49. Suho approaches calmly, locking eyes with the massive beast towering over him. Recognizing the dragon's threat level, he assesses its power and prepares to strike. He recalls previous battles and senses the challenge here far surpasses anything before. Drawing his weapon without hesitation, Suho charges with precise determination. He leaps into the air, launching his attack toward the dragon without delay. A towering dragon barrels through the battlefield, hurling debris as it crushes an unfortunate man underfoot. The creature's relentless charge sends shockwaves through the ground, leaving destruction in its path. Staggering back, the young man watches in disbelief at the monster's speed and unnatural agility. The dragon launches another assault, claws raised and glowing with violent energy. Wind pressure tears across the area, lifting the man off balance and dragging him closer to danger. Flung helplessly, he tumbles midair, unable to resist the pull of the beast's massive presence. Landing roughly, he rolls to safety, narrowly avoiding being swallowed whole. In one motion, he rises and draws his weapon, eyes locked on the beast. He slashes with precision, but the attack only causes the dragon to recoil briefly. Its retaliation comes swiftly, forcing the man into a desperate retreat. Dodging left, he drags his blade along the ground, but the creature remains unfazed. He glares. His strongest strike failed to leave even a visible mark. A glow from the beast's chest surges before it lunges again. The collision shakes the ground, sending him crashing into rubble. Bruised but conscious, he realizes this monster isn't just fast, it is nearly invincible, hidden among the debris. The man catches his breath as the dragon prowls just meters away. He assesses the situation. Only his high stats kept him alive after the earlier blow. Although it's not a high-level dragon, its natural durability makes normal attacks useless. Remembering his training, he recalls the dragon type monster's universal weak point, the reverse scale. Because this creature isn't level 100, it likely can't conceal that vulnerability completely. From behind cover, he spots it glowing faintly. On the tail, the weak point is exposed. With a target in sight, he quickly calculates the angle and prepares to engage. A swift leap off the rock propels him forward as momentum builds. He slashes through the air, zigzagging between obstacles, closing in on the reverse scale. His blade pierces the glowing spot with precision, sending shock through the dragon's body. Its eyes widen in pain, a clear sign the hit connected effectively. The beast howls and thrashes, forcing him back. This fight won't end easily. Realizing time isn't on his side, he dashes again toward the weakened scale. One thought drives him: finish it before the creature adapts or heals. With another strike aimed directly at the eye, he commits fully to ending it. The dragon unleashes a roar, activating dragon fear, sending waves of magic across the battlefield. Caught in the effect, the man falters as hallucinations cloud his mind and his body freezes. Even after attempting to dispel it, the fear lingers. This mental attack exceeds normal resistance levels. Still recovering, he's struck again by the blast of overwhelming energy pouring from the dragon's mouth. Regaining some control, he spots the oncoming danger too late to react effectively. The dragon's follow-up slam lands directly, hurling his body into the dirt with crushing force. A terrifying creature burst forth, engulfed in swirling purple light as it screamed into the void. The shockwave slammed into Suho's body, sending him stumbling backward from the sheer force. Clenching his jaw, he quickly gathered himself and shouted the command to enter. Lightning surged as the beast struck, driving Suho hard into the ground. Momentum hurled him across the battlefield, his body skidding with brutal impact. Ignoring the pain, he crawled toward the glowing device, desperate to reach it in time. A massive roar paralyzed him, dragon fear pressing down like a suffocating weight. With trembling hands, he uncorked the potion and forced it down his throat. As its effect spread, the hallucinations faded and his mind cleared. Inside the subspace house, he collapsed, breathing heavily. Relieved the beast couldn't follow, he noted the potion from Dongdaemun had proven useful. Still catching his breath, he admitted the situation was harsher than expected. Even after purging the fear, resistance hadn't formed. Retreat and recovery seemed to be his only options for now. Faced with limits, he considered one last resort, seeking help from the Mad Grinder. Glowing magic symbols activated as Suho absorbed the lowest tier combination formula through a skill book. Next, he summoned the combination jar, an essential tool for merging junk-grade materials. Though commonly dismissed as worthless, Suho knew hidden potential lingered in those seemingly trivial items. He inserted the thief's socks, the musician's instrument, and the janitor's broom into the jar. With all pieces in place, the combination began an event few would ever dare attempt. A sudden glow erupted as the jar reacted unexpectedly, then confirmed success. From the blinding light, a rare treasure emerged, a ring named the first Mu. Holding the SV-ranked item, Suho earned bonus stats from the system's recognition. This advantage reminded him how powerful the regressor's privileges truly were. He reflected on how first items, often rank, grew in power with their users. The ring bound itself to Suho, its energy surging violently as it activated. Purple light engulfed his hand, completing the link between wielder and treasure. Suho recalled how the differentiator's past knowledge revealed this hidden formula's existence. Calling up his status window, he reviewed his current stats and planned his next move. 4 points were invested into magic, finally raising the stat to an even 100. Suho's magic stat surpassed the threshold, officially reaching the red rank for the first time. He recalled his previous life where red was only achieved near level 50, yet now faster. Understanding the ranking system, he knew 700 points were required to break into purple tier. After allocating his stats, Suho turned to the next task awaiting his attention. An old spear lay before him, surrounded by energy as he began the awakening process. Channeling magic into the weapon, he prepared for the consciousness within it to rise. As the flow intensified, the spear's dormant spirit stirred, starting its long-awaited revival. Energy spiraled wildly as Suho endured the strain of merging power and intent. Though difficult, he pushed through, determined to complete the bond, no matter the resistance. Magic fully infused the weapon, granting it form and awakening its identity. Ghost Spear, rank of Fey. No wielding its full strength, Suho stepped forward with the spear tightly in hand. With resolve burning in his eyes, he declared the start of the next confrontation. A forbidden relic forged from divine beast bones, the ghost spear radiated with ominous purple energy. Bound to Suho upon awakening, the weapon enabled shadow, based abilities, and advanced regeneration. Its origin traced back to the Shadow King, once feared as the true master of darkness. Without hesitation, Suho summoned the spear, using the skill Ghost Shadow, drawing power from his shadow. Dark energy twisted and solidified, forming the spear piece by piece in mid-air. After gripping the completed weapon, he confirmed its structure was intact and combat ready. With steady steps, Suho approached the battlefield where the slumbering dragon remained still. Its massive form stirred as round 2 began, challenging him once more. Lunging from the subspace, Suho aimed precisely at the exposed reverse scale. Snow crunched beneath his feet while he moved into position near the beast's flank. A surge of energy spiraled around his arm as he prepared to strike. Lowering his stance, he readied the ghost spear for maximum impact. Suho launched forward in a flash, spear cutting through the air with lethal speed. Black-purple power burst out violently as the tip neared its target. The dragon's eye widened in shock as the blow struck dead center. A deafening roar exploded from the dragon as Suho charged straight at its core. Without hesitation, he drove the ghost spear into the exposed scale with brutal force. Dust settled as he landed back inside the subspace. Breath controlled and stance firm. Thanks to his timing, the fear-inducing aura had failed to take hold of his mind. Careful planning and quick withdrawals had chipped away at the beast's endurance. Victory felt within reach, and Suho sharpened his focus for the final blow. Cautious strikes were no longer effective. The dragon kept its guard high. Still, Suho recognized the beast's strength had dropped far from its prime. Momentum surged as he sprinted forward, committing fully to an all-out confrontation. Attacks exchanged rapidly, echoing through the chamber in bursts of impact and sparks. With agile movement, he ducked low, sliding beneath the dragon's lunging claws. Upward he rose, spear pulsing with dark energy as he prepared to strike again. A precise thrust shattered the glowing green core embedded in the creature's chest. As the beast collapsed, its final roar faded into silence and crumbling stone. From high above, Suho watched the aftermath unfold, a faint smirk forming in relief. An explosive strike shattered the ground beneath Suho as he launched downward with full force. The dragon, wounded but enraged, charged forward through the falling debris and broken terrain. Despite its injuries, the beast advanced with relentless speed, forcing the battlefield into chaos. Quick footsteps echoed as Suho closed in again, refusing to give the monster any space. A clash followed as he struck its weakened body, sending shockwaves across the arena. Overwhelmed by damage and pain, the dragon unleashed a fear-inducing scream across the chamber. Suho's spear pierced the last vulnerable spot, fully breaking the creature's reverse scale. Blue messages confirmed the dragon's energy fading as Suho activated a purification potion. With status cleansed, he advanced again, fully resisting the fear effect this time. Leaping high, Suho gripped his sword tightly and drove it down on the beast's head. The strike landed clean, ending the dragon's resistance with a final crushing blow. Notifications confirmed victory as Suho stood tall, having defeated the tower dragon at last. The tower dragon collapsed, its blood pooling beneath its lifeless form as Suho stood victorious. A system alert confirmed his feat, clearing the 49th floor and setting a historic record. In recognition, he received bonus stats, while the system initiated a deeper evaluation of his run. Leveling up instantly, his stats surged across the board, reflecting his rapid growth. Among the rewards was Healing Spirit, a rare support skill once thought unattainable. The system acknowledged his unique performance and granted access to a hidden reward. Dragonblood's rank appeared in his inventory, an ability tied to ancient legends. Suho recalled Yangma mentioning this power, once found deep in the Dragon Mountains. Even without a dragon's lineage, he now possessed its strength, with future upgrades locked for now. Grinning, Suho approached the fallen beast, determined to extract every remaining benefit. Ghost Shadow emerged, ready to feed on the creature's lingering essence. It surged forward, reacting instinctively to the remnants of the dragon's shadow. Violet tendrils spiraled outward as Ghost Shadow devoured the towering silhouette. The process ended with complete absorption, blanketing the area in pulsing energy. Now enhanced to strength, the skill unlocked hidden traits, surpassing known descriptions. As Suho poured mana into Ghost Shadow, part of its consciousness unexpectedly awakened. New information appeared on the interface, indicating the item's properties had undergone a dramatic shift. Reviewing the update, he discovered the weapon's rank had increased and gained new functions. Among the additions was Shadow Restraint, a skill capable of binding targets through their shadows. Shadow Bleed followed, inflicting continuous damage as long as the fangs were embedded. Pleased with the results, Suho began to leave, but paused after spotting something on the ground. At his feet lay a large white fang, clearly not an ordinary item. Identifying it as a dragon fang with a deadly shrank curse, he grasped its rarity. This confirmed the truth. The tower dragon had been a purer blood all along. Ready to exit, Suho turned as the tower radiated light, signaling the end of the trial. Suddenly, players were expelled into the open, flung from the collapsing challenge zone. The event caused a stir, drawing attention across the entire city. Onlookers stared in awe, murmuring about the man who conquered the tower alone. All eyes eventually landed on Suho, standing calm amidst the chaos. To the gathering crowd, he no longer looked like a civil servant, but a legend. Cameras and microphones crowded around Suho as the press swarmed in for a statement. Despite their persistence, he showed clear signs of fatigue from the earlier battle. Realizing his injuries were more severe than expected, he focused only on recovering. Meanwhile, a reporter standing outside the chaos tried capturing the unfolding scene. Suho's sudden approach startled him, confirming the rumors of his survival and success. Before the reporter could react, Suho closed the distance and addressed him directly. Surprised by the encounter, the reporter questioned how Suho bypassed the crowd. Suho explained that he had erased his presence using a specialized stealth technique. Jo-jin, the reporter, composed himself and prepared to proceed with the interview. A brief handshake confirmed their mutual intent to work together moving forward. Suho offered one last chance to back out, testing the reporter's resolve. Without hesitation, they entered the car, leaving the curious crowd behind. While Suho drives across the bridge, a call from team leader Jeong Cheol Min comes through. Cheol Min praises Suho for clearing the Tower of Challenge, expressing regret they couldn't meet directly. Choosing solitude, Suho explains he left to rest and declines an offer for a ride. Rather than pushing, Cheol Min casually invites Suho to stop by the association if he's not too tired. The tower, long believed unbeatable, shocks the association by being conquered unexpectedly. Due to its scale, they now plan a full investigation, treating it as more than a simple gate. Suho listens in silence, assuring Cheol Min he'll ask for data if necessary. After hanging up, he suspects higher officials pressured Cheol Min to contact him. Although he sympathizes with the team leader, Suho refuses to be manipulated. He imagines Cheol Min facing backlash and silently promises to shield him someday. Curious, Jo-jin Hdoi asks why someone of Suho's caliber chose civil service over profit. To him, Suho could easily thrive in private guilds with unmatched freedom. Suho counters that government guilds possess unmatched authority, despite less fame. Power alone means little, even a coup brings no lasting gain. Ultimately, Suho's goal remains clear: ending the gates completely, not chasing glory. To achieve his goal, Suho admits he needs an organization, not just personal strength. By joining the government, he ensures strategic influence and long-term access to critical decisions. Jin Hwi acknowledges Suho's unmatched dedication, praising him as uniquely driven among all players. Mentioning the open recruitment, Jin Hwi questions whether Suho will apply for such a low rank. Rather than aiming high, Suho reveals he's targeting level 5, shocking his companion. Completely stunned, Jin Sidwai stares, eager to hear Suho's reasoning behind the unexpected decision. With a light warning, Suho promises to explain so long as it stays off the record. He proposes a mutual gain: release news through Jin Hwi to boost his internal influence. Instead of objecting, Jin Hwi accepts with a smirk, ready to make use of the opportunity. Talk shifts to Suho's destination, prompting Jin Hwi to ask if he's heading home. Since his location is likely exposed, Suho casually mentions using a past escape trick, offering an alternative. Jin Hwi invites him to stay at his secure, spacious home. Outside, a towering luxury complex Kaiser Changdam looms as their destination. Upon arrival, Suho marvels at the elite-level property, speechless at its opulence. Jin Hwi hands him a tablet, encouraging him to relax as if it were his own home. Jo-jin Hwi demonstrates how the community app functions, highlighting its convenience for meals and shopping. He also points out the emergency healer feature, which can be used if medical attention is needed. Suho's clean appearance surprises him, but Suho explains he gradually healed himself while riding in the car. Still in disbelief, Jin Hwi admits he saw Suho's information but hadn't accepted it as fact. Most healers rely on guilds to grow stronger, making Suho's solo success even more unexpected. Before leaving for work, Jin Hwi reminds Suho about the password, trusting him with the apartment. Now alone, Suho summons his status window to distribute stat points gained from the tower. He balances health with other stats, focusing on perception to boost his awareness. His stat screen shows impressive growth, especially for someone in the healer class. With the allocation done, Suho prepares to test his heightened sensibilities. He scans for surveillance devices, confident in his perception, but cautious of unknown risks. Though he trusts Jin Hwi, Suho activates his abilities to ensure complete security before resting. At the apartment entrance, Suho took in the elegant interior lined with artwork and sleek lighting. The sheer size of the main room surprised him. It rivaled even high-level guild halls. Satisfied after scanning the area, he dropped onto the couch, relieved by the absence of surveillance. Buzzing from his phone interrupted the silence, pulling his attention to the screen. Endless messages poured in, from news outlets to strangers, all reacting to his recent feat. Annoyed by the breach, he considered Jin Hui's suggestion to switch to a safer platform. While sitting on the bed, he weighed the need for privacy over convenience. A quick setup later, the new device was ready, dedicated solely for personal matters. Despite preparations, his old phone kept ringing. He lay back, planning to rest before leaving. Inside a data center, rows of humming servers stood silent, under cold fluorescent lights. A glowing portal cracked open, and masked figures emerged swiftly through the breach. Without hesitation, the group split up and began surveying the facility. One agent dropped a black duffel bag, revealing the explosives inside. Tools in hand, another operative secured devices onto the server hardware. Final checks complete. The countdown was set under a watchful gaze. Armed and positioned, the bomb lay in place as the intruders finalized their preparations. A sudden voice cut through the tension, casually scolding them for planting explosives indoors. Turning swiftly, the group spotted a lone figure approaching, catching them completely off guard. With composed steps, Suho acknowledged that the building was expected to be empty. Still, he revealed this moment was exactly why he chose to show up, rather than engage. The intruders panicked and rushed toward the active portal. Suho raised his hand, pulsing with energy as he blocked their retreat. Purple force burst outward, scattering several members before they could escape. One masked woman dropped to the ground unexpectedly, confusing even her allies. Scrambling, an agent scooped her up, preparing to evacuate her through the gate. Another operative paused, unsettled by her sudden collapse and unclear condition. Without delay, dark chains erupted and immobilized them. Suho had activated his shadow abilities. Attempts to resist failed, their tools and skills proving ineffective. Panic rising, one man hesitated to leave the unconscious woman behind. Silently enraged, the leader's glare narrowed. This fight wasn't over. To speak even once with them, Suho knew, was already more than they deserved. In a desperate move, the attackers lunged together, attempting to overpower him with sheer force. He countered effortlessly, sending them crashing down before they could lay a hand on him. A chill swept through the room as Suho's aura thickened with intent. By activating intimidation, he dropped every remaining enemy to the floor. Gripped by invisible pressure, he identified them immediately: Banshee, a once dismantled terror group now acting from the shadows. Without hesitation, Suho listed their identities, exposing details none expected him to know. Guakdu, Ho handled brute tasks while hiding behind the guise of day labor. Seo Kyo, Wan, a science teacher by profession, secretly manufactured deadly bombs. Kim Hyun, Min, posing as a courier, managed transport through spatial mobility. Last was Gu Yun, Hyun Swa student, strategist, and source of their EMP disruptions. Shocked, she demanded answers, stunned by his knowledge. Smiling slightly, Suho asked if she hadn't figured out who he was yet. Though no lives were lost, he reminded her that property destruction was still criminal. While police remained in the dark, he had already solved the entire puzzle. Suho revealed he understood their attack methods and how they erased every trace afterward. He added that he knew their locations and those close to them, increasing the pressure. Yeon-hwa hesitated, startled, as Suho calmly stepped forward, knowing she was now ready to talk. Dropping from above, Suho calmly declared he wasn't affiliated with the government or there to harm them. His unexpected entrance disarmed the group's tension, making them second-guess their defensive stance. Faced with distrust, he issued an ultimatum: cooperate or be handed over to the authorities. Rather than escalate, Suho suggested relocating and disarming the hidden bombs to ensure privacy. Confusion flickered in the silver-haired man's eyes, startled by how much Suho already knew. Without hesitation, Suho opened a swirling portal, revealing a shortcut beyond conventional means. Once inside their base, he offered them comfort, despite being the one in control. Mask still on, the group resisted, revealing their faces, wary of Suho's intentions. A firm command from him finally pushed one of them to comply, albeit reluctantly, flustered. The leader claimed it was due to discomfort, not Suho's pressure. Leaning back, Suho casually exposed their gate, clearing activities with unsettling accuracy. He explained his appearance and insight were the result of a unique personal ability. calling out their secrecy. Suho admitted he too concealed skills of his own. Rather than threaten, he proposed cooperation as a mutual path forward. His intention became clear: join the Great Hunter Association and contribute to society's safety. Accusations erupted as one of them questioned if Suho planned to trade them for admission. Raising his hands calmly, he clarified his intent to take the Level 5 exam on his own. Rather than rush entry, Suho aimed to earn his way into the elite special unit, without hesitation. He acknowledged their hatred toward the special unit and its past actions. Their attacks weren't random. He understood those acts stemmed from unresolved pain and betrayal. Opening up, Suho revealed his own trauma growing up as a gate orphan amid devastation. Tragedy, he discovered, hadn't been accidental. It was orchestrated for political and financial gain. Cleared zones drove land value, and those in power exploited the chaos. With quiet resolve, he stated he knew the identities of those behind the scheme. Vengeance alone wasn't enough. Suho intended to lead the very system that failed him. He emphasized the special unit's unmatched authority and influence across government sectors. Gaining allies with discretion and capability was crucial, and that's why he approached them. Support, he said, could wait until they saw his strength firsthand, but another act of terrorism would end all negotiations. He would show no mercy. Even in his past life, Suho admitted banshees remained a mystery too elusive to capture. In his past life, Suho had captured banshee members and learned a painful truth. Though labeled criminals, they were victims too, mirroring his own history and scars. Lacking direction, their misplaced resentment had pushed them into infamy. No one corrected. Determined not to repeat that mistake, Suho vowed to guide them before corruption consumed them. Confidence in his skills left no room for doubt. He believed Gu Yan would agree. Rather than rush, he left them with time to consider, trusting patience would yield results. Before parting, he reminded them to reflect carefully and choose their path wisely. Meanwhile, at the Great Hunter Association, pressure mounted behind closed doors. Aya Superior reprimanded team leader Jung for failing to manage a critical task involving Suho. Warnings followed. Another mistake would not be tolerated, even with excuses. Dismissed with a final order, Jung left the office with regret clouding his thoughts. His internal struggle flared. He questioned his job, doubted his path, but forced himself to endure. A sudden voice interrupted. Deputy Chief P spotted Jung in the hallway, surprised and annoyed. Jung tried to avoid attention but failed. With a grin, Pai Sung-il, chief of the special unit, approached, teasing him lightheartedly. Sharing a laugh, the senior officer brushes off the tension with casual small talk. As they stroll, the topic shifts toward An Suho, whose actions have sparked quiet discussions. Rather than dismiss the issue, the senior offers unexpected assistance, catching his colleague off guard. He proposes a tactic: summon Suho by pinning a temporary charge, framing it as routine. With calculated ease, he downplays the consequences, insisting it can later be called a misunderstanding. Grinning, he leans closer, hinting that the chairman could smooth things over if needed. An Suho's goal of joining the Great Hunter Association is brought up as leverage, framed as mutually beneficial. The scheme is painted as an opportunity for everyone involved. Though hesitant, the junior warns of potential backlash, clearly unsettled by the suggestion. Mocking hesitation, the senior questions why prosecutors should fear hunters. He reminds him of their authority, emphasizing how players once respected their influence. Advising flexibility, he urges the team leader to act accordingly and embrace his position. Before departing, the senior stresses the value of practicality over rigid rules. Left standing, the team leader watches him go, thoughts clouded with uncertainty. What once felt like respect now feels like regret as doubts begin to grow. Doubt lingers in Jung's mind as he reflects on how much Suho actually knows. An ominous realization sets in: knowledge itself makes Suho dangerous to those in power. Overwhelmed by conflicting thoughts, Jung excuses himself, opting to take a short break alone. Memories resurface of Suho once declaring his intent to join the Great Hunter Association. Back then, his attitude seemed cooperative, even friendly toward the association's goals. However, everything changed abruptly when Suho began distancing himself without warning. Jung stares at the sky, wondering what plans Suho might be hiding now. Meanwhile, city lights blur as a taxi moves through the quiet night streets. A figure steps out and walks alone, determination visible in his steady pace. Suho activates his ability, colorless solitude swirling with raw, contained power. Though once hesitant, he's now mastered the skill through countless trials in the tower. With resolve in his eyes, Suho steps forward, mission clearly defined. A familiar building looms ahead as Suho arrives at his target location. Without hesitation, he leaps over the barrier and lands with silent precision. Now at the facility entrance, he prepares to uncover what lies inside. Suho scans the area carefully, believing the hidden objective must be close by. He activates mana detection, sending energy rippling through the air to reveal any anomalies. As expected, traces of mana begin to emerge from a concealed structure nearby. Red energy surges outward, signaling the presence of a hidden gate forming within the space. This specific type of gate appears only under unique conditions, rarely fulfilled. With caution, Suho steps forward, understanding that each hidden gate holds distinct triggers. Drawing a blade, he prepares for the gate's condition, a sufficient offering of blood. He slashes cleanly, letting his blood fall into the gate's core to activate it. In response, the gate begins absorbing the blood rapidly, glowing with dark energy. As the requirement is satisfied, the system confirms the hidden gate has been discovered. He earns bonus stats for the achievement and retrieves exclusive information. Before him, the Bloody Tower opens a mysterious gate with unknown limits and entry conditions. Inside a dark cavern, Suho activated luminous powder, casting light on the jagged stone walls ahead. The eerie glow revealed the rough terrain of the first stage. Without hesitation, he began walking. A quiet drip caught his attention. Glancing upward, he speculated whether it was stalactite water. A red substance trickled from above. Suho quickly realized it wasn't water, it was saliva. From the shadows, dozens of blood-sucking bats emerged, their eyes glowing crimson with hostility. Rather than panic, he stood firm beneath the swarm, smirking at the unexpected welcome. Energy pulsed from Suho as he activated his intimidation skill, radiating force in all directions. Several bats faltered mid-air, crashing violently to the cave floor under overwhelming pressure. One by one, the weakened creatures dropped, overwhelmed by the aura surrounding him. A bat screeched, but Suho responded swiftly, striking with a dark, glowing weapon. Shadow energy surged as he invoked Ghostly Shadow, triggering a wave of consuming force. Spiraling darkness spread, engulfing enemies and silencing their movement in an instant. The storm of shadows faded. Suho remained still, surrounded by the aftermath of destruction. He summoned his status window, analyzing stats with calm precision and evaluating his combat efficiency. Seeing the combat log, he noted the enemy's high tag level. This dungeon was far from over. Surprised by the combat log, Suho noticed an unexpected entry among the defeated enemies. A blood slime, unintentionally caught in the chaos, had perished alongside the bats. Although amused, he acknowledged that relying on intimidation alone made things too easy. Monsters with higher levels, he recalled, are rarely shaken by fear unless uniquely vulnerable. With quiet footsteps, he advanced deeper, undeterred by the silence surrounding him. Before him, an ornate door came into view, clearly the entrance to the next stage. Crossing the threshold triggered a sudden shift in atmosphere, revealing the expansive boss chamber. No sound came at first, only a glimmer of red eyes in the distance. Suho drew his weapon, calmly inviting the hidden threat to emerge. Without warning, a giant bat lunged forward, screeching violently as it attacked. Recognition flashed in Suho's eyes. It wasn't an ordinary enemy. He dashed forward, prepared to counter with precision. A thunderous impact shattered the floor as a second threat revealed itself. Reacting quickly, Suho evaded the shockwave and repositioned. Now facing both the 100-year bat and a level 72 blood golem, he braced for battle. Judging the golem as a mid-level threat, Suho decided to dispatch it swiftly. He darted forward with speed, closing the distance while both enemies loomed above. Swinging with precision, he delivered a fierce blow as the bat approached from behind. Maintaining momentum, Suho dodged and countered with a powerful slash aimed at the golem's flank. Another strike followed immediately, targeting a weak spot on the golem's shoulder. He spun his blade into a wide arc, keeping both monsters at bay. A surge of blue energy burst from his sword as he launched a finishing move. The impact shattered the enemy's defense, leaving the golem immobilized. Suho watched calmly as dust filled the chamber, signaling the battle's end. Relieved, he let down his guard momentarily while catching his breath. The bat twitched unnaturally as nearby blood began to ripple upward. A second phase began. The enemies revived, triggered by a hidden resurrection mechanic. A powerful surge tears through the battlefield as Suho launches a series of calculated strikes. He clashes blades with the beast, but the impact fails to leave even a scratch. Recognizing the monster's durability, he notes its resilience rivals that of the blood nooses. Rather than wasting energy, Suho reaches for the contingency plan he prepared earlier. Glowing energy forms at his side, just as the enemy charges once more. An explosive blast halts the creature's momentum, briefly engulfing it in light and fire. Despite the fiery assault, the monster stands unfazed, its flesh showing no visible damage. Suho swings again, this time at close range, but the result remains unchanged. He concludes that ordinary slashes alone won't be enough to bring the creature down. Still composed, Suho recalls the creature's known weakness, pure silver imbued with holy attributes. He activates the silver sword's enchantment, flames wrapping around the blade's edge. A single empowered strike lands, igniting a holy explosion that visibly wounds the enemy. With the beast downed, Suho steps forward, confirming the creature's vulnerability to divine power. He analyzes their reaction, watching them rupture under the sword's enhanced blessing. Another foe appears, and Suho calmly wonders if it will share the same fate. In a swift motion, Suho's blade arcs through the monster, slicing deeply with radiant precision. His feet land firmly as the beast collapses, lifeless, onto the blood. Soaked floor satisfied, he observes the system message, confirming the blood collector's defeat, and assesses the result, leveraging a healer. Exclusive ability, he enhances his weapon with holy energy. When silver merges with divine force, critical strikes become inevitable against the undead. His attention shifts as ominous footsteps signal the arrival of a greater enemy. A tall figure steps forward, cloaked in darkness, exuding overpowering malice. Identified as the Curse Prince, the enemy expresses rage at the loss of his minions. Unmoved, Suho calmly states his objective, to capture the boss of this domain. With blood erupting, the prince unleashes an enraged barrage across the throne room. Suho evades encounters, blades flashing against surging crimson energy. He speaks into his earpiece, questioning the prince's readiness to continue. A sinister orb forms in the prince's hand, pulsing with dense curse magic. Red mist coils as he raises the energy high, prepared to retaliate. Crashing downward, he begins his counterattack with destructive force and fury. Surrounded by a rising curtain of blood, Suho charges toward the source of the disturbance. He quickly realizes his vision is blocked, and the thick aura distorts his perception. Pausing, he steadies himself, preparing for the prince to emerge from any direction. A sudden strike comes from the side, and Suho instinctively raises his sword to intercept it. The Cursed Prince is surprised by Suho's reaction speed and ability to block. With sharpened focus, Suho explains that his superior sensing helped anticipate the attack. Though confident, Suho notices his attack didn't land properly as expected. The prince shrugs off the blow and retaliates with a powerful blood-based skill. He hovers mid-air, dark energy flaring, preparing a lethal move to end the duel. The Cursed Prince unleashes Blood Skull, a deadly power swirling in crimson, targeting Suho without mercy. Waves of red slash into Suho's body, tearing his flesh and forcing him to the ground. Refusing to fall, Suho draws on his inner strength and activates the healing spirit skill. A surge of blue energy floods the battlefield, catching the prince off guard and halting his advance. Suho steps forward, his hand glowing with radiant light as the healing completes. The Cursed Prince recoils, sensing foreign energy and demanding to know what Suho just did. No wounds remain. Suho stands tall, his body fully restored by the spirit is power. Despite his calm demeanor, Suho raises his sword, prepared for retaliation. With quiet confidence, he mocks the prince by offering to heal him as well. Suddenly, the prince's body reacts uncontrollably, his form twisting from within. Suho tightens his grip, ready to demonstrate the truth behind his mysterious healing. Raging, the Cursed One launches another attack, unwilling to accept defeat. Dark energy spirals wildly, releasing monstrous shrieks into the air. Suho dodges with precision and focuses energy into his blade. He strikes fast, cutting through the prince's defenses in one decisive motion. With a sharp swing, Suho slashes through the Cursed Prince's defenses and lands a solid hit. Red energy flares as the prince reels back, his arms twitching with rage. Launching forward, he counters fiercely, claws wide, and aim to rip Suho apart. Rather than retreat, Suho charges head on, glowing blade ready for another strike. He slips past the attack and carves through the enemy's side without pause. Blood sprays from the prince's mouth as he stumbles, eyes wide in disbelief. Suho leaps again, targeting the chest with flawless timing. In desperation, the prince calls forth a monstrous red form to turn the tide. The air powers clash mid-air, locking both in a violent explosion of energy. The blast sends shockwaves through the chamber, ripping apart stone and silence. Smoke clears slowly, revealing Suho, standing while his foe lies defeated. Not a word is spoken as Suho steps toward the collapsed vampire. Approaching cautiously, he watches the unmoving body on the floor. Kneeling beside him, Suho assumes the fight has ended. Without warning, fangs sink into his neck. He's been bitten by a royal vampire. Sinking his fangs deep, the vampire mocks Suho and demands his blood as tribute, gripping the attacker's face. Suho retaliates, shoving him off with a powerful strike. Calmly wiping his neck, he mutters that biting him was a desperate move. Collapsing to the floor, Suho groans as a strange transformation begins inside him. His vision blurs while an overwhelming thirst and headache take control, though the voice in his head insists it is too late. Suho refuses to submit. As transformation progress hits 50%, Suho digs into his inventory without hesitation. With holy water in hand, he prepares to purify before full conversion takes hold. At the critical moment, he smashes the vial, hoping it works in time. Unexpectedly, the purification fails, revealing that the domain itself is manipulated by the enemy. Observing his surroundings, Suho realizes the entire area and even the corpse has regenerated. Unshaken, he readies another plan. Understanding this is only the first phase. As corruption rises, Suho activates a hidden card stored within the system. New traits unlock: resistance, advanced regeneration, and vampire-related immunity. Blue energy surrounds him as transformation halts. He stabilized just before losing control. Having fulfilled the conditions, Suho triggered the second stage of Dragon Blood, confronting a massive dragon. Dragon armor responded instantly, granting dragonkins and halting any further transformation through resistance effects. As corrupted blood flowed into him, his damaged human frame was restored with enhanced capability. Energy stabilized within his body. Suho realized the chamber housed the hidden dragonkin power. Unlocking required, reaching level 50, and facing mental and physical danger threatening survival. Though one condition remained obscure, dragon research revealed it. Vampirism activated under mortal crisis. The vampirism trait appeared, sealed and marked as evidence of near-complete transformation. Acknowledging conflict between vampire and dragon blood, he abandoned plans to absorb vampire traits. Despite this, he accepted the outcome and turned his focus toward acquired skills. Rare blood techniques surfaced: blood-sucking, blood orb, and blood weapon. Used by noble, class vampires, slaying monsters, he extracted pure blood and stored it for future combat use. Shadow Spear was also enhanced, set to evolve through continuous battle. In the next room, ominous whispers echoed. Suho paused, sensing something unstable. A broken man mumbled in despair. Baffled Suho survived his curse-laden bite, without responding. Suho stepped forward. Phase 2 had begun. Tormented by his fate, the cursed prince triggered an explosion of blood energy across the chamber. Clutching his side, Suho reacted as the unstable power surged violently around him. Above them, blood burst through the ceiling, raining down. As the transformation began, a blood-soaked aura encased the prince, twisting his form into something far more menacing. Hatred boiled over as he vowed to destroy anyone who ever surpassed him. According to the system, he had evolved into an enraged level 80 cursed entity. Without hesitation, crimson tendrils lashed outward, targeting anything that stood in his path. Roars echoed as he released waves of pressure strong enough to shake the structure, ready for combat. Suho unsheathed his blade, aware this was no ordinary opponent. Demonic wings unfolded, amplifying the prince's already fearsome presence. Suho countered each blow, narrowly holding ground against the relentless assault. This wasn't just rage, it was calculated, dangerous strength. From above, Suho struck first, clashing midair in a fierce exchange. To his surprise, the enemy now fought with sharpened instincts, cautious but determined. Suho accepted the truth: this battle wouldn't end easily. Clashing midair, Suho evaded the cursed prince's brutal strike and countered with sharp precision. Energy shifted as holy power surged through his weapon, illuminating the chaotic battlefield. Confidently, he warned that rage alone couldn't stand against divine force. Their weapons collided again, blue light meeting red fury in a violent flash. Unimpressed, the prince scoffed at the holy aura and launched a crushing blow, landing hard. Suho realized divine strength alone wasn't enough to win this fight. Without hesitation, he drew blood from his hand, activating the forbidden blood weapon technique. A scarlet blade took form, radiating deadly energy that made even the prince hesitate. Recognition flashed in the enemy's eyes. This was a weapon, not meant for humans, demanding its surrender. The prince roared and lunged forward in fury. Sidestepping swiftly, Suho struck back, his blade glowing with renewed holy light. The counterattack landed cleanly, shocking the foe for the first time. Gripping his new weapon, Suho steadied himself for the deciding blow. Red wings burst forth as the prince screamed in blind rage. Momentum peaked as both forces collided with everything they had left. Suho blocked the incoming strike with a surge of energy, catching the enemy off guard. The cursed prince underestimated Suho's shield. Unaware, it absorbed and redirected blood-based attacks, charging forward. Suho countered with a decisive blow, piercing through the swirling red storm. Footsteps echoed as Suho stepped forward, closing in on the defeated figure, sprawled on the floor. A cold stare met the blood-soaked enemy, whose body still twitched despite suffering critical damage. Grinning wickedly, the silver-haired man mocked Suho, boasting that mere cuts couldn't bring him down. Without pause, Suho struck again, his palms smashing into the man's face with unrelenting force. He dismissed the threat with a quiet command, vowing not to let it interfere again. Breathing heavily, the enemy vowed revenge, relying on his regenerative abilities to recover. Dark chains erupted from the ground, binding the writhing body in place through shadow magic. Suho advanced without hesitation, watching as the foe struggled against the immobilizing grip. Blood drain activated, pulling crimson energy into a containment field known as the Blood Prison. Screams filled the room as the restrained man resisted the invisible grasp of the prison. Suho assessed the blood levels calmly, noting the capacity with a single glance. A memory surfaced. This man once worked as a healer caught in a hidden vampire dungeon. He failed the mission, fell to the cursed prince, and was bitten, becoming a vampire. Through healing magic, he neutralized the curse and restructured his abilities to turn the tide. Victorious but transformed, the Blood Monarch rose, feared worldwide as a monstrous villain. In the end, Suho claimed victory and turned the defeated foe into a useful informant. Dark energy surged as the demon soul sword absorbed every trace of the cursed prince's shadow. With the threat gone, Suho confirmed the gate's closure and earned recognition as its MVP. Several notifications appeared, rewarding him with experience, a bonus stat, and a full level up. A new gate began forming, pulsing ominously with crimson energy deep within the chamber. Though satisfied with the results, Suho regretted failing to capture the elusive vampire. Without warning, the system initiated a detailed scan of his abilities and potential. A rare trait called New Blood was granted, capable of merging all bloodlines flawlessly. Baffled but curious, Suho stared at the trait, unsure of its full implications. Suddenly, the seal on the vampire blood lifted, revealing hidden information and abilities. The blood's rank reached S, a level never recorded in vampire history. Compared to his trait, even the Blood Monarch's strength appeared lacking. Suho attributed his overwhelming success to the unmatched potential of New Blood. He reflected on the fortunate outcome, aware not everything would always align so well. With his task complete, Suho turned away, prepared for whatever came next. Suho declared his next move with confidence, ready to disrupt the balance at Nexus Guild. The massive building, housing the guild headquarters, stood tall, basking in the early morning light. Inside, a group of agents briskly moved through the halls toward an important meeting. An announcement reached the guild leader's office about Suho's planned visit the next day. Concerned by Suho's unpredictable nature, the leader advised everyone to prepare thoroughly. Baedong, Hyuk, head of Nexus, calmly acknowledged the report, already anticipating complications. At night, Suho returns to a well-lit apartment building after a long day of work. Inside, the living room is empty and quiet, showing signs someone recently stayed there. Suho peeks in cautiously and finds Jo-jin Hwi asleep on the couch, looking disheveled. Jo-jin Hwi wakes up and casually mentions Suho's victory in the Tower of Battle again. He explains that they're temporary roommates and partners, so he prepared drinks to celebrate. While waiting, Jin Hwi fell asleep, clearly tired, but still enthusiastic about their small party. Jin Hwi laughs confidently, predicting this kind of celebration will happen often from now on. They sit down to a meal, drinks on the table, the atmosphere gradually becoming more relaxed. Suho compliments the apartment, while Jin Hwi reveals how useful the local community app is. Jin Hwi admits he knew Suho was doing well from his blog, but underestimated his wealth. He reveals he is the youngest son of Daisen Group's chairman, an heir with a hidden life. Though from a powerful family, Jin Hwi explains his mother wasn't the chairman's official wife. He compares himself to an illegitimate child, a secret even among people at his company. Despite his lineage, Jin Hwi declined all power offers, choosing journalism out of interest and fun. Suho respects his choice and praises him, believing Jin Hwi excels at being a true journalist. Jo-jin Hwi humbly responds to the compliment, then admits he's never met a hunter like Suho. He proposes a toast, and Suho agrees without hesitation, the mood warm and relaxed. They clink glasses and celebrate, marking a moment of quiet camaraderie between hunter and journalist. The next morning, Jin Hwi yawns as he wakes up and strolls into the kitchen casually. He greets Suho and learns he'll be working through the weekend due to overwhelming tasks. Though Jin Hwi regrets drinking too much, Suho reassures him that the night was worth it. Jin Hwi jokes he can't rely on Suho's stories forever for content, despite their value. He suddenly compliments Suho again, then shifts the topic to their planned visit to Nexus. Excitedly, he shares that he reached level 50 and obtained new traits just the night before. Suho is stunned by the rapid level gain, questioning how Jin Hwe advanced so quickly. Jin Hwe shrugs off the disbelief and drinks casually, acting as if it's no big deal. He insists on lending Suho proper clothes for the Nexus meeting, pulling him away to prepare. As Suho resists, Jin Hwe pushes him to dress well, insisting image matters for big meetings. Later, Jin Hwe offers Suho a car, noting it's better than taking public transport with attention. Driving through the city in a flashy red car, Suho arrives at the destination, catching everyone's attention. Suho steps confidently out of a red sports car, drawing attention from the crowd around him. He reflects briefly on the flashy entrance, aware that it left a strong impression. Inside, he is welcomed by Dong, the Nexus Guild representative, and introduces himself calmly. Dong expresses concern about Suho's rapid growth and questions his long-term commitment to being a public hunter. Suho confirms his goal remains the Public Hunters Association, but admits joining Nexus is a strategic step. He clarifies that entering a private guild is only to gain experience before taking the Grade 5 exam. Suho explains further, revealing his plan to earn bonus points and apply psychological pressure through Nexus. He assures them it's a mutually beneficial arrangement, and he intends to contribute fully while at Nexus. Dong acknowledges the logic behind the strategy, but prepares to pose a deeper question. Dong recalls Suho's bold proposal from before, when his potential was still uncertain. Now, with every guild seeking him, Dong questions why Suho keeps returning only to Nexus. He warns that if Suho's true motive is manipulation, the offer will be withdrawn despite his talent. Despite Suho's qualifications, the official declined his request, citing personal reasons over professional judgment. Unfazed, Suho mentioned the Nexus Guild, whose mission he had observed during a recent speech. He recalled their vow to be Korea's leading force in closing all dimensional gates. Nexus had consistently led frontline efforts, aiding recovery after gate-related destruction across cities. Although aware of possible exploitation, Suho remained focused on offering his strength to worthy causes. Collaborating with both Nexus and the Grand Hunter Association was a strategic move in his eyes. The official relented but emphasized that Nexus alone couldn't manage the escalating gate threats. Government agencies labeled sealed gates as extreme risk zones, far beyond typical hunter capabilities. Red cubes locked in chains symbolized the catastrophic potential hidden behind classified portals. To benefit Nexus, Suho proposed tagging their name on every gate he cleared. Such recognition would rattle the balance of power within the hunter industry. Confidently, he promised to push Nexus to the top before his eventual departure. Though temporary, his presence would bring significant change, the official acknowledged. Beyond clearing gates, Suho planned to scout and train promising recruits. Kang Dae-han was already in his sights, a future asset worth investing in. Rumors about Dae-han's sudden weapon change surfaced, linking it to Suho's earlier recommendation. The woman voiced concern, questioning the risks if Dae-han had struggled in a tanker role. Suho clarified that his advice came after careful evaluation, and Dae-han delivered outstanding results. With a mix of surprise and reflection, she acknowledged his success. Initial data had predicted Dae-han would fail again, but Suho's guidance changed that outcome. Though slightly annoyed, she admitted the proposals presented were undeniably strong. Officials found rejecting Suho's offer difficult, without appearing unreasonable. One questioned his intent to tackle sealed gates, noting their restricted access status. Government protocols made such entries rare, prioritizing safety over power or influence. Suho proposed securing a sealed gate permit as proof of his intent. Going further, he pledged to clear one entirely before finalizing the deal. His boldness left the panel with little room to argue. Though a rookie under level 100, he didn't let that define him. Determined to shed the label, he sought results, not recognition. The official, impressed by his resolve, accepted with a confident smile, rather than rush. The representative insisted plans would resume only after Suho cleared the sealed gate. Moments later, Suho departed as the others watched him leave with cautious optimism. Without delay, instructions were given to assign a dedicated team to support Suho's missions. The secretary questioned the early preparations, unsure if confidence was premature. Still, the representative defended the move, saying it showed respect and intent. Both agreed Suho's conviction was real. His eyes held nothing but unwavering purpose. At the Hunter Association, the building loomed over its weary staff. Inside, one overwhelmed worker struggled with the pressure surrounding Suho's potential visit. Doubt lingered. Suho had clearly declined their prior invitations. Desperate ideas circulated, including offering false awards to lure him in. None seemed appropriate, especially with upper management rejecting hollow gestures. Caught between orders and conscience, they remained stuck without a clear solution. A sudden call broke the silence, catching the team leader off guard. Seeing an unknown number, he answered cautiously, puzzled by the caller. Hearing Suho's voice, he jolted upright, stunned that Suho had contacted them first. Chapter 33, a familiar sign marked Suho's quiet return to a modest eatery from his part-time days. While seated across from his guest, he casually remarked how long it had been since his last visit. To avoid constant interruptions, he explained, a secondary phone number had become necessary. Suho calmly instructed him to use that new number for future contact. Gratitude followed, paired with surprise that Suho hadn't cut ties completely. Curious, Suho asked whether pressure from the association had prompted this sudden outreach. Memories of the Tower of Challenge surfaced as Suho recalled being summoned immediately afterward. The request had seemed odd. Reports usually replaced personal visits in difficult missions. Eventually, he uncovered the truth: officials only wanted commemorative photos, not real input, rather than express anger. Suho admitted he'd already pieced everything together. Few showed fairness in such cases, yet his guest hadn't resorted to coercion or blame. Acknowledging that, Suho recognized his professionalism and restraint. With intentions clear, Suho announced he would now visit the association himself. Connecting with leadership and expressing personal thanks seemed both timely and beneficial. Before finishing the meal, he urged they proceed right after, taking quick initiative. The Korean Hunter Association headquarters stood tall, casting a long shadow under the clear sky. Upon entering, Suho was welcomed by the president himself, who expressed great enthusiasm for the meeting. Not missing the chance, the vice president chimed in, calling Suho a once-in-a-generation talent, maintaining composure. Suho responded with politeness, masking his inner frustration behind the courteous smile. Irritation brewed. He still found their presence distasteful, despite the years. When asked about joining, he confirmed without hesitation, repeating the goal stated in his exam interview. He reminded them that, as a gate orphan, ending the threat was his lifelong mission rather than just serve. He aimed to prevent corrupt leadership from damaging the organization further. Resolving inwardly, Suho planned to oust the president before his term concluded. Compliments flowed again, this time highlighting Suho's integrity and lack of material ambition. Though flattering on the surface, their admiration reeked of manipulation. Suho replied with practiced gratitude, knowing their praise was meant to control, not celebrate. Annoyance stirred as he realized Park likely arranged the visit to boost his own standing. Memories of previous gate events, riddled with delays and vanity, resurfaced sharply. Asked about his preferred role, Suho answered directly. He wanted to be stationed in gate operations. Within the association, gate access was prioritized over private guilds, offering early entry to their teams. The gate division handled both initial inspections and joined operations during raids when necessary. Although considered the most hazardous role, Suho's resolve made him an ideal candidate for it. Proposing a gesture of support, one official suggested rewarding Suho with personal access to a gate. Others hesitated, noting most gates available were sealed or classified as high-difficulty zones. Despite the risks, Suho insisted on facing them, viewing it as his duty to protect lives. The president welcomed Suho's conviction, assigning team leader Jeong to handle preparations. Caught off guard, Jeong faltered, but complied under mounting pressure from above. Suho responded, confidently, promising to credit the association after completing the assignment. Discontent simmered as Jeong reflected on how lethal sealed gates had proven in past missions. Rather than strategic, the move felt reckless, ignoring the severity of what sealed gates meant. Even so, Suho remained focused, while others brushed off the potential loss of life. To leadership, raid success outweighed casualties, making sacrifice a background concern. Suho revealed his intent to attempt level 5 certification by year's end. Although tempted to gain experience in a guild, rigid contracts left him uncertain. Suho considered Nexus, a place that might better support his goal before taking the public exam. Joining Nexus could naturally connect him to the Hunter Association and strengthen his position. Just then, a visitor named Si Seongwol arrived, prompting an unexpected reaction from Suho. Seongwol entered confidently, disrupting the atmosphere with his sudden appearance. From the corner, Suho remained seated, caught off guard by the man's timing. With a smirk, Seongwol acknowledged Suho's presence and hinted that his arrival had intent. Inside the office, a composed man noticed someone had already arrived before him. He tried to excuse himself, but the staff insisted he stay and meet the guest. With a welcoming smile, the man introduced Hunter An Suho, a tower challenger of renown. Recognition lit up Pi Seong-yeol's face as he realized who stood before him. Grateful for the opportunity, he admired Suho's reputation while appreciating the president's connection. Extending his hand eagerly, Pi introduced himself, and Suho responded with a polite handshake. Compliments flowed as Pi praised Suho's accomplishments and strength. Suho remained courteous, but internally questioned the unexpected encounter. The mood shifted when the president revealed Suho's intent to apply for the 5th grade public exam. Talks intensified as the topic of the sealed gate surfaced. Pi hesitated, clearly uneasy about the dangers Suho willingly accepted. Still, Suho affirmed his understanding of the risks, with calm resolve. Wishing him success, Pi subtly expressed concern about the path chosen. To prevent such talent from being wasted, he offered full support. However, another man interrupted, revealing Suho's actual interest in the gate department. Suho's ambition is clear. He intends to eliminate the gates permanently by using the priority pass. Recognizing the potential, Pi Seong-yeol proposes that the special department can also support that goal. Turning toward his colleague, he asks for confirmation, and team leader Jeong reluctantly agrees. Speculation begins about the consequences if Suho passes the challenging 5th grade civil exam. While offering his support, Jeong seems aware of how this could complicate their hierarchy. Suho quietly reflects that outranking Jeong might make future cooperation more difficult. The meeting wraps up as the president suggests continuing the conversation with team leader Jeong. Expressing gratitude, Suho exits with Jeong, both walking side by side in silence. Neither speaks, but the weight of decisions ahead hangs heavy in the quiet corridor. Jeong admits his concern, urging caution due to the sealed gate's extreme risk. Despite the warning, Suho listens respectfully and appreciates the sincerity behind the advice. Jeong emphasizes the deadly nature of these missions, ones even the government closely monitors. Fully aware of the danger, Suho remains composed and informed about sealed gate protocols. He calmly dismisses fear, placing his trust in his experience and preparation. Confidently, Suho declares his knowledge of the nameless sword gate. He knows how to clear it. The nameless sword gate square in Gyeonggu stands heavily guarded as Suho and his team approach. Upon arrival, guards instruct them to remain in place while entry protocols are handled. Suho observes the tension in the air despite civilian oversight. The zone clearly operates like a military base. Major Kim Jong-woo greets Suho formally, acknowledging his presence with professional courtesy. Without delay, he informs the group that team leader Jong awaits further ahead. Escorted by soldiers, the party begins moving through dense greenery toward the gate site. A large, metallic structure comes into view, drawing attention with its unusual material composition. Built with superalloys and iron, it contains gate creatures and minimizes dangerous shockwaves. Suho notes its complexity. Every layer of protection shows how seriously the threat is treated. Jeong greets them warmly and notes their effort to reach the site. When asked, Suho introduces the cheerful man beside him as reporter Jo Jin. The reporter politely explains he's only there to document the raid with limited photos. Light humor breaks the formality as Joe requests everyone remember his face. A soldier quietly inquires about Suho's level. Surprised to hear the answer 51. Permission is granted immediately, with a reminder that the gate will seal once he enters. Suho stands before the sealed gate, confidently assuring the team leader of his readiness. Although asked for specifics, he avoids explanation, comparing it loosely to the Tower of Challenge. He reminds them of their agreement. If he clears this gate, they must support him further. Just before entering, Suho promises his return, requesting only 1 hour inside. His body begins to glow as the gate activates, pulling him into the sealed domain. The massive door slams shut behind him, leaving only swirling energy in his wake. The gate accepted An Suho as the team watched from behind, anxiety shadowing their expressions. Rather than follow, they stood back, placing their trust in him despite the danger. Questions arose about sending a healer into a zone where raw strength mattered most. To their surprise, Suho's healer title was only technical. His swordsmanship surpassed all expectations. Back during the practical exam, he eliminated every monster without casting a single healing spell. Instead of support magic, pure combat ability carried him through and secured his certification. Few believed it at first, but the results made doubt impossible. Protecting others while slaying enemies proved his dual capability beyond official classification. Now his challenge lay within the nameless sword gate rumored to house death itself. Bright forest light filtered through as Suho advanced calmly, alone once again. Each step reminded him of previous failures barely survived. Still, he pressed forward, unwilling to retreat from the place that once broke him. Sudden movement triggered the system's alert. The boss had emerged. A giant, armored figure stepped into view, its level unreadable, facing it head on. Suho stood ready, sword drawn and resolve unwavering. A brilliant glow erupted as the nameless swordsman initiated the battlefield mechanic. During its activation, both combatants shared identical stats, erasing any external advantages. Within this space, only swords were permitted, no additional weapons or abilities allowed. Suho dashed forward, blade drawn, meeting the enemy's first strike head on. Momentum carried them into the air, surrounded by a vortex of force and pressure. Blades collided repeatedly, Suho pressing the attack with relentless precision. Circling swiftly, the knight adjusted his stance after each engagement. Suho noted the refined technique reducing recoil through rotational movement. Even so, raw skill alone wouldn't guarantee victory against such an evolving adversary. Adapting quickly, the knight mirrored Suho's rhythm with a new sword style. Constant shifts in form made his approach dangerously unpredictable. Thankfully, Suho relied on hard-won experience to counter every unpredictable angle. An opening appeared. Suho's strike landed cleanly against the knight's armored chest. No sound followed. The enemy stood silent, reeling from the impact. Suho advanced again, resolute in finishing the duel on his terms. Suho's strike landed again, continuing his aggressive momentum against the armored opponent. He declared this was his 7th challenge, hinting at past failures and determination. Swinging wide, Suho drove the knight back, forcing another retreat. His stance shifted low as he blocked an incoming attack with precise timing. The impact forced distance between them, scattering leaves as Suho stood his ground. Manny had speculated about the entity inside the armor, curious about its true form. Recalling the moment he uncovered the truth, Suho remembered his deep disappointment. Despite public admiration for the nameless swordsman, the reality was far less noble. Behind the fearsome title stood only a remnant, a shell driven by sword obsession. Suho raised his blade and struck first, initiating the clash without hesitation. The armored enemy countered swiftly, meeting the attack with equal force, and pressing Suho back. Both weapons collided mid-air, releasing energy as the duel escalated with synchronized intensity. Leaping forward, Suho landed a precise slash across the enemy's side, drawing a visible wound. Despite the injury, the swordsman retaliated with a spinning strike that forced Suho on defense. Responding instantly, Suho dashed in again and delivered a clean blow through the enemy's torso. Momentum shifted as the opponent charged. Suho adjusted his stance and read the movement clearly. He revealed his strategy, predicting every step by analyzing the enemy's footwork. Capitalizing on that knowledge, he struck decisively, overwhelming the armored swordsman's final defense. The battle ended. System notifications confirmed Suho's victory and the gate's successful clearance. He offered silent gratitude, recognizing the value gained from this encounter. Acknowledging growth, Suho credited the swordsman for shaping his path to becoming the sword god. Turning away, he promised to remember the fallen warrior and accepted his reward. Although the enemy left no body to absorb, the sword remained behind. Suho retrieved the blade, content it was enough to bring him closer to his goal. He seized the sword and activated its latent power without hesitation. A surge of blue light confirmed that the weapon had been successfully used. Energy coiled around him as the sword's essence fused into his own technique. Peace surrounded the facility, masking the intensity unfolding within. Inside, staff monitored the situation, acknowledging Suho's skill but expecting a lengthy battle. While they waited, one member stepped out to patrol the perimeter. An urgent voice broke the silence, alerting the room to unexpected results. Wide-eyed, a technician shouted the sealed gate had just been cleared. On screen, Suho appeared, standing alone as mist faded behind him. Startled agents rushed to meet him, voices raised in disbelief. Simonin pointed out he'd defeated the infamous enemy in less than an hour. Another reminded them of the sword's history, over 200 lives lost. Brushing off concern, Suho assured them everything was fine. He downplayed the feat, calling it simple. One man stared in silence, unable to understand Suho's terrifying composure. A soldier suggested taking a photo to document the cleared gate. Although hesitant, the major agreed when told it was for official record. Once the setup was ready, they gathered to take the proof photo together. Suho explained the scene and named those present: the major, the official, and the manager. He introduced the journalist, Jin Hu Wei-cho, sent to verify the photo's authenticity. Pleased Jin, we announced himself as Suho's exclusive reporter and PBS correspondent. Questions followed quickly. How had Suho entered and cleared the gate so easily? In response, Suho simply stated he met the president and went in to finish it. The staff stood stunned by his bluntness, unable to grasp how he did it alone. Suho clarified further and asked to move forward with the contract. He proposed 2 terms, full support during his stay and release if he passed recruitment. While already in contact with other guilds, he affirmed Nexus would be his training ground. The manager smiled and accepted, impressed by Suho's confidence. He warned there would be plenty of responsibility from now on. Suho accepted without hesitation, sealing the deal with a firm handshake. Evening traffic shimmered under the city lights as Suho quietly observed from the passenger seat. Jo-jin, HTBY, casually gripping the wheel, offered to take over the return drive. To show appreciation for Suho's regular reports, he insisted on doing at least this much. Switching from sports cars, Joe commented on how surprisingly smooth sedans felt. Without warning, he revealed he'd bought one not just for himself but also for Suho's. Skipping the office didn't bother him. After all, he'd gathered multiple exclusives in one day. Suho left the article structure to Gio, mentioning sealed gate strategy or Nexus intel as options. Gio, curious, asked how Suho had been so sure about clearing the nameless sword. Confidence came from knowing it was a pure swordsmanship test, and he exceeded the Sword Emperor. Despite the Sword Emperor's bloody record, Suho didn't waver. He explained that the enemy copied stats, but lacked skill variations. Victory depended not on power but on refined, unmatched technique. Joe asked if Suho possessed any sword-related abilities. Suho calmly confirmed having an S-rank unique skill. Startled, Joe slammed the brakes, eyes wide with journalistic excitement. Joe emphasized the importance of releasing reports steadily to maintain public interest and narrative clarity. Grateful and curious, he praised Suho's ability to engage and captivate people. Suho accepted Joe's earlier doubts with ease and confirmed his plan to rest for the day. The sun dipped below the horizon as Suho returned home and entered his quiet apartment. Stretching out on his bed, he noted how his body showed no fatigue despite the day. With energy still intact, he summoned his status window to assess remaining stat points. Determined, Suho reviewed the requirements for unlocking the rare unified perk. He confirmed each stat had reached red rank, carefully aligning them to meet all conditions. The moment everything aligned, a notification announced his success in gaining the coveted ability. Excitement surged as Suho jumped up, realizing he had unlocked something he'd never imagined. He acknowledged how he never considered trying before, but it exceeded his expectations. Now fully upgraded, his red-ranked stats felt more powerful than ever. Suho promised himself he would manage his growth wisely from this point on. Just as he began to relax, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. Seeing Gyu Yonhwa's name, he answered with a calm smile, ready for what came next. Suho lay resting when Yonhwa commented on his relaxed tone, prompting him to act more formal. Surprised that the article had already been published, Suho admitted he hadn't yet seen the public response. Rather than continue over the phone, she insisted they meet in person, though Suho preferred not to. Yonhwa pushed for an answer, reminding Suho that her group hadn't accepted his offer yet. He suggested a meeting at Nexus Academy the next day, which she said was inconvenient. Due to conflicting schedules among her team, assembling everyone during the day would be difficult. Without sympathy, Suho declared they didn't seem desperate enough and hung up after provoking a reaction. Frustrated, Yonhwa yelled back, eventually agreeing to attend the meeting at the set time. The following day, her team appeared at the academy, visibly agitated from sacrificing their own plans. Arriving at the appointed place, Yonhwa demanded an explanation for the sudden summons. Suho calmly promised to explain everything shortly and turned toward the gathered group. Without warning, a hostile man entered, declaring his deadly intent toward everyone present. Suho stood before the group, his silent presence prompting unease among the new recruits. A clipboard was handed over without warning, accompanied by a firm demand to complete it immediately. Their suspicion flared, but he clarified it was merely a record of personal skills, not a waiver. Rather than selecting just anyone, Suho sought capable individuals to operate covertly under his command. He promised to push them to their limits through harsh training designed to unlock their potential. Trust became the foundation, as he urged them to disclose their abilities truthfully for future missions. Training commenced at Nexus Academy, where Suho presented each member with a powerful black access card. The exclusive facility ensured privacy, while guest passes covered additional needs during their sessions. Just then, a separate request surfaced. He remembered his obligation to meet Hunter Kangdae-han. A virtual gateway activated, transporting the team into a simulation known as Kunlun. They emerged in a remote mountain zone, A new battleground for their transformation. Standing unified in uniform, the group braced themselves as Suho prepared custom training scenarios. Combat skills would determine survival, and their current abilities weren't enough to face future threats. Suho dismissed any illusions of safety, warning that no plan could outmatch raw strength. To truly endure, they had to become protectors, not just of themselves, but of their allies too. Raising a hand, Suho signaled the trainees to begin by selecting their first combat weapon. Blue holographic swords shimmered before them, prompting surprise and hesitation from those unfamiliar with swordsmanship. He reminded them that in this space, only sword training was allowed, no external powers permitted. Standing firmly, Suho delivered their first task, attempt to kill him using everything they had. Without delay, the trainees launched their assault, blades slicing through the air with fierce momentum. Momentum surged as the spar began, metal clashing under the pressure of their coordinated offensive. Suho, unfazed, moved with fluid precision, dodging each strike effortlessly. He retaliated in swift bursts, knocking several trainees backward before they could regroup. Despite injuries, the team endured and adapted, slowly improving their timing and formation. The group circled him, cautiously adjusting positions to anticipate his next move. Rather than slow down, Suho attacked again, pushing them into disarray. A counterattack followed, but his speed dismantled their attempt with ease. Mocking taunts accompanied each strike, aimed squarely at their civilian pasts. Their protests failed to stop his verbal jabs, which landed as sharply as his blade. Gripping his sword tightly, one trainee burned with resolve to silence his relentless barrage. From above, the trainees descended in unison, blades aimed with raw aggression toward their target. Calmly observing their charge, Suho emphasized that true strength included mental resilience inside a gate. In one swift motion, his strike exploded outward, halting their momentum and breaking their formation. While they reeled from the blow, Suho explained that becoming a warrior required enduring pain. On the ground, the recruits gasped for breath, clearly worn down from the onslaught. Instead of continuing himself, he summoned a replica to lead the rest of the sparring. A glowing clone materialized, mirroring Suho in both appearance and combat ability. Without hesitation, the copy provoked them, mocking their hesitation and daring them to attack. Frustration replaced fear as the group burned with the desire to land a single blow. After training, Suho returned inside and placed a call to the Nexus director. They reviewed the recent article, discussing backlash from Suho's sudden shift to a private guild. Assurance came through strategy. Managing public sentiment would soften the wave of criticism. Still on the line, Suho received another call about the sealed gate report. Rather than deflect, he confirmed his next move without hesitation. His goal was set: challenge the second sealed gate and face what awaited beyond. News spreads rapidly as Suho clears the Tower of Trials and confronts a sealed gate alone. His achievement shocks the public, with headlines calling him a divine player surpassing the Sword Emperor. Speculation brews when he joins Nexus, raising questions about abandoning his civil servant dream. Grinning at the reactions, Suho scrolls through online comments, finding them predictable. He approaches the team leader, casually asking if the Swamp of Despair gate has been approved. Faced with internal pressure, the department finally fast-tracks the permit due to his rising status. While walking through headquarters, Suho discusses confidential matters regarding the association president's agreement. Though the details are private, his commitment to taking the public service exam remains firm. After exchanging light banter, both men head out, ready to challenge the perilous rank gate. Onlookers stare anxiously as Suho steps toward the Swamp of Despair. Known for claiming every hunter's life, confidence and doubt collide. One bets on his triumph, the other prepares for failure. Uncertainty lingers as they monitor the deadly gate's ominous glow. In mere moments, the gate line vanishes, leaving everyone in disbelief. Confused voices debate the time. Some say 10 minutes, others guess 20. Then reality strikes. Suho conquered the gate in under 5. Roughly 5 minutes earlier, Suho met the gate's condition and proceeded into the Swamp of Despair. A glowing portal revealed a massive staircase stretching into darkness, its end obscured by mystery. No records or survivors existed. Challengers vanished without leaving behind any knowledge or warnings. Those who perished became lifeless statues, their bodies displayed beside the stairs for eternity. The gate earned its grim name long before the trial's mechanics were ever understood, unfazed by fear or legend. Suho calmly ascended the stairs with unwavering focus. Despair attempted to grip him, but mental debuffs had no effect on his fortified mind. Through dragon blood, he nullified all corruption and walked forward without hesitation. Rather than slow down, his pace remained steady and confident. To him, the gate's infamous difficulty meant nothing thanks to his resistance. Its challenge became the reason he selected it as his second target. Fewer statues appeared with each step, proof that few had made it this far. A legendary predecessor once cleared the gate but failed to save those trapped within. When he touched their bodies, they crumbled into dust, unrecoverable. Suho ended the trial alone, receiving rewards as he quietly honored their memory. With a confident smile, Suho requested the final reward from the Swamp of Despair. He obtained the Ring of Emotions, a rare rank S item capable of extracting emotional energy, once used to heal others. The ring had fallen into villain hands this time. Suho vowed to protect it. Placing the ring on his finger, Suho stepped forward onto the cursed staircase once more. The same despair returned, but dragon blood neutralized all mental effects as before. Detecting black energy, the ring began drawing the target's strongest emotion directly into itself. Intense waves of emotion surged into the ring, its glow reflecting maximum capacity reached. Though it wasn't enough to purify the entire staircase, Suho accepted the limit. With the trial complete, he calmly exited only to be swarmed by reporters at the gate. Media and staff bombarded him with praise, shock, and countless questions about his record-breaking time. Despite the chaos, Suho remained composed, while the others prepared for an official announcement. From afar, higher-ups quietly discussed how he cleared a gate more dangerous than the Sword Emperors. At Nexus HQ, disbelief spread, as executives tried to comprehend Suho's feat. Just then, a call arrived, one that surprised even the CEO, Baoi, Duke. On the line was Kang Min Woo, president of the Public Hunters Association, requesting a private discussion. Chapter 40. While a phone call unfolds, urgent matters regarding Hunter on Suho and sealed gates are discussed. Rather than delay, a dinner meeting is suggested to handle the situation discreetly and efficiently. Just then, Chief Kim arrives, coincidentally in perfect time, seeking contact with Suho. Suho rides with a reporter, who prepares to upload an article about the Despair Swamp incident. Conversation shifts briefly to food reviews, revealing Suho's lighthearted hobby amid serious duties. Drawing energy from the interaction, he absorbs white aura and approaches a bustling city center. A traditional building welcomes Suho, where staff escort him through elegant halls. He enters a formal dining space, greeted by executives, and positioned beside CEO BA. Noting the guest's status, Suho quietly scans the room, recognizing influential figures in attendance. Surprised to see Special Unit Chief Pai, he senses something larger behind the gathering. Praise follows quickly. Suho's feat of conquering a sealed gate in minutes leaves a strong impression. They raise glasses, honoring his achievement. Suho then prepares to share a formal proposal. Everyone toasts. Suho's words are simple, focused on unity and shared goals. The topic of contracts arises, revealing CEO Bai's choice to omit Suho's term limit. Acknowledging Suho's national value, BAE emphasizes support over personal gain, a sentiment others seem to echo. Praise fills the room as association leaders express their eagerness to welcome Suho into their ranks. One mentions the president's plan to issue a letter of appreciation in recognition of Suho's efforts. Such a letter, essentially a pass for high-level exams, reflects the gravity of Suho's achievements. Rather than boast, Suho attributes his success to the trust and support given by his superiors. A curious official requests insight into how Suho overcame the Despair Swamp's deadly nature. Internally, Suho notes the official's probing interest mirrors that of someone from his past life. Avoiding full disclosure, Suho vaguely describes the swamp as housing nothing but a staircase, cautiously using tools to test each step. He cleared the gate without direct confrontation. His calculated method contrasts with the brute force approaches most hunters rely on. Summonon questions his level. Suho responds that he is currently only at level 53. The group assumes he must possess a rare trait to compensate for his low rank. Suho quietly senses their intent. His abilities might be exploited if he's not cautious. He clarifies he's a healer who primarily uses swordsmanship, having gained the path of the sword. Their response lacks enthusiasm, treating him as a convenient tool rather than an equal. Despite hidden resentment, the others promise support, urging him to develop his healing side further. In light of the president's request, CEO BA commits to providing as much assistance as possible. Serving as a bridge between Nexus and the association becomes his stated objective. Before raising his glass, another official asks Suho to remember his support in the field. Rather than remain silent, Suho vows to clear every gate in Korea for the nation's safety. Lively laughter fills the room as drinks are poured in celebration of his resolve. Later he exits the venue under moonlight and exchanges goodbyes before stepping into a car. A casual question about smoking leads to Pai's song, Yo lighting up beside Suho. He extends his business card, promising Soho direct access whenever needed. Asked about his residence, Soho mentions temporarily staying at a hotel due to public attention. Comments about fame spark criticism from PI, who dismisses it as the country's unhealthy obsession. To him, emotional admiration carries no value, just another exploitable sentiment. He warns that rapid influence invites danger, likening it to willingly offering up one's soul. Suho's candid nature draws a laugh, prompting Pai to propose strengthening their connection early. An invitation follows joining the Gate Management Department's special unit under his guidance. Though he keeps his expression neutral, Suho concludes internally, the trap has been triggered. While the event concluded, Suho remained, prompting curiosity. His persistence clearly wasn't without purpose. Rather than rely on hearsay, he chose direct contact, signaling a calculated move to build trust. Offering no resistance, he welcomed being used as long as it meant earning his place. Ambition sparked in Suho's eyes, catching the man's attention. That alone set him apart. Although close to team leader Jeong, Suho prioritized forging new ties, starting here. He pointed out that practical connections mattered more than lofty titles or brief encounters. Grateful for the praise, Suho expressed eagerness to join. Even through irregular means, official routes were limited, but the ring of emotion deepened his apparent sincerity. Its enchantment simulated love temporary, but enough to tilt odds in his favor. Despite appearances, his intentions hadn't shifted. The Daehan Association remained his goal. Securing a rare special recruitment depended on careful timing and influence. Still, exceptional justification, like a unit shortage, would be necessary to make it happen. To qualify, Suho needed to demonstrate irreplaceable value. Gate assaults were notable, but hardly unique among candidates. Targeting awakened criminals would offer the impact required to seal his future. Rather than press him, the man casually suggested catching a wanted criminal might impress the higher-ups. Without hesitation, Suho asked for a target, but the man left the choice up to him. Confident, Suho accepted the challenge, ready to prove his worth through decisive action. Impressed by Suho's composure, the man noted how others usually flinch at such tasks. Memories of being mocked as Blade Guy surfaced, a title given before gaining recognition. That title faded after he defeated the swordsman, earning his rival's respect and real name. The enchanted ring had subtly influenced perceptions, helping Suho secure favorable terms. He decided to play along with the opportunity, seeing it as a shortcut to his goal. Before long, he arrived at a rundown apartment, activating mana detection to scan the area. A surge of energy flared as Suho stormed inside, catching the criminals off guard. Panic erupted as they scrambled, shouting questions and sprinting in all directions, calmly stepping forward. Suho stood face to face with the startled gang. Mockery followed, one thug accusing Suho of being drunk or delusional. Instead of arguing, he exposed their involvement in e-wallet thefts without hesitation. Finally, Suho demanded the release of Seo Kiwon, the captive they'd been hiding. Doubt spread among the gang as they questioned Suho's identity and debated their next move, smirking. He welcomed the confrontation, taunting them to give chase. In response, dark energy surged from his hand. His skill Ghost Shadow activated instantly. Chains lashed out, binding one target in midair with no room to react. Quick footwork let Suho dodge a blade and counter without delay. Before the others could regroup, he closed the gap, suppressing resistance efficiently. Despite taking a shallow cut, Suho kept his composure and retaliated calmly. Blood shifted shape in his hand, forming a weapon under his control. With swift precision, he disabled the enemy, opting to subdue rather than kill. Momentum stayed on Suho's side as he restrained another with a clean strike. Fear erupted among the remaining thugs, their confidence shattered. Standing tall, Suho ordered them to stay down or suffer worse. After storing the subdued group in a subspace realm, he refocused. The time had come to check on Seo Kiwon's condition inside. There, lying unconscious, was the man he came to save, Meteor, Seo Kiwon. A trembling hand pressed against the floor, signaling the return of consciousness. His eyes blinked open, disoriented and bruised, struggling to grasp the moment. From across the room, a composed stranger approached, introducing himself as An Suho. Shock rippled across the injured man's face upon hearing that name. He stumbled backward, recalling news headlines and questioning the fate of his former captors. Instead of answering, Suho activated a skill that began drawing in unstable emotions. Thin streams of energy swirled around the man, easing the torment clouding his mind. From above, Suho simply noted the effect was necessary due to the man's mental state, confused. The man wondered if punishment awaited him, despite having acted under duress. Suho countered, stating captivity voids, guilt where choice never existed. When asked how he was found, Suho revealed a hidden foresight ability. Though never shared before, Suho admitted he saw the man's crucial role in future events. Still clutching his chest, the man muttered disbelief at being needed. Yet the system recognized him a unique talent hidden beneath trauma. With the tower's threat rising, Suho knew this broken survivor had a part to play. Memories of failure lingered in Suho's mind. He hadn't saved them when it mattered most. This time, he vowed there'd be no regret, not for Seo Kinsho, nor the world. While overlooking the city, Suho admitted he couldn't change fate alone and extended his hand. Kinsho froze, torn between fear and hope, barely able to form words in response. Emotions swirled again, triggering the ring to react and absorb his lingering doubt. No longer was it just escape. Joining Suho meant confronting the evil that once enslaved him. A clenched fist symbolized rising conviction, directed at the one misusing power he now possessed. Instead of running, he stood upright, still shaken, yet willing to move forward. His voice trembled, but his decision was clear. He'd help and stand beside Suho. Suho praised his heart, then suggested they eat before discussing the mission. Sliding slippers across the floor, he proved even small kindnesses were part of his foresight. A soft expression formed. Suho acknowledged Kinsho's suffering without judgment. Sharing food brought quiet relief. Kinsho hadn't felt this normal in years. While eating, curiosity surfaced. He cautiously asked about Suho's choice of affiliation. Suho answered plainly, only official authority could stop what was coming. Suho assured Kinsho that joining Daehun meant he'd never suffer like that again. With a calm nod, Kinsho accepted the offer and placed his trust in him. Changing the subject, Suho proposed they settle things with the men from Kinsho's past. Perplexed, Kinsho hesitated until memories returned, igniting his anger. Payback came swiftly. Blows landed without mercy as he faced his former tormentors. Suho arrived as the last one fell, observing silently while Kinsho caught his breath. That marked the seventh opponent. Kinsho reported it almost casually. With a gesture, Suho released calming energy to aid mental recovery. Not long after, a suited agent appeared, casually greeting them amidst the wreckage. Appreciating the backup, Suho welcomed the agent and explained the situation. Though battered, the criminals were healed in advance of transfer. The agent laughed, impressed by Suho's efficiency and blunt execution style. Rather than criticism, the senior officer called Suho's approach effective. He noted that Kinsho's powers had been exploited in prior crimes. That ability, rare and potent, marked Kinsho as someone to watch closely. With the collected files in hand, Suho showed clear proof that Kiwon had been kidnapped and forced to use his trait. The senior officer examined every page, gradually realizing Suho intended only to protect the victim. After noting the trait's lack of combat value, the officer concluded Kiwon held no importance for gate operations. Suho then asked that Kiwon face no punishment, stressing the boy's suffering during captivity. Hearing this, the officer accepted the request and prepared to close the case in Kiwon's favor. A promise of compensation followed, earning a grateful response from Suho before they moved on. Questions emerged about Suho's involvement, prompting the officer to ask how he discovered the situation. Suho stated he had found the plea for help and rushed over once he confirmed its authenticity. Impressed, the officer reaffirmed his commitment to Suho's upcoming secret recruitment. Later, Suho brought Kiwon to a spacious apartment, telling him to follow without worry. Kiwon expressed awe at the place, but Suho explained it belonged to a reporter currently away. Permission to stay had been granted, and Suho reminded him to keep the foresight trait undisclosed. Once settled, Kiwon wondered what steps he should take as part of Suho's team. Suho reviewed the timeline, noting Kiwon unlocked his level -50 trait just before being abducted. Acknowledging this, Kiwon prepared himself for whatever guidance Suho planned next. To begin Kiwon's progress, Suho suggested leveling up now to avoid future trait overload issues. Instead of tagging along on raids, Kiwon was told to develop independently for proper growth. Their first step was connecting to the network essential for activating and training the digitization ability. After checking the skills description, Suho confirmed joint access was possible and initiated the process. Kiwon digitized successfully, glowing with system effects as he linked into the digital environment. Soon, both appeared inside a vast virtual landscape, modeled after a real-world setting. For the first time, Suho wasn't alone in the network, noting how unusual it felt. Kiwon explored the scenery, identifying it as a virtual vineyard, rendered like a Windows wallpaper. Although visually realistic, food inside the space had no flavor or scent, just hollow data projections. Curious about progression, Kiwon asked how leveling worked in this environment. Suho clarified that experience points accumulate when systems recognize valid actions, even in simulations. Unlike fake VR, this world imposed real damage and real risk. making mistakes costly. They approached a folder named Free File Cleaner, which Suho identified as a virus zone. Fighting digital threats inside would simulate monster battles, ideal for leveling and combat testing. Before entering, Suho reminded him, injuries sustained here carry over to reality, so caution was critical. Cautious steps carried Suho and Kiwon forward, as the strange receptionist offered a polite greeting. A long staff flew into Kiwon's hands. Suho had already anticipated his class and weapon type. Moments later, the environment darkened as the system's welcome triggered the trap sequence. Virus monsters erupted into view, flooding the room in red static and distorted code. Facing the chaos, Kiwon hesitated while Suho charged straight into the swarm blades of crimson energy, cut through the threats as Suho unleashed his blood weapon. Knowing time was limited, Suho moved quickly to thin out the numbers. At a safe distance, Kiwon cast digital spells, attacking as instructed from the rear. Victory arrived after relentless effort, leaving only silence and scattered data fragments. Collapsing from exhaustion, Kiwon expressed surprise at how much he had leveled. Rather than continue, Suho suggested taking a break before pushing further. Once home, Suho checked the hunter board for updates. A report on an S-rank gate immediately caught his attention. Without hesitation, he contacted the association and claimed the gate mission. All rewards, he stated firmly, should be sent directly to him. A catastrophic gate erupted into the sky, its swirling energy marking the start of another crisis. Terrifying beasts surged out, overrunning the land as panic spread across the region. Meanwhile, Suho received intel and was immediately tasked with assessing the unfolding situation. At Paju Nexus Academy, the break room buzzed quietly until a familiar figure approached. Smiling, Kang Han extended his hand, expressing his excitement to see Suho again. He credited his exam success to Suho's earlier guidance and showed genuine respect. When asked about his current status, Han admitted he was still in training. Rather than wait, Suho offered him a chance to gain real experience alongside him. Han, eager and motivated, accepted the opportunity without hesitation. Without delay, Suho activated the gate, initiating their mission on the spot. An ambush broke out moments after arrival, catching several off guard. As chaos spread, orders were shouted and formations quickly adjusted. A teammate was struck hard, blood marking the sudden escalation. Reacting instantly, Suho launched forward, cutting through the enemy's advance. Though battered, the group regrouped, rallying behind their leader's unshaken resolve. One fighter fumed with rage, swearing vengeance, while Suho stood nearby, silently observing the outburst. Without warning, Suho made a dry comment that surprised the others and broke the tension. Reactions varied, some chuckled. Others stared unsure whether he was joking or just serious. From Suho's perspective, the team's expressions had hardened. Repeated death had dulled their fear. To address the new addition, Suho called attention to two fresh recruits joining the squad. Veterans stood lined up as introductions were made, establishing roles and expectations for everyone. Determination burned in one trainee's eyes as he declared his relentless drive for revenge. Suho pointed toward the fire, lit veterans, using them as examples of necessary grit. Without delay, he ordered both newcomers to begin training alongside the experienced fighters. Special roles were assigned mage, tank, and striker, ensuring balance within the formation. Suho stressed the need for formal titles to strengthen their sense of unity. Having issued his orders, he exited, leaving them to adapt and cooperate as a team. Uncertainty filled the group, but they were reminded that reality would teach them faster than words. A sharp command cut through hesitation, urging them to act instead of freeze. Soon after, the journey resumed as the vehicle rolled toward the outskirts of Paju village. After the cab stopped near a damaged sign, Suho continued deeper into the restricted zone on foot. By activating both nothingness and colorless solitude, he erased his presence without leaving a trace. The once thriving outskirts of Paju had become a bleak wasteland due to unchecked gate activity. Dilapidated buildings and scattered vagrants told the story of a city abandoned to neglect. Rather than try saving every victim, Suho focused on eliminating the root cause, the gates themselves. Still, he saw potential in this ruined district, useful for certain operations when needed. A local questioned his identity, prompting Suho to dispel his concealment skill. Once recognized, the atmosphere shifted. Fear turned to deference as his name carried weight. Invited inside, he was offered a seat and greeted with measured hospitality. They spoke of the facility's unofficial purpose and those hiding in plain sight. Spotting a mimic mask, Suho calmly exposed the disguise without confrontation. Observing nearby, Choi Yoon took notice, her curiosity piqued by his sharp perception. Despite having little intel on him, she acknowledged his capabilities without hesitation. Her assumption proved correct. He sought the Twisted Forest Gate for a solo mission. Confidently, Suho confirmed his intent and placed the case down to begin negotiations. Inside a quiet black market room, Suho stuns the broker by requesting access to Twisted Forest. Without hesitation, he sets down a case and informs her that he'll be entering alone. She questions how he learned about the gate, but Suho dismisses her curiosity with subtle authority. A brief explanation reveals two gate types, full ownership or single-use entry passes. While ownership holds greater value, high-demand gates make even passes exceedingly expensive. Suho hands over a deposit without concern, confident in his decision to challenge the gate solo. Their car races across the bridge, marking a transition into the lawless zone of the north. Suho notes the Union affiliation, recognizing it as a sign of reduced conflict in the region. He recalls how demons once guarded this border, ironically granting passage to those daring enough. Upon arrival, his blunt manner surprises nearby guards accustomed to different personalities. He confirms his identity and purpose, prompting the broker to acknowledge receipt of payment. A guard recognizes Suho and is quickly reminded to remain respectful toward their powerful guest. From within, the boss steps forward, casually announcing his presence to the visitors. Suho instantly identifies him Bang Dujin, a trafficker once imprisoned for life. Somehow, this criminal now runs a gate unregistered even in the official memory archive. Suho inquires about immediate entry, but the group hesitates, despite having already accepted his payment, rather than deny him. The boss tries exploiting his reputation, suggesting his solo run could affect business. Insulted, Suho calls out the manipulation. Aware of the criminal's intent to extort more money, feigning innocence, the broker retracts the demand and claims it was a joke. She grips her wounded hand firmly, indicating her silent resolve to keep things under control. Without further delay, she permits Suho to proceed and assures him she'll monitor from outside. At the threshold, Suho comments on the twisted scenery, already sensing the forest's ominous aura. After stepping through the gate, the system confirms entry into the high-threat zone. Branches rustle unnaturally as Suho prepares for whatever creatures lurk in the dense forest. Sharp mana pulses reveal multiple hostile entities, giant Ents, each more threatening than the last. Caught off guard, he narrowly dodges a surprise ambush from one of the forest giants. Reacting swiftly, he draws his blade and braces for the first clash. The enemy lunges, but Suho counters with speed and accuracy, honed from countless battles. Blood splashes across the ground as he tears through the first Ent's defense. Maintaining focus, he resets his stance, ready to eliminate whatever threats remain ahead. A brutal swing slices clean through the intent, ending its roar in a splash of blood. Suho remains steady as the corpse falls. Taking down just one proves physically draining. Gripping his sword tighter, he acknowledges the challenge, but embraces the growth it brings. Without pause, another creature lunges from the shadows, aiming directly for his flank. Reacting instantly, he dashes sideways and narrows the gap in a single motion. A clean arc of red follows his blade, as he dismantles the next target, mid-air. Surrounded by defeated enemies, Suho surveys the silent battlefield from atop the fallen Ents. He summons his status screen, verifying every gained stat and completed objective. Though slower than expected, progress remains steady as his level and abilities improve. A blue alert confirms his healing skill has evolved into a more potent form. His thoughts drift to the leveling structure, each milestone unlocking new power thresholds. He senses the shift in atmosphere. Something formidable is drawing near. Roots tremble as heavy footsteps disturb the forest's eerie calm. From the shadows, a massive figure steps forth. Its horns and aura radiate dominance. The system reveals the threat, Malayan, level 100, boss of the Twisted Forest. In the depths of a mystical forest, a horned humanoid beast senses an intruder's arrival. Monsters under level 99 remain unclassified, but those beyond are ranked from 1 star upward, alerted by the presence. The creature mutters about a trespasser as it begins to move. Suho, standing firm, calls out the irony of being labeled an invader by a summoned entity. Without waiting, he draws his power, summoning a shadowy technique known as Ghost Blade. Energy builds in his palm as he channels holy power through his weapon with intent. A radiant blast shoots toward the enemy, forcing it to react in disbelief at its strength. Momentarily stunned, the monster questions whether Suho serves divine forces. With blood dripping from his hand, Suho scoffs and launches a second, devastating strike. The blade finds its mark. Crimson bursts through the air as the beast grits its teeth. Mockery follows. The creature downplaying the blow despite its mounting injuries. But a clean slash across the chest silences, its wide eyes betraying disbelief. Tremors ripple through the forest, reacting to the fury of the wounded one, Star Monster. Suho, unfazed, activates Dragon Blood, a surge of energy coating him in blue flame. To the monster's confusion, he claims no magic, only the result of relentless training. Dark energy swirls as Suho summons Ghost Blade once again, its shape twisting unnaturally. Rather than retreat, the enemy smirks and acknowledges Suho's growing list of techniques. Chains of darkness erupt as Suho activates Shadow Bind and Shadow Bleed in rapid succession. Mocking words spill from the monster's mouth as it questions the effectiveness of Suho's skills. Without warning, it dives into the water, causing violent ripples to spread outward. Tendrils rise from the depths, forming an arena of entrapment to seal their clash. Confidence radiates from the beast as it promises to demonstrate superior mastery, meeting the threat head on. Suho invites the attack without hesitation. A thunderous strike drops, but Suho counters swiftly with precise movement. Blood splashes as both fighters trade fierce blows at blinding speed. Suho responds with a decisive slash, triggering his lethal skill, Decapitate. Despite fatigue, he mutters that this opponent surpasses anything he's faced before. A brutal spin attack unleashes crimson arcs across the field. Though wounded, the monster coldly dismisses the damage as ineffective. Suho, sweating but determined, whispers he's not finished yet. Blood flows from Suho's injuries, but his eyes remain sharp. He's nearly reached his goal. The monster watches closely, growing suspicious of Suho's real intentions mid-battle. It notices Suho isn't using full power, only sword auras, and hasn't drawn energy from Eraser yet. To the monster, everything still seems like a futile attempt. With a roar, it lunges forward, determined to crush Suho with brute force. But Suho sidesteps with uncanny timing, slashing deep into one of the creature's roots. Doubt creeps into the monster's thoughts. Could a human really cut an ancient tree's root? Meanwhile, Suho grins as resistance fades. His strategy has begun to take effect. He reveals that his earlier moves weren't attacks, but proof of mastery for the system text. Flashes, Suho's understanding of swordsmanship surpasses all, promoting his Decapitate to D rank. With this upgrade, his blade can now sever through steel effortlessly. Acknowledging this growth, the system enhances both Guardian Sword's Law and Sword Insight. Tremors shake the ground as the monster unleashes a towering strike. Suho parries, revealing that Decapitate now cuts even the toughest roots cleanly. Calmly, he lifts his bloodied blade, declaring the system has finally recognized his power. Upon crafting the Guardian Sword, Suho believed he had reached the peak of swordsmanship. However, the system revealed his style was just one among countless human techniques. By integrating forgotten arts, he unlocked severing steel, a power once thought beyond mortal reach. Blades clashed as Suho's technique activated, sending crimson energy tearing through his opponent. The towering enemy staggered, baffled by a strike that pierced defenses meant to be unbreakable. Refusing to fall, the brute launched forward, his fury boiling over with insult. High above, monstrous reinforcements rained down, each marked as elite on the hunter threat list. Holding his ground, Suho met their descent without fear, blade already in motion. Surrounded and outnumbered, he engaged the horde with calm precision. A single arc of his sword ended multiple threats in an instant. Charging enemies fell one by one, unable to counter his refined skill. Recognition flickered in the brute's eyes. Suho was far more than expected. From the forest's edge, more adversaries emerged, only to be struck down mid-charge. With flawless timing, he launched a final slash, crimson force tearing the leader apart. The last foe trembled, overwhelmed by the sheer difference in power. Crashing water echoed as the final beasts collapsed, defeated by Suho's overwhelming technique. One surviving brute gasped in disbelief, struggling to understand how logic had failed against sheer force. Without hesitation, Suho advanced, confident that the enemy had exhausted every last trick. A swift charge ended with blood-soaked slashes as Suho cut down those in his path. Enemies were thrown back by the ferocity of his attacks, unable to match his momentum. Amid the chaos, one figure prepared a mysterious power, forcing Suho's attention. Chains surged with purple energy as a monstrous warrior revealed his final transformation. Mocking words spilled out, but Suho silenced them with a precise strike across the chest. The system registered the kill. The corrupted warrior had fallen, and the threat was neutralized. Blue notifications confirmed his MVP status, and bonus stat increases as the conquest ended. Holding the mission's reward, Suho reflected on the purpose behind clearing the Twisted Forest. That rare power, Malrian's core, would guide him toward the next gate. With the gate sealed, spectators outside confirmed the impossible had been done. Their disbelief grew as they realized Suho solo cleared an S-rank zone effortlessly. Frustration brewed among observers, especially those who had invested heavily expecting his failure. In a dimly lit room, gang members prepared to ambush Suho under their leader's command. One woman intervened, warning them of the consequences if they crossed the line, before their retaliation could begin. Their boss was unexpectedly struck down by a dark energy blade. Suho emerged from the gate, calm and composed, ignoring the fearful glances around him. Bodies lay defeated in his wake as he approached with blood-soaked steps. His chilling stare made others freeze. No one dared move as he offered a choice. A thug demanded an entry fee, unaware of the looming danger. Grabbing him by the collar, Suho reminded him of the penalty for breaking rules. After payment was made, Suho left without another word, his presence still lingering. In the car, Suho dismissed verbal gratitude, expecting something more substantial later. The woman smiled, promising to contact him again, intrigued by his directness. As he walked off, she watched him leave, quietly impressed. A few days later, a new mission began at Nevis Academy. Suited agents questioned their purpose, but the leader promised answers upon arrival. With urgency, the team advanced toward their next destination, Miner's Mine. A sleek building stood tall amid the trees as a convoy approached its entrance. From a black vehicle, Suho emerged, met by officials assembled near the gate. The supervisor pointed to the mine, confirming a suppression zone had already been established. Briefing preparations began immediately as Suho followed the team into the building. Details revealed that kobolds, known as miners, occupied the God-tier mine. Their mission: eliminate hostiles, gather mana stones, then neutralize the mine's final boss. Before proceeding, Nexus's revenue claim over the gate was formally announced. Suho accepted the terms, instructing the mining team to act only after receiving his cue. A brief exchange followed as newcomers prepared nervously for their first gate expedition. Emotions ran high, though no fear was voiced, only determination. With calm authority, Suho reminded them to preserve stamina and follow his lead. He stepped forward, activating the portal, and signaled the team to advance. Gate parameters initialized, entry level capped at 80-56 personnel allowed. Upon entry, Suho launched into action, striking down the first kobold. Blood spilled quickly as he tore through enemies, carving a clear path forward. Kobolds were swiftly eliminated as Suho sliced through their defenses, without hesitation or wasted movement. Seeing the minimal resistance, he urged the team to take advantage and press the attack, in awe. The rear group watched Suho dispatch enemies before anyone else could act. Orders were clear: no kobolds should escape, including those trying to flee. The team synchronized instantly, intercepting enemies with swift strikes and magical support. Holding formation, they pushed ahead steadily, while Suho observed their coordination with approval. A signal was given for miners to begin work in the cleared rear section. While combat raged ahead, workers extracted crystals and gathered byproducts with practiced efficiency. Some paused, mesmerized by the sight, calling it the most impressive raid they'd seen. Elsewhere, Suho continued cutting down beasts, activating his blood-infused weapon mid-assault. He danced through incoming attacks, dodging precisely and retaliating with deadly force. Even the largest kobolds fell before him, unable to match his raw speed and power. Blood sprayed as Suho drove his blade deep into a final enemy. Recognizing him from rumors, miners whispered about the man who once conquered sealed gates. Motivated by his presence, the workers cheered and pledged to give their best alongside him. Suho signaled the squad to regroup as they approached a branching path within the cave. One route had been previously abandoned. Nexus failed to contain the kobolds pouring from it. Instead of dividing the team, he decided to face the threat beyond the fork alone. He warned the others of a boss monster waiting deeper inside, then activated a deadly skill. In one explosive strike, his blade tore through stone, stunning everyone watching nearby. By collapsing part of the path, he ensured enemies couldn't flood back through the entrance. Their task now was simple: defend the narrowed passage and fight off any emerging kobolds. Although blocking the route completely was an option, Suho encouraged them to gain experience. He left strict orders: wait 12 hours if he didn't return, evacuate without him. Before departing, he noted he'd need the full duration to gather critical data. The team watched as he sealed himself in, unease spreading among them. Still, faith in his past feats reassured them they had nothing to fear. Rallying together, the squad vowed to uphold their role and not falter. Training and trust would be their weapons while their leader fought ahead. Within moments, Suho faced a vast kobold swarm. His advance had only just begun. Facing a wall splattered in blood, Suho calmly observed the sheer number of approaching kobolds. Enemy identifiers flashed multiple kobold types, converged simultaneously, signaling an overwhelming confrontation ahead. He charged straight into their ranks, slashing through the dense formation with swift, deadly precision. High above the ground, Suho swiftly avoided incoming claws and readied himself for a counterattack. Ease narrowed. He launched forward, blade colliding with a lunging kobold midair. Parrying a hidden strike, he smirked slightly, acknowledging the enemy's unexpected tactic. AA system message confirmed one kobold's defeat, but Suho continued his motion without pause. Nearby hunters regrouped and reported no further enemy movement from the front. Supervisors declared a break, while the mining team eagerly paused to eat after hours of labor. One team leader praised the unit's efforts, noting the prolonged stability after the initial chaos. Colleagues attributed their success to Suho's skill in blocking waves of enemies. Reflections turned personal. What began as suspicion had turned into quiet admiration for their team leader. Though unable to assist, one member silently placed her full trust in Suho's decisions. Alone once more, he tended his wounds with quiet focus, never dropping his guard. Calmly, Suho munched on chocolate while standing over fallen enemies, unfazed by the chaos behind him. Suho calmly rose, adjusting his stance as his eyes scanned the dim surroundings. A pack of goblins hesitated, their snarls quieted by the sudden tension in the air. Rather than engage, he shifted focus to the distant figure looming atop a dark rock. With a half-smile, he pulled out a flare gun, noting the poor visibility ahead. The shot cracked through the silence, flaring brightly and illuminating the entire cave system. Light exposed a massive threat: Bulgasari, a towering beast crouched near collapsed miners. Legends described it as a creature hardened by ore, more durable than most monsters. Among sub-5-star threats, it ranked near the top in strength and endurance. Suho launched a concentrated energy slash, testing its defenses without holding back. To his surprise, the attack barely left a mark across the monster's thick hide. In response, Bulgasari lunged forward, claws tearing at the ground beneath its weight. A deafening roar erupted, causing the cave walls to rumble violently. Elsewhere, goblins panicked as tremors surged beneath their feet. Miners stumbled, shouting in fear, as dust and rocks rained down from above. Realization struck: this quake was no accident. It was coming straight from Suho's direction. Bulgasari unleashed a deafening roar, shaking the ground as Suho watched its reaction from below. Rather than retreat, he smirked confidently, while the monster activated a powerful fear-based boss aura. Suho countered the pressure by invoking Dragon Blood, which nullified the fear effect instantly. With steady focus, he prepared for another clash as Bulgasari charged in full force. The creature roared violently, dark mist swirling as it lunged toward Suho's position. Instead of flinching, Suho readied his sword, daring the beast to come closer. Exploiting a moment of weakness, Suho pierced through Bulgasari's thick hide with one direct strike. A burst of energy followed, blood erupting as the enemy collapsed under the force. Turning away, Suho stood victorious, unshaken by the monster's overwhelming power. Shadows swirl around Suho as he strides forward, wounded but unfazed by the approaching beasts. Instead of yielding his blood, he saved it, now a crucial weapon in this battle. One creature lunges, but a sudden assault from a white beast halts it mid-air with force. The massive creature's agility defies logic as it barrels towards Suho without hesitation. Surprised, he quickly assesses the speed hidden behind the beast's heavy frame. Without delay, Suho channels energy, lightning flaring through the ground in preparation for counterattack. Time isn't on his side. The unstable cave threatens collapse if he hesitates. Triggering his stored tonic, he surges with energy, while red droplets circle his hand. The blood gem responds, forming a weapon with expanded reach, drawn purely from life essence. With steel cutter activated, his strike tears clean through the beast's hardened flesh. He lands smoothly, evading retaliation as his weapon glows with residual force. This skill ignores thickness. It cuts regardless of depth, rendering defense meaningless. Though fire magic once subdued this species, Suho lacks the ability to produce such flames. Magic is beyond him, yet his sword remains sharp more than enough to finish this. Standing firm, he prepares for the final blow, choosing steel over spell without hesitation. Dark smoke wraps around Bulgasari as it looms over Suho, signaling the start of something unusual. A fiery glow pulses from the beast's exposed core, drawing Suho's sharp attention instantly. Without warning, the creature curls into itself, initiating a rapid hyper-regeneration sequence. To recover, Bulgasari compresses and devours stored minerals, healing faster than normal biology allows. Legends exaggerate its immortality, but its regeneration makes survival exceptionally difficult for challengers. Refusing to stay idle, Suho closes in, fully aware of what's at stake. A surge of yellow light erupts. Bulgasari enters its hyper-enhancement phase. That power burns through mineral reserves, fueling its muscular strength and speed. The monster wouldn't use both skills unless it saw Suho as a legitimate threat. Spinning violently, the creature activates hyper-spin, turning into a destructive blur. Suho watches with resolve, eager to test his limits against one of the deadliest bosses. Gripping his blade, he prepares to clash head-on, no hesitation in his gaze. Sparks fly as Suho intercepts the spin, channeling his power through a single strike. Blood surges around him while the blade holds steady against the beast's rotating core. In the final moment, he breaks through, piercing straight into Bulgasari's center, without fail. Bulgasari reels in confusion, its spinning assault halted abruptly by Suho's resistance. Blood energy rises again as Suho grips his blade, preparing for one final strike. With full force, he drives the steel cutter down, the crimson blade howling through the air. Victory secure, Suho lifts a glowing control orb and claims his prize. Meanwhile, far across the battlefield, silence falls as tremors fade within the cave. Believing the threat resolved, the team assesses the situation and confirms ore collection is complete. A sudden system alert flashes: the gate has officially been conquered. Recognition spreads as Suho's name is displayed as the MVP of the conquest. In response, the system awards stat bonuses and experience points for his exceptional feat, confirming the capture. Suho gazes at the orb now linked to Bulgasari. Others may not have survived that final blow, but Suho endured with purpose. Defeat was never the plan. He intended to tame the beast from the start. Bulgasari's stats reveal its terrifying potential, with high-level traits and deadly skills. Few creatures possess such a combination. Suho knows he's gained a powerful ally. With healing complete, the once raging monster stirs, now peacefully responding to its new master. Bulgasari perks up, responding to Suho's unspoken command as they prepare to act together, understanding that the area cannot be revisited later. Suho scans the crystal field for valuable ore. He reaches down to prompt Bulgasari, and the two begin gathering materials with urgency and focus. In a previous life, Gaia earned fame as the master of Earth through a mythical creature. Suho, inheriting that knowledge, stepped into subspace to awaken the dormant power of Bulgasari. Eager to act, the round beast bounced forward, prepared to devour minerals and convert them. Glittering gemstones flooded the area as Bulgasari began its frenzied consumption. Watching the process unfold, Suho silently measured the creature's efficiency and speed. Outside the gate, his team grew uneasy, waiting longer than they had expected. Worry surfaced among members, imagining scenarios where Suho emerged injured or delayed. Despite concerns, they restrained themselves, respecting his instruction to remain outside. One member assured the rest trust in their leader was more important than impatience. Confidence didn't eliminate concern, but they all chose to honor the 12-hour mark. No one denied the risk, yet they stood firm in loyalty and shared belief. If Suho didn't return in time, the backup plan would be set in motion. Suddenly, a flash erupted. Suho stepped through the gate, calm and intact. The team, overwhelmed with emotion, ran to meet him with a mix of relief and scolding. He welcomed their reaction, reassured by the unity they maintained during his absence. Suho acknowledged his teammates' effort with a nod, urging him to maintain that discipline. Turning to the group, he expressed appreciation for their patience during the extended wait. A smirk formed as he accepted their trust without offering many details about his delay. Teasing remarks about age sparked a brief, playful outburst from a flustered teammate. Suho brushed it off with a grin, citing the difference in life experience. With the situation under control, he asked if everyone was ready to head outside. Elsewhere, passengers in a waiting vehicle grew anxious as the line to the gate vanished. Speculation erupted, with some fearing an internal incident had occurred inside the gate. That tension quickly lifted when Suho's party emerged, confirming everyone had returned unharmed. Without hesitation, Suho invited observers to confirm the gate had been cleared properly. The massive yield of ore astonished the staff, far beyond projected output. Executives acknowledged his contribution, calling it a generous act despite shortened contract terms. Inside the boardroom, company representatives reviewed the financial gains from Suho's efforts. Rather than boast, he credited the results to unfinished duties and simple obligation. Impressed, the CEO praised Suho's rare loyalty before suggesting they review the summary report. The executive revealed the estimated value of mined resources, shocking everyone with a figure of 7.2 billion won. Glancing over the report, Suho considered how much more profit would come after refinement. He suppressed a smile, aware that the raw stones he took held even greater worth. A sudden offer came: 10% of the gate's profits would be given to Suho's team. Rather than accept, he politely declined, believing he had already taken enough from the field. To him, a bonus seemed unnecessary when the mission had already been rewarding. Despite Suho's refusal, the executive remained eager to show appreciation. After some back and forth, a new proposal surfaced, to form a private raid unit. Suho listened carefully, intrigued by the potential behind such a request. Plans for the unit solidified, including full Nexus registration under Suho's leadership. Without hesitation, he accepted the responsibility placed in his hands. Their agreement marked the beginning of a formal alliance, sealed with mutual trust. Back with his team, Suho delivered news that would redefine their future. Official Nexus status, full benefits, and elite treatment now awaited each of them. Cheers followed as disbelief gave way to excitement. They had become part of something far greater. Suho answered a call while walking through the corridor, acknowledging his superior's contact with calm focus. He received news that his special recruitment had been officially approved by higher authorities. Grateful for the recognition, Suho promised to continue proving his value moving forward with determination. Ruminor Academy's lounge bustled with students in casual conversation, unaware of the danger looming ahead. Data surged from a nearby terminal, activating an unknown process through the digital network. Suddenly, a monstrous figure erupted from the system, prompting an immediate combat response. Teams formed up quickly, maintaining position as they scanned for further threats. Though visibly winded, Jiwan refused rest, insisting on continuing alongside his teammates. Motivated by pride and duty, he resolved not to fall behind. Aya teammates' taunt triggered a reckless charge from Jiwan, ending in a painful knockback. The team leader stepped in as concern rose, issuing a warning about discipline. Jiwan received a harsh reminder: growth required strength, not complaints. Another member emphasized that respect had to be earned through effort. Despite fatigue, the Banshee team rallied with determination. Suho stood silently, amid fallen enemies, marked by blood yet unfazed. Dozens of monsters surrounded him, yet he remained calm at the center. With his task finished, Suho calmly requested extraction. Meanwhile, the others pushed forward, unaware he had already surpassed them. Smirking, Suho noted how the students were overexerting themselves just to match his pace. A glowing title marked the beginning of his next move: Return of the Sword God, rank Civil Servant, A quiet KF Fei in Seoul. He reviewed his timeline, deciding it needed to accelerate. Plans took priority. Tracking down a specific individual became the immediate task. Moments later, a woman with striking red hair arrived confidently outside the KFA. Without hesitation, she ordered a frap and sat down, acting as if it were her treat. Though not invited, she justified her presence by claiming she had valuable intel. A strawberry frap arrived on cue, shocking her with its perfect timing. Suho casually called it intuition, though his memories clearly guided the moment. From his past life, he recalled useful details, even minor habits people had. A file slid across the table. She'd found the man Suho was seeking. Correcting her assumption, he clarified that the target was a craftsman, not an addict. Nam Haewon, an elite blacksmith from his former life, was now within reach. Impressed, the woman praised his efficiency, unaware how much he remembered. Before leaving, Suho requested access to a union safe house. Confident in his insider knowledge, she pointed out that safe houses were tiered, and Cheongdam sat at the highest level. Her playful tone vanished when Suho questioned her promise and implied a life hung in the balance. With a calm voice, he reminded her that those documents might be worth far more than she thought. A nervous laugh escaped as she insisted she genuinely wanted to cooperate. Reluctantly, she stepped away to make a call. Understanding Suho wouldn't back down, returning with approval, she still complained about the location he insisted on using. Instead of direct access, she revealed there was a condition attached. By meeting a specific request, Suho could use the facility at half the usual cost. Rather than agree blindly, he chose to hear the requirement first. The task was clear: eliminate a gate the Union had secretly discovered. Because it was located in a highly visible area, subtlety mattered. She emphasized that no one else could clear it unnoticed. Above the cliffs, winged beasts circled a snowy battlefield. Despite the risk, she acknowledged Suho might be the only one suited for it. Confidence unwavering, he accepted the assignment without hesitation. Morning light filtered across the southern Korean forest as the quiet gate site stood untouched. Nearby hunters observed the swirling portal, noting Suho's choice to enter alone without additional support. Confidence still surrounded him. His past results made them believe he would overcome the challenge once again. Waiting beside the gate, the pair trusted Suho's judgment after seeing his actions in previous missions. the attempt carried weight, since clearing the gate could elevate his reputation while failure would damage it. Their attention shifted to the towering mountain within the portal, imagining how Suho might rise or fall there. Inside the gate, Suho faced the harsh celestial mountain terrain and recalled how others had suffered here. Reports of severe accidents and unprepared hunters lingered in his mind as he advanced. He activated his blood weapon without hesitation, determined to tackle the trial with strength beyond the average hunter. A sudden leap allowed him to evade incoming wyverns while cutting down weaker attackers. Observing their movements, he realized the creatures reacted aggressively to any intruder. Higher-level wyverns soon appeared ahead, forming a defensive line meant to block further progress. Leader. Class wyvern emerged, showing the intelligence and danger typical of evolved draconic beasts. Suho understood they misjudged him, assuming a lone swordsman posed no real threat. With the sky filling with enemies, he prepared for a full-scale clash, ready to break through their ranks. From above, wyverns descended at high speed, yet Suho calmly tracked every movement through the distorted air. Their reckless rush exposed a clear opening, allowing him to release a surge of blood energy with perfect timing. With a quick draw slash, he carved through the leading creature and shifted positions before the others reacted. Blood scattered across the icy ground as another wyvern fell, unable to endure Suho's precise counterattack. The chaotic movements around him reminded him how poorly coordinated these monsters were compared to previous foes. Among the circling swarm, he identified the leader's delayed approach, recognizing it as the real threat. A sudden lunge from the leader forced Suho into motion, letting his blade rip across its tough scales. Its roar unleashed a wave of fear, but the effect vanished instantly due to the power in his dragon blood. Energy flooded around him, amplifying his strength and rendering the creature's psychological attack completely useless. Surprise flickered in the leader's eyes as it realized its intimidation had no influence on Suho. It shot upward in frustration, gathering strength for a more violent assault. Suho observed calmly, noticing how anger made the creature's flight pattern increasingly predictable. A wave of lesser wyverns surged forward at the leader's command, filling the sky with chaotic movement. Suho adjusted his stance, readying himself for the incoming storm without losing his composure. As the entire swarm converged, he prepared to dismantle their coordinated assault with a decisive counterattack. Wyverns shifted their formation above as Suho analyzed the leader's attempt to control the battlefield. Its strategic movement showed intelligence uncommon among monsters, prompting him to prepare for a coordinated aerial strike. Multiple wyverns dropped rapidly to block his path, forcing him to adjust his footing before advancing again. As the creatures descended, Suho activated his dash skill and slipped through the collapsing ground. A sudden leap launched him upward, allowing his blade technique to sever several wyverns in mid-air. He shifted into a cutting style immediately, clearing the swarm and pushing toward the leader without hesitation. With momentum on his side, Suho struck the leader cleanly, ending its role in the assault. The remaining wyverns recoiled as the gate announced the leader's defeat, creating a brief pause. That silence ended quickly once a massive presence emerged, revealing the Sky Wyvern King preparing to intervene. A thunderous roar erupts as the colossal dragon crashes down, meeting a brutal end, with blood painting the rocks. Suho's blade leaves no doubt about his lethal efficiency. Surveying the aftermath from atop the corpse, he notes his skills are still incomplete. The leap skill activates, launching him high into the sky toward his next destination. Far above, the Sky Wyvern King stirs, wings spreading wide as it begins to rise. Drawing closer to the summit of Sky Mountain, Suho prepares to enter the boss chamber. Wind howls as the Wyvern King unleashes a wave of terror across the cliffside. Fortunately, Dragon Blood activates, shielding Suho from the fear effect completely. Facing his opponent directly, he braces for the incoming clash. Evaluating the creature's form, Suho sees traits resembling a lesser dragon. Blood drawn from his own hand enhances his power further. Ready now, he steps forward with calm resolve and sharp focus. The wyvern lingers above, refusing to descend into close combat. Suho clenches his jaw, annoyed by the delay and his lack of aerial advantage. Considering alternatives, he eyes the nest and prepares to force the enemy down. From above, the Wyvern King plummets with devastating force, aiming directly at Suho. Ducking just in time, he barely avoids the crushing blow as the beast lands hard. Momentum carries the wyvern forward, tearing into the ground while Suho dashes to safety. Despite his strength, Suho struggles against the sheer force of the wyvern's pressure. Recognizing the durability of the terrain, he realizes the creature holds nothing back here. Instead of panicking, Suho smirks. This battlefield favors full-power combat. With a roar, the wyvern emits fear again, but Suho pushes through without flinching. Blood flies as Suho counters with iron slash, ripping through the enemy's flank. Grinning through the blood, he notes the wyvern's resilience exceeds his expectations. Vaulting upward, Suho lands another hit before falling back to the ground. Instead of retreating, the wyvern suddenly begins summoning something from above. Suho narrows his eyes, surprised by the change in tactics. Dark shapes descend. The Wyvern King has called in aerial reinforcements. Multiple wyverns charge toward Suho, their jaws wide with savage intent. Without fear, Suho rushes forward, preparing to intercept them all at once. An alert catches Suho's attention as his system responds to the growing threat. Below, the Wyvern King unleashes a thunderous roar, summoning its airborne allies in force. Rather than panic, Suho welcomes the moment. Everything aligns for a perfectly timed counterattack. Leap activates instantly, launching him into the air with sharpened precision. Recognizing his control, the system upgrades the skill, syncing with his innate talent. From high above, he descends like a missile, empowered by the system's evolving data. The Wyvern King receives a brutal strike before it can react to Suho's rapid ascent. Text flashes. Leap now grants an added step in midair for more mobility. Using that advantage, Suho closes in and tears through scale and muscle. Every movement lands with force, spilling blood as Suho keeps pressing forward. Confidence surges. This foe won't last long at this rate. Without hesitation, he commands the Rui staff to extend straight through the beast. The wyvern stumbles, reeling from the internal damage and losing balance. Smirking, Suho mocks its reaction, unimpressed by what it considers resistance. Holding firm, he warns that this time, the creature will not fall so easily. Winds spiral violently as the blue wyvern charges, its jaws stretched wide in primal fury. A crushing descent follows, but Suho intercepts midair, driving his blade clean into its chest. The beast roars in agony, blood spraying, as Suho's attack sends it reeling backward. Nearby wyverns freeze, their instincts warning them of something far more dangerous than the enemy ahead. A confident glance from Suho unsettles them further. They're hesitating, despite their numbers. Behind them, the alpha bellows again, but their hesitation reveals cracks in their unity. He scoffs, surprised by how poorly they react to calculated movement, rather than think. The creatures respond to pressure with wild, reckless aggression. Suho calmly adjusts, having already enhanced his skill to exploit their blind spots. As he approaches jagged cliffs, towering shadows signal the domain of a greater threat. The sky wyvern, Queer, looms above, more intelligent, more brutal, and far more territorial. Fortunately, its range ends below the ridge, marking the boundary Suho needs to exploit. Suddenly, Queer launches a barrage of boulders, each crash shaking the ground like thunder. Unfazed, Suho readies his stance, sword gleaming with suppressed force. A single breath later, his blade flashes. The technique activates, slicing through chaos. Standing his ground, Suho notes the queen's range ends at the nest. She won't chase. A rumble fills the air as summoned minions descend, answering her command to strike in her stead. Instead of flinching, he smirks, already prepared for a confrontation driven by proxy. Without warning, a blue wyvern slams into the earth, shaking the battlefield with sheer force. Suho darts aside, evading the claws, his coat trailing through the dust. He sees no reason to prolong this. The distraction ends now. Mid-fall, his blade activates with precision, slicing upward into the enemy's exposed chest. The wyvern's blood scatters as it spirals downward in defeat. Suho adjusts his stance, knowing the real test lies ahead. No tricks remain. He relies solely on the blade that has carried him this far. Focus sharpens as he prepares the next move, eyes fixed on his opponent. Timing clicks, and his strike lands with flawless execution. The creature cries out, stunned by the unexpected precision of Suho's attack. A system message confirms his growth. His swordsmanship now exceeds all others. Raising his weapon again, Suho challenges the next assault without hesitation. System messages flood. Suho's swordsmanship has evolved beyond human limits and entered the superior realm. Energy flares as he unlocks new potential, unleashing power strong enough to shake even the wyverns. One final slash pierces, clean through the beast, ending its rampage with a blood-soaked finish. A violent blast follows, and the wyvern's massive body crashes into the distant canyon wall. Suho advances through the aftermath, confirmed by the system. The Sky Wyvern King has fallen. Passing through the canyon gate, he moves toward the next threat without pausing. Another wave of enemies descends, but Suho counters swiftly, cutting down each one mid-air. His sword art, now enhanced, allows him to slay multiple wyverns in seconds. As the queen falls, the gate declares conquest. Suho has cleared the battlefield. After checking his status, Suho noted major stat growth and the acquisition of new combat skills. With the battle over, he descended into a crater where valuable loot awaited, nestled below. 12 rare sky wyvern queen's eggs glowed, an unexpected and profitable discovery. Hauling the eggs out, he anticipated significant compensation from the guild. The massive wyvern corpse lay untouched nearby, its value clear to an experienced hunter. Without hesitation, he activated Ghostblade to absorb the creature's shadowy essence. Purple flames surged as the weapon consumed the wyvern's power completely. It grew stronger, and Suho concluded that just one more high-grade corpse would maximize its potential. Suddenly, a ripple of energy signaled the sealed gate's unexpected collapse. Onlookers stared in disbelief, realizing the impossible had just been achieved. Despite his healer class, Suho had cleared the sealed gate entirely solo. He stepped through the fading portal, calm amid the rising admiration. Officials gathered to formally recognize the solo victory over the Sky Mountain Gate. 10 wyvern eggs were presented, excluding only his personal share, claiming he'd gathered everything. Suho quietly solidified his growing legend. While maintaining a composed expression, Suho recalled how Ghostblade had already absorbed the Wyvern King and Queen. A fellow hunter, puzzled by Suho's official healer class, asked how he handled airborne enemies. Manny assumed he relied on ranged gear or magic tools rather than pure swordplay. Instead of explaining further, Suho simply replied that a single sword had sufficed. The hunter's reaction turned from skepticism to admiration upon hearing Suho handled the king and queen alone. Not only had he survived, but he completed the mission and secured 10 valuable eggs. Suho then reminded them of the agreement to grant access to the largest Cheongdam facility. He requested immediate use of the property and asked them to manage item transactions. His contact agreed with a smile, promising complete service, including laundering if needed. Switching topics, Suho requested information on a man named Nam Hae, one from a rehab center. Though surprised, the woman handed him a file she had already prepared. Rather than explain, Suho dismissed the need to share every detail behind his requests. Inside the car, he gently reminded her to keep questions limited to basic updates. She confirmed the house would be ready soon, and followed up about Nam Ham. One with confidence, she assured him the man's full background would be retrieved within minutes. Suho received a call confirming the Cheongdam house was prepared, and Nam Hae Won's data had been delivered. He ended the call without responding to questions about Hae Won's past, keeping his true intentions hidden. Satisfied with the prompt results, he located the address on his phone and headed out. Upon arrival in Yongdongpo, Suho identified the villa as another semi-basement home. He stood quietly at the entrance, noting the humble and isolated surroundings. Repeated knocking went unanswered, prompting him to call out and test the door. Silence filled the hallway, suggesting no one was inside. Just as he turned to leave, Suho noticed someone unconscious on the floor. A man appeared, seemingly expecting him, and prepared to strike. Before the attacker could act, Suho launched a precise counter. Other men inside turned, shocked by the sudden intrusion. Ignoring their questions, Suho calmly stated they didn't need to know his identity. The group underestimated him, prompting one to charge in rage, with swift retaliation. Suho incapacitated the attacker in one blow. She stepped forward, eyes cold, and ordered the rest to come at once. Using magical detection, Suho confirms the presence of 4 individuals concealed within the area. 2 thugs step forward, sneering with confidence as they demand to know who he is. He silently identifies the last figure, Nam Hae, one restrained and unconscious, confirming his target is present. One man approaches, irritated by Suho's silence, unaware of the danger he's walking into. Without warning, Suho delivers a precise strike, catching the man completely off guard. The blow sends him crashing to the ground, shocking the others into momentary hesitation. Second, attacker lashes out, but Suho reacts instantly with a powerful slap across the face. Wind bursts through the room as another body flies, crashing into the wall with force. Surveying the aftermath, Suho calmly confirms the area is secure. Kneeling beside Nam Hae, he checks for signs of life. A discarded syringe nearby reveals the victim had been drugged before the abuse began. Tension in the man's limbs suggests the injection happened long ago. Though breathing, Haewon's condition reflects severe trauma from extended torture. Suho activates a recovery skill, magical light weaving across the injured body. Channeling advanced mana control, he overrides standard limits to accelerate the healing process. A faint groan escapes Nam Hae as his eyes slowly flutter open from unconsciousness. Still disoriented, he hears Suho's calm voice checking if he's finally awake. Confused and alarmed, Hey, one asks where he is and what happened. Stumbling to sit up, he panics further, demanding to know who Suho is. In response, Suho mentions the drug traces, which triggers Hey, one to cry out in protest. Tears forming, he insists the drugs were forced into him against his will. Thou shaken. Hey, one pleads for trust, claiming innocence with trembling hands. Suho remembers past interviews. Hey, one once confessed to being drugged by the Chongsik gang. To calm him, a system activates, pulling fear and guilt directly from Haewon's core. Relief gradually returns as the emotional overload fades. Suho then confirms the gang's identity and learns Chongsik was a name given mockingly. He promises to handle the case, assuring Hey, one he won't face it alone. Before leaving, Suho checks for withdrawal signs and prepares one final healing session. Restorative light flows as lingering toxins are cleansed from one's system. Choosing the healer's path, Suho reflects, was to help people exactly like this. Knowing recovery won't be quick, Suho assures when he'll return when possible. Without delay, he sets off toward the Chongsik gang's hideout to act. At last, he reveals his identity, Suho, a registered hunter, before walking out, across town. Television broadcasts highlight another dungeon cleared by the now famed Suho. His achievements have made him a public figure with his face on every screen. Hey, one, stunned, recognizes the name instantly despite lacking access to the news. The slums of Yongdongpo reflect devastation left by multiple gate shocks. As crime spread unchecked, even law enforcement abandoned the area. Reaching his target, Suho smirks at the gang's ridiculous choice of name. Entering the building, he finds a clean convenience store, oddly placed in the middle of chaos. Sucha's setup confirms suspicions someone powerful must be protecting them. Determined, he walks deeper inside without hesitation. A guard blocks the stairs, yelling at Suho to stop, rather than answer. Suho asks bluntly for Changsik's whereabouts. The man reacts with hostility, but Suho remains cold and composed. Suho casually greets the guard with a smile, catching him off guard with sudden familiarity. The bald man hesitates, misled by the gesture, unaware of the strike about to land. Without warning, Suho delivers a powerful blow and demands the gang leader's presence immediately. A sudden intrusion shattered the tension in the room as Suho made his presence known. One of the gang members was instantly taken down, unable to react to the forceful blow. Amid the stunned silence, Suho criticized their incompetence and demanded Chongsik be brought forward. Elsewhere, concern grew over the gang's bold defiance of authority and refusal to obey orders. With over 80% awakened, their strength had become a serious threat to national security. Suho reflected on the past, remembering how the same gang once caused extensive casualties. Cutting off problems before they spread, he believed, was the only viable option. One gang member, confused, questioned the sudden confrontation without understanding Suho's motive, calling out their hypocrisy. Suho pointed to their earlier aggression as the real trigger. He revealed a syringe, stating it was proof they had harmed his close friend, Nam Haewon, feigning ignorance. The thugs exchanged glances, pretending not to recognize the name. Fueled by rage, Suho accused them of ruining someone he deeply valued. The leader, sensing danger, ordered everyone else to leave the room. Obeying the command, the subordinates quickly retreated, leaving Suho and the boss alone. Attempting to ease the conflict, the man proposed a calm discussion to clear things up. Scoffing at the suggestion of a misunderstanding, Suho narrowed his eyes, clearly unconvinced. His slow steps forward cracked the floor, each one radiating silent intent. Hovering over the gang boss, he dismissed the excuse as just another weak deflection. The threat to call the police only amused Suho, who didn't pause. A powerful strike landed squarely, leaving the man clutching his chest in pain. He scoffed at the irony, hearing polis from someone who thrived on lawlessness. Struggling to get up, the boss groaned, visibly shaken from the hit. Suho remained composed, repeating that this outcome was well-deserved. Instead of backing down, the man shouted furiously, demanding Suho retract his words. Shouts erupted as the subordinates realized their leader had disappeared. Suho pointed calmly to the broken window as proof of his retreat. One follower nervously claimed Chongsik could handle the fall with ease. With a smirk, Suho asked if they'd also like to jump. Elsewhere, narration revealed Changsik's destination, a prison teeming with brutal awakened criminals. Survival in that hellish facility was limited to the truly powerful. With a cold glare, Suho ordered everyone to leave before he locked them all up. Faced with that threat, the gang quickly abandoned their boss without hesitation. Before they fled, Suho made it clear touching even a single document would cost them. Determined to uncover hidden assets, he activated a mana detection spell. Blue energy swirled as magical objects revealed themselves throughout the building. Behind a cabinet, his search led him to a secure safe embedded in the wall, built with reinforced magic. The safe couldn't be breached by conventional means. To break it open, Suho summoned Bulgulsal, a small but powerful helper, at his command. The creature launched forward, eager to melt through the steel. Chewing steadily, Bulgulsal quickly made progress on the fortified door. Hidden inside was a hoard of cash, gold, and valuables. Still, Suho wasn't impressed. He sought something far more important. The real prize was a bundle of documents listing names and illegal operations. Evidence from these files could topple powerful organizations across the country. Meanwhile, a distant figure sensed the danger approaching and silently prepared for the fallout. Morning light fell over the alley as Suho approached the weakened man struggling to remain conscious. A controlled surge of healing energy spiraled from Suho's hand, steadily repairing the man's damaged body. Soon after, the man pushed himself upright, surprised at how quickly strength returned to his limbs. Suho then offered a folder containing every loan document recovered. After dismantling the Changsik gang, recognition spread across the man's face as he realized the organization trapping him had been eliminated. Further explanation revealed how the gang weaponized interest rates and drugs to keep victims permanently restrained. The man described repeated attempts to escape, including rehab visits and hidden antidotes that never lasted long. Each effort collapsed when gang members appeared to forcibly inject drugs and silence any outside help. Hearing this, Suho acknowledged the frustration. Many residents facing similar hardships were ignored, a reality Suho had witnessed far too often. Determined to change that pattern, he expressed his intention to push reforms from inside the association. Before leaving, he noted the man's perseverance, admitting it allowed him to intervene in time. Tears finally escaped the man as years of pressure loosened the moment safety felt real. Just as Suho prepared to depart, the man stopped him with an urgent request. He explained the matter involved his personal trait, something the gang exploited, hoping Suho could guide him further. A unique ability known as synthesis allowed materials to combine into entirely new substances. No recipe or formula was needed, everything crafted through this trait succeeded by default. Realizing the trait's value, Suho decided Namhai, one must be brought onto his team. While investigating the gang's collapse, Suho uncovered numerous victims suffering from addiction. Rather than ignore the problem, he proposed one create a specialized neutralizer using his skill. Support wouldn't stop there. Fair pay, recovery, housing, and personal treatment were part of the offer. One was stunned most would exploit desperation, but Suho offered kindness without personal gain. Instead of hesitation, one burst with emotion, eagerly accepting the proposal with gratitude. Saving him alone was a miracle. Adding compensation felt overwhelming. To ensure proper aid, Suho stressed official employment would unlock full resources. A message arrived. His team was nearby and ready for transport. They headed out together toward a safe destination. Cheshongsam's safe house welcomed them with state of the art, comfort, and security. One received full lab access, supply options, and personal space to recover and work. Before leaving, Suho was approached by a reporter, signaling a new conversation ahead. Reporters exchanged updates over the phone, curious about Suho's recent movements in the field. News surfaced that he had entered Yongdongpo alone, one of the most dangerous slums in Korea. Not only did he dismantle the gang there, but he also planned to treat the victims himself. The information was passed to another journalist, reporter Joe, who listened intently. Instead of publishing a brief article, editors proposed a feature series to maximize impact. Their goal was to spotlight the slums, expose the gang's manipulation, and credit Suho's intervention. Despite joining the association, Suho made it clear he wouldn't excuse their past failures. He believed Haewon's neutralizer could gain traction if distributed through Nexus. That success would also reshape Nexus's public image as a force for good. Admiring the vision, the executive recognized Suho had carefully planned everything in advance. Their collaboration became official. Support was promised for both the neutralizer and Haewon's involvement. A firm handshake marked the beginning of coordinated recovery efforts. Before leaving, Suho suggested checking on a particularly concerning individual. Meanwhile, a broken room revealed signs of violent struggle and lingering drug traces. Amid the chaos, a furious figure emerged, spitting Suho's name with seething hatred. Through the shimmering portal, Suho steps into the subspace house, entering a scene of disarray. He scans the wreckage, quietly noting the destruction and disorder left behind. On the floor, a man lies barely conscious, signs of a potent drug clearly visible. Suho initiates recovery, releasing a blue aura that begins restoring the man's condition. As the effect takes hold, he orders the man to stop muttering and regain focus. The man suddenly lunges at him, but Suho easily avoids the strike, watching calmly. Desperation floods the man's voice as he pleads to be released, offering full obedience. Without emotion, Suho lifts him off the ground. Ignoring the cries and flailing limbs, he informs him that his allies already fled, abandoning him without hesitation. Suho delivers a final warning, telling him to reflect on the choices that led here. Elsewhere, a green-haired ally arrives with a vial containing the newly completed neutralizer. He raises it proudly, declaring it ready and calling it Hammer 2. Surprised by the speed, Suho asks how it was finished so quickly. The ally explains that it's designed to destroy illusions caused by the drug fantasy. Though effective, he admits Hammer 2 still lacks the strength of the original version. Suho expresses admiration for Haewon's rapid development, noting how rare such speed is with prototypes. Instead of taking credit, Haewon downplays his role, calling it basic synthesis and trial combinations. He casually adds that a bit of luck helped things come together faster this time. Suho remarks on Haewon's potential. Curious how far he'll grow as his skill improves. Asked about scalability, Haewon confidently confirms mass production is possible with sufficient resources. Without hesitation, Suho tells him to begin preparation immediately. A quick level check reveals Haewon has gained experience, advancing thanks to his recent success. Acknowledging that, Suho feels confident in proceeding without needing further backup. With preparations complete, he shifts focus towards saving the affected victims. Despite a published article, public attention remains low, and the views barely pass 500. Suho reflects on ignored pleas and how these slums rarely make headlines. He joins the effort, handing out neutralizers, food, and clean water to survivors. While distributing aid, Suho greets a senior official who mentions the upcoming plaque ceremony. They exchange polite words, confirming his participation and discussing preparations. Internally, Suho acknowledges that recognition will boost support and push the mission further. Suho is informed about an article update and the upcoming ceremony, but he remains unaware of his growing online presence. When asked about having a personal account, he admits he doesn't, unaware of a fan community forming around him. Learning about a fan cafe named Enshinian, he's surprised to find it active and full of loyal followers. His companion explains the group's activity, influence, and why public figures often need official accounts. Suho recalls a similar situation in his past life, realizing fanbases can bring both support and trouble. As the CACA structure is revealed, he suspects the reporter knows more than he admits. The reporter reveals the setup was deliberate, aiming to manage Suho's public image strategically. Grateful but cautious, Suho accepts and is surprised by the professional coordination. Soon after, he receives a flood of alerts as his account gains rapid attention. On the day of the ceremony, Suho arrives at the venue, expecting a modest event. Contrary to what he was told, the building is packed and overflowing with people. He stares at the crowd in disbelief, realizing the scale is far beyond what he imagined. A noisy crowd rushed into the auditorium, ignoring staff attempts to maintain order. Despite warnings, the hallway overflowed as more people tried to squeeze inside. Staff were puzzled. The turnout was massive for an event never officially announced. Excitement filled the air as fans speculated when the sword god would appear. Some shared how they skipped commitments just to witness An Suho in person, from a front row seat. One man quietly messaged an update, unaware Suho was already nearby. Hidden among the audience, Suho had arrived early and remained unnoticed, using an S-rank item. He erased his presence completely. While others searched for him, he received a private request to meet outside. Suho met his senior in the hallway, greeting him with respect. Joking about the crowd, the senior called him a superstar. Their brief talk confirmed the recent article had stirred strong public reactions. Without lingering, the senior left, telling Suho to handle things. Suho bowed politely, reflecting on his senior's detached attitude. Even the presence of reporters went unnoticed by the inattentive man. Suho calmly accepted the situation, allowing Jojin, Hui to slip in unnoticed without raising concern. The ceremony was about to start, prompting the audience to settle into their seats. As Suho appeared, excited fans reacted with awe, immediately captivated by his presence and charisma. Even lighthearted fan comments about wanting to be slashed by Suho echoed through the hall. The MC called him to the stage for the plaque presentation as the crowd cheered. With applause surrounding him, Suho received the award and posed confidently for photos. The presenter praised Suho's recent work in Yongseong, acknowledging his quiet contributions. Suho humbly credited others, while the presenter hinted at future opportunities tied to his achievements. They shook hands as the host invited Suho to deliver a short speech. He began by expressing gratitude, stating he simply acted on what felt right. Motivated by the support, Suho promised to keep working hard as applause erupted. A Q&A followed, and a fan inquired about his continued interest in joining the association. Suho confirmed his intention to join and explained the reason for starting social media. He hadn't realized his popularity, but acknowledged the overwhelming response from followers. As he answered another question, Jo Jin Hui finally introduced himself, ready to stir trouble. Gasps echoed across the room as Jo Jin Hui stood, identifying himself without hesitation. Several attendees exchanged uneasy glances, stunned that he had been granted entry at all. Murmurs of confusion spread. Someone had clearly invited the wrong reporter without verifying credentials. Joe wasted no time confronting Suho with questions about public safety and enforcement failures, maintaining composure. Suho acknowledged the issues, confirming his awareness of the article's content. A few officials grew anxious, urging someone to intervene before the situation escalated further. The boldness of Joe's follow-up stunned the audience as he pressed for institutional reform. Before anyone else reacted, Suho stepped in, offering a confident yet sharp response. He promised to eliminate corruption completely, leaving the hall in stunned silence. With the Q&A concluded, one attendee thanked Suho for his decisive answer. Afterward, Suho and Joe left the venue, the mood far more relaxed. Though Joe claimed nerves, Suho remained unconvinced by the dramatics, laughing. Joe apologized for his blunt approach, admitting it was deliberate. Suho appreciated the timing, grateful for the platform to speak openly. When asked if he truly meant it, Suho answered, "He never lies during an award." Suho promised to work harder so the public could trust the association once again. A few days later, his official registration was processed far quicker than anticipated. Wearing his new ID, Suho entered the building as a confirmed level special civil servant. News spreads rapidly about violent gang activity and corruption in Yongdunpo, drawing public attention online. As details surface, suspicions rise around an organization called Gold Mode and its shady connections. Online forums ignite with commentary questioning why the law fails to control the criminal elements involved. Suddenly, headlines announce An Su-ho, a once revered swordsman, officially joining the association. Citizens react with surprise and curiosity as the former hero is appointed a level 5 special recruit. Wearing a formal suit, An Su-ho arrives, confirming that his previous interview was indeed real. Public debates intensify. Some wonder if he's merely a pawn to cleanse the association's bad image. Despite doubts, many acknowledge that a level 5 rank isn't granted lightly, even under special terms. Attention turns toward Nexus, Suho's former guild, raising questions about contracts and obligations. Inside Nexus, executives decide to release an official statement regarding Suho's departure. They declare there was no contract breach and wish Suho well, denying payment issues. The press rapidly picks it up, praising Nexus while criticizing top guilds like Hexagon and Prime. A broadcast slams Hexagon's mistreatment of hunters, citing potion delays and magic exhaustion cases. The Nexus CEO appears, confirming Suho's contract ended with his application to the association. He explains, Suho always intended to gain field experience before entering public service full-time. During a live interview, the Nexus representative confirms An Suho's departure was pre-agreed, though disappointing. Despite regret, the representative expresses belief that Suho's talents are better used in public service. Outside, Suho is swarmed by excited fans and press, their cheers reinforcing his growing popularity. Suho internally reflects on the exhausting attention and media frenzy surrounding his first day. He suppresses his desire for solitude, acknowledging that the crowd came to support him. Public perception shifts. Where he was once viewed as a puppet, now he is taking bold initiative. Suho arrives at the association building, greeted by Chairman Zhang and Vice Chairman Park. They guide him through the entryway, playing to the cameras with practiced smiles and compliments. As soon as the media leaves, formalities drop and casual speech replaces the showmanship. The chairman inquires about Suho's schedule, revealing that the vice chairman will explain further. Observers note how unusual it is for the vice chairman to personally escort anyone together. They proceed deeper into the building, where 2 staff members are ready to assist. Despite the formal welcome, Suho senses the vague nature of his role within the institution. A familiar face greets him, marking their first encounter since the appreciation ceremony. Suho walks in. He wonders why orientation involves 2 unrelated departments at once. Sushong Yol casually addresses Suho as junior, reminding him of their past senior-junior relationship. Rather than insisting on formalities, he prefers to keep things familiar, unless in official situations. Despite his history of strict title adherence, Seong Yul speaks with surprising warmth and ease. Suho outlines his probation period, a requirement before full integration into the association. Most recruits rotate through departments, but his unique status places him under greater observation. Acknowledging protocol, Song Yul assures him the process remains the same despite special attention. Privately, Suho questions why Seong Yul personally escorted him. Suspecting a deeper motive, team leader Jeong is introduced as his supervisor, tasked with monitoring Suho's evaluation. With the handoff complete, Seong Yul exits. Confident Jeong will manage the transition. A warning becomes clear: Suho should avoid involvement with the dangerous Gate Division. Such a unit isn't suited for someone under heavy scrutiny or media focus. Jeong begins explaining the 5 main departments that make up the association's structure. The Awakening Division manages growth for trainees, helping identify potential among low-ranked personnel. Meanwhile, the Gate Division handles dungeon affairs, including items, portals, and security. Suho learns his first rotation will begin in the Awakening Division under Director Lee. Suho is informed that each department has evaluators to assess his performance during the probation. He must pass every task and exam during the training period. Despite his elite rank, although he joined as a level -5 special recruit, he is reminded to act cautiously as a probationary. Suho reaches the Awakening Division, recalling that one man here is known by all, Director Lee Wan. It greets him warmly, a respected figure leading the division with charisma. Lee calls Suho a national superstar, and reveals he will personally be Suho's evaluator. Suho reflects on Lee's powerful influence, recalling his past under Chairman Jang's corrupt faction. Rumors of secret experiments never surfaced, buried by Jang to preserve Lee's position. Now, with knowledge from his past, Suho plans to change the future and face Lee anew. After a short meeting, Suho is introduced to Officer Eom Jun, sung by another subordinate. Officer Eom arrives with documents, expressing his awareness of Suho's transfer and readiness to assist. Although the director holds formal authority, real responsibility lies with the lower-ranked evaluators like Officer Eom praises Suho's reputation, saying it's surreal to work with someone so well-known. Suho reflects that Eom is just a team leader, which might explain his unfamiliarity. Eom enthusiastically guides Suho, telling him to observe and get a feel for the department. Suho listens, as his colleague alludes to the rumors surrounding his legendary status within the association. Observing the reverent gazes from others, Suho notes how smoothly things may progress with support. His partner shares a concise summary manual of the division's operations, prepared especially for Suho's arrival. Suho reflects that, in his past life, memorizing entire manuals was the norm without assistance. They discuss the division's structure, awakening and non-awakening departments, each with distinct functional branches. Suho learns his evaluation includes 1 theory test and 1 field training, based on the manual. Officer Eom explains the absolute grading system and confirms the questions come strictly from the manual. Suho confidently declares he'll take the test in 30 minutes, stunning his evaluator into disbelief. Clarifying he is serious, Suho is given time to prepare as Officer Eom steps away, temporarily. Left alone, Suho receives a contact card and calmly admits 30 minutes wouldn't be enough. Normally activating his hidden power, he taps into the library of memories, gaining perfect recall instantly. Smirking confidently, Suho finds the memorization-based theory test to be effortless with his enhanced mental ability. 40 minutes later, Suho begins the test as Officer Eom explains the difficulty and length. Despite the complex content, Suho answers at lightning speed, astonishing his observer with his precision. Finishing well ahead of time, Suho places down his pen and calmly announces he's done. Impressed by the speed of completion, Officer Eom tells Suho to take a short break, rather than needing directions to the cafeteria. Suho casually mentions he already has plans. Eom jokes about Suho's popularity, suggesting they eat together someday, and sends him off for lunch. Suho contacts team leader Jeong and invites him to lunch, requesting secrecy. Elsewhere, Officer Eom informs another staff member that Suho finished the test almost instantly. Holding the completed sheet, the staffer expresses disbelief that it's fully filled out. Young, surprised yet curious, insists on checking the results together. The answer sheet is scanned, and both men lean in to see the outcome. Confused by the result, they exchange glances, suspecting a malfunction. To confirm the result, they decide to grade it manually. Each attempt produces the same flawless score. The truth sets in. Suho truly mastered it in record time. A perfect score after such brief preparation shocks them. Recognition dawns. Suho's talents are beyond ordinary. Jiang accepts the gap in skill, humbled by what he's witnessed. After lunch, Suho offers to buy coffee, wanting to return the small gesture of kindness. Rather than sit alone, he seeks quiet company with the only colleague he recognizes. They settle by the vending machine corner, a peaceful spot rarely visited by others. The team leader points out the secluded area's comfort, perfect for short, unnoticed breaks. Without warning, he congratulates Suho for achieving a perfect score on the morning's theory test. Suho, surprised, learns the results were graded early due to someone's urgency. Praise continues, calling Suho an ideal protagonist, strong and intelligent. Deflecting credit, Suho humbly thanks those around him and draws from past experience. Laughter breaks out between them, lightening the moment with rare, genuine warmth. Despite his second chance, Suho admits his days have been filled with relentless duty. Moments like this, however, bring back a nostalgic sense of peace he thought was lost. Looking at his scarred hand, he remembers how close he came to giving up. He silently vows never to allow the past to repeat itself. With renewed purpose, Suho commits to erasing future disasters and protecting daily life. His teammate jokingly asks for tips, and Suho smiles, grateful for the normalcy. Instead of needing real advice, the man admits he only wanted a reason to talk. To continue the conversation, he begins explaining the Awakening Division's core responsibilities. Because status windows are private, individuals must report updates on their own. Failure to update leads to fines or jail, especially after multiple ignored warnings. Some awakened reach terrifying levels, gaining immunity or disappearing entirely from existence. Managing such volatile individuals becomes Suho's expected area of field assignment. On the non-awakened side, hidden players are treated as unregistered and equally dangerous. Suho acknowledges his duty to monitor those pretending not to be awakened. Confidence shows in his calm response, already familiar with these operations. Following their meal, Suho agrees to begin in the awakening department right away. His perfect score still draws compliments, even from those expecting less. A composed expression hides his inner readiness as he walks ahead. At the office, Chief Lee Mun Ho greets Suho with a professional welcome. Suho receives the training manual, already recognized for his capabilities. Without delay, the chief prepares to brief him on practical responsibilities. Cases involving players who delay updates are officially labeled as malicious non-updaters. Suho receives his field mission, locate and process individuals avoiding registration requirements. After reviewing the list, he notices familiar names, raising concerns about the assignment's intent. Doubts arise whether the order came from Chief Lee or someone higher. Director Pai's habit of personally testing subordinates makes the situation more suspicious. Still, Suho accepts the challenge with resolve, ready to confront whatever lies ahead. With his temporary ID in hand, Suho officially joins the renewal officer ranks. Their role mirrors tax enforcers or military squads targeting chronic defaulters and deserters. Because Lee isn't a field agent, Suho is paired with an experienced officer instead. Han Ho-shang, a well-known veteran, becomes his on-site mentor. He speculates the assignment's difficulty may be deliberate, meant to test Suho's reputation. No further instructions needed. They begin identifying their first target. The moment a name appears, Suho recognizes the man without hesitation. Known for violent behavior and evasion, the target stands out as a high-risk case. Despite the danger, Suho calmly accepts the mission without showing concern. Kim Gung, one operates as an underground pharmacist, known for supplying illegal enhancement substances to athletes. His products don't trigger typical chemical traces. Instead, they grant unnatural skill boosts, alarming authorities. Despite years on the run, his continued presence on official lists implies he's still active. Though it falls under player crimes, the Awakening Department oversees the case due to limited unit resources. The special unit, lacking evidence and motivation, avoids involvement unless personally beneficial to its agents. Suho counters assumptions, stating Gung, one remains in Korea based on ongoing domestic drug usage. Easy local access to the drug strongly suggests the supplier hasn't moved operations overseas. He proposes conducting a personal investigation to verify the allegations and gather solid proof, rather than wait. Suho intends to handle the fieldwork as part of his evaluation mission. Permission is granted, though his colleague doubts the effectiveness of an unorthodox approach. Once alone, the officer contacts a third party to assist at Nexus Academy. Plans shift quickly as the investigation officially sets its focus on a new lead. At Nexus, a silver-haired student responds with confidence, eager to help trace the suspect. He outlines a method, track the contact numbers and locate Gung, one through his phone. Impressed, Suho agrees to begin immediately, ready to strike once the location surfaces. A final participant joins the team Hun, Min, whose involvement signals a shift in their tactical approach. Responding to the call without delay, Hyun, Min arrives, prompting questions about his specific role. Suho clarifies their intent, bypassing a secure device, a task suited only to Hun, Min's abilities. To verify the source, Sung, Min places a decoy call under the guise of a telecom agent. Once contact is made, the target confirms his identity before quickly ending the suspicious sales pitch. With the number confirmed, Suho greenlights the next step as Hun, Min activates his tracing interface. Digital pathways unfold as the team dives into the network, tracking the signal's virtual trail. They prioritize checking Telegram, assuming it is the main platform for transaction discussions, though locked. The barrier doesn't faze Suho. He's confident. Hun, Min can break through it. A teammate voices concern, doubting success against such a heavily fortified firewall. Suho introduces Hun, Min's trump card, an ability to pierce any system. Entrance creation. With a glowing surge, the gate opens, granting internal access without alerting defenses. Unlike typical hacks, this method avoids triggering security apps designed to detect intrusion. Banshee's covert missions have long depended on Hunmin's seamless access capabilities. Now fully inside Telegram, the team prepares to sift through the chat history for leads. Confirmation hits as the team spots the obvious clue, a chat room blatantly titled, Drugs. 2 avatars, still logged in, are identified as Hamday, Ho and the drug supplier. From the chat history, the dealer's identity becomes clear, marking the next step in pursuit. A hidden door behind the dealer's avatar leads deeper into his private Telegram space. The overwhelming number of transactions forms a full digital building filled with buyers. Suho immediately instructs them to dig through everything: contacts, messages, and call records. By tracking message frequency, a frequently contacted number reveals the supplier's phone. Tracing continues as the team jumps from lead to lead, repeating the digital trail. Though tiring, each layer of subcontracting hints they're closing in on the top. Inside the final room, Gung's obsession is obvious, walls lined with his own portraits. GPS data confirms the home address, Gangnam. Seoul, no doubt about the target's location. With the destination secured, they prepare to move on him directly. Elsewhere, Gung, one brags about his secure network, unaware he's already been exposed. His associate listens casually as he praises their flawless secrecy and evasion. Suddenly, the power fails, his confident expression fading with the blackout's arrival. A subordinate receives the signal and moves without question. Readiness shows in his expression. Trouble is coming. Walls burst apart as Suho crashes in. The room erupts with debris and stunned silence. Emerging from the rubble, Suho locks eyes on Gung. The hunt has finally reached its end. Inside a sleek corporate suite, 2 men confronted one another under dim light. One of them, alarmed by the stranger's presence, struggled to identify him, sensing something ominous, yet familiar in his demeanor. Without hesitation, Suho stepped forward and swiftly incapacitated the guards nearby. His movements were precise, showcasing mastery not commonly seen in routine agents. Standing calmly amid the unconscious men, Suho revealed his identity as an officer from the Awakening Department. He named Kim Gung, one as his target, citing years of evasion from official updates. Suho declared that Gung, one's deliberate refusal to update his records, was enough justification for immediate arrest. His tone left no room for negotiation. Recognition struck the target. Panic set in as he recalled Suho's former title, Sword God. The realization drained the color from his face as fear replaced arrogance. Casually brushing back his hair, Suho warned the man to comply without resistance. His words carried weight beyond mere authority, they carried certainty of lethal consequence. Suddenly, a brilliant flash struck from above, disabling any remaining surveillance or interference within the room. The strike was clean, executed with precision. With resistance crushed, Gung-won and his associate collapsed to the floor, beaten but alive. They submitted with visible reluctance and concealed resentment. Suho casually thanked them for cooperating while adjusting his badge. One of them retorted, hinting at the one-sided nature of their cooperation. But Suho moved on without concern. From the side, a silver-haired agent named Yo-wa approached. She had disabled security systems earlier, making the infiltration smoother than expected. She admitted the mission was underwhelming in challenge and looked almost disappointed at the lack of resistance. Skipping training for this felt undeserved. Suho thanked her again before turning back to the captives. With the situation stabilized, he was ready to continue questioning, beginning once more with Gung. One Suho held up a portable device, mentioning the effectiveness of the association's stat scanner. Its accuracy provided immediate insights into a person's hidden abilities. Despite claims of only partial precision, the scanner had accurately judged Gung. One's stats, especially after Suho's physical persuasion, left no room for evasion. Before moving on, Suho laid down a condition. If future stat reports didn't match today's readings, the outcome would be fatal. The terrified man quickly agreed, and Suho turned his focus to the next target. Sun Baek, Guillaume. Suho turned his gaze toward Baek, Guillaume, reminding him of a past mistake. His name had shown up during a prior drug investigation. That memory alone put him under scrutiny. Trying to shift blame, Baek Guillaume claimed innocence, but Suho confronted him with the fact that he had once raided a police department during an anti-drug sweep. Despite Baek Guillaume's silence, the weight of accusation lingered. Meanwhile, Kim Gung, one watched from the side, growing increasingly paranoid about who might have betrayed him. Suho leaned in closer, his tone firm. He questioned why someone like Baek Guillaume would be willing to risk his career so recklessly, unless there was more behind it. Hesitation filled the room. Baek Guillaume's silence gave the impression of resistance, prompting Suho to increase the pressure, asserting that this wasn't a request, it was a demand. Fear overtook defiance. After receiving a forceful reminder of the consequences, Baek Guillaume finally agreed to speak, clearly rattled by the interrogation's intensity. As tension eased slightly, "Yo, White," quietly observed Suho's interrogation. She recalled how intimidating he had once been, a fact that now inspired reluctant admiration. Returning to the matter at hand, Suho demanded names. Under pressure, Baek Guillaume admitted he had drugged Vice President Park Yoo-min, revealing a key figure in the conspiracy. When asked for more, Baek Guillaume insisted that Park was the only one. His desperation to appear honest clashed with Suho's skeptical stare, who remained unconvinced. Suho analyzed the confession quietly. He sensed no deception in Baek Guillaume's tone, but something didn't add up. The vice president hadn't taken steps to avoid exposure. Considering Park Yoo-min's apparent ignorance, Suho deduced that someone else had likely orchestrated the situation, targeting Park indirectly through hidden manipulation. His suspicion landed on Section Chief Lee Moon, who had submitted the suspect list. Suho realized Moon-ho wasn't acting alone. Someone higher had likely coerced him. The pattern grew clearer. Whoever influenced Moon-ho had power equal to or greater than Park. That narrowed the suspects to President Jang Kyung-won and Division Chief Pai Sung-yeol. Jang had no known conflicts with Park, making him an unlikely threat. Pai, on the other hand, despite lower rank, held more sway internally, making him the more probable culprit. Even so, Suho couldn't recall any open hostility between the two. The true motive remained elusive, but for now Pai Sung-yeol became the prime focus of suspicion. Suho decided to keep watchful eyes on the situation. He suspected that once news of Kim Gung-won's capture spread, others like Pai Sung-yeol would inevitably react. Without hesitation, he ordered Gung-won to accompany him for further processing. Sun Baek Guillaume, however, would be left behind for now, awaiting the next encounter. As Suho departed, the stunned bystanders were left speechless. None expected him to leave so abruptly after such a dominating confrontation. Back at headquarters, a junior agent returned and greeted Suho. He appeared unaware of the dramatic events that had just unfolded during Suho's mission. Upon confirming that Suho had indeed apprehended Kim Gung-won, his superior's demeanor shifted from relaxed banter to visible confusion. Suho calmly explained that Gung-won's information was updated and that he had been delivered to the interrogation room. Without delay, he instructed his colleague to follow. Standing before the interrogation room, the junior officer was left stunned. He couldn't believe the notorious class rogue was caught so effortlessly. Inside the room, Gung-won was already confessing in full, pleading for leniency. The sight was surreal, given his reputation for evasion and resistance. Even the stat scanner had returned nearly perfect results, far beyond its usual accuracy. Suho's success appeared nearly unbelievable to those around him. Now ready to transfer Gung-won to the special division, Suho made it clear that the charges were confirmed, requesting official processing to begin. When asked how he achieved it so easily, Suho brushed it off, stating it was mostly luck and quick investigation. His humility masked his skill, yet he declined help for the next targets. Suho insisted on completing the mission alone to receive the highest evaluation, determined to prove his worth independently. A few days later, the halls of the building buzzed with gossip. Agents whispered in awe about Suho's performance and how he had succeeded where others failed. The speed and completeness of his operations stunned everyone. Capturing all non-updaters in just 2 days was a feat no one else had achieved. Though admiration was clear, Some worried it made the Awakening Division look bad by comparison. Suho's excellence might earn envy, even from those on his side. Cheers erupted the moment Suho entered the room, his name shouted repeatedly by those inspired by his recent success against the non-updaters. Praise came from every direction. Agents who once faced criticism now celebrated Suho, grateful his actions eased pressure on their department. Surrounded by admiration, Suho received earnest requests to stay permanently, with even the senior agents expressing respect for his unmatched efficiency and talent. Among the crowd, one officer declared himself Suho's follower, proudly joining a fan club formed in admiration of Suho's accomplishments. Gratefully acknowledging their words, Suho declined their invitation, choosing instead to complete his original duties within the Awakening Division. Just then, a call came through. Recognizing the tone, Suho answered calmly as a superior requested his presence, signaling the next phase of a deeper plan had begun.
Suho was called into an office where a senior officer praised his achievements in the Awakening Division. The superior acknowledged his consistent results, which exceeded expectations. Suho remained modest, downplaying his success, but the officer insisted, recalling Suho's first target, Kim Gong-won. Suho confirmed it, maintaining professionalism as he listened carefully. The officer clearly informed surprised Suho by revealing knowledge of the full incident. Suho realized this would streamline the situation. As nothing needed to be explained, Suho added that he had also encountered Sun Baijgiam, which prompted the officer to question why he let that target go. Suho admitted he deemed the target too difficult to manage. The officer clarified he wasn't referring to physical size, hinting instead at Sun Baijgiam's powerful connections. Suho understood the deeper meaning of that comment. Shifting the topic, the officer questioned why Suho hadn't reported in immediately after returning. Suho admitted there was no urgent reason at the time. Suho explained that despite his assignment to the Special Division, no one had mentioned the officer's name in his orders. He assumed it would be presumptuous to report in uninvited. He reasoned that if his involvement was truly needed, either the officer or the vice chairman would reach out directly. He preferred to wait for a proper summons. The officer, pleased by Suho's judgment, praised his decision and gave him new orders. From that point on, Suho was to report directly to him and follow only his instructions. Suho didn't question the sudden order, which surprised the officer. Instead, Suho stated simply that he trusted there was a good reason behind the decision. The officer laughed at Suho's calm acceptance, then complimented him again for his good work, and handed over a card suggesting he treat his friends to something expensive. Suho politely declined, but the officer insisted, lightly scolding him and telling him to accept gifts from superiors without hesitation, revealing a more relaxed dynamic between them. After leaving the office, Suho received a casual farewell. As he exited, he noticed the vice chairman passing by without a word, confirming there was tension between the two. Suho smiled faintly and contacted an ally named Ji-won. He instructed him to gather data from several phone numbers that he would send shortly. Ending the call, Suho added that Ji-won should bring Hunmin if needed. The reply came promptly, everything was understood. Suho resumed his mission without hesitation. Suho continued his phone call, instructing Ji-won to gather information from several numbers. Ji-won didn't ask whose numbers they were, simply agreeing without hesitation. Impressed by Ji-won's loyalty and trust, Suho recalled how others must have felt about Pai Sung-yeol's calm authority. He realized how effective quiet influence could be. Before ending the call, Suho offered Gi-won a reward, expensive food for his help. Gi-won cheered in response, and Suho, shifting gears, contacted reporter Jo Jin HWA for a meeting that evening. That evening, Suho met with reporter Jin HWI. The two clinked glasses to mark a new beginning in Suho's career. The atmosphere was casual but meaningful. Jin HWI acknowledged how busy Suho had been, while Suho returned the compliment, saying Jin HW's articles had made his work easier. Their collaboration had been effective. Jin HW mentioned arranging another meeting to help Suho connect with others, especially Hye-won. For now, the dinner was meant as a thank you for Suho's previous assistance. During their discussion, Jin HWI brought up Nexus' public reputation. Their efforts, including medical aid with Hammer 2, had strengthened their image with the public. Thanks to Suho's actions, Jin HW's feature articles gained significant traction. Their teamwork was producing real results both on the ground and in the media. The two expressed a desire to keep working together. They acknowledged each other's roles and toasted to future cooperation, signaling a solid professional bond. The next day, Suho arrived at a government facility to begin his new assignment. He was greeted by Lee So-hun, manager of the non-awakened division. Lee So-hun welcomed him warmly and mentioned his reputation from the Awakening Division. Suho remained modest, deflecting the praise again with humility. She explained that in the non-awakened division, the goal was to locate unregistered individuals. Suho confirmed his understanding, showing he was prepared for the challenge ahead. Lee So-hun clarified that finding even one unregistered person would be enough for their field evaluation. The task was difficult, but results mattered more than quantity. An Suho agreed immediately. Showing enthusiasm, he promised to find someone quickly to prove himself in this new division, keeping his focus sharp. Handing over a folder of reports, Lee told Suho that Officer Eum would provide further details. As Suho left, she encouraged him cheerfully, and he responded with quiet determination. An Suho began reviewing the report materials provided by Officer Eum Jun-sung. The data detailed sightings of unregistered individuals but lacked solid confirmation. He realized that without a confession or clear evidence, detecting unregistered players was difficult. Unless they reached high levels, they blended in with ordinary people. While registration was mandatory to prevent accidents, some individuals avoided it, often due to personal reasons or occupational conflicts. Athletes were commonly among them. An Suho was greeted by Jo Sung-gil, a fellow investigator. Though Suho struggled to recall him, Jo Sung-gil clearly knew of Suho's accomplishments. Sung-gil mentioned Suho's record-breaking work and shared that their colleague Han Ho-sung often spoke highly of him. Suho politely responded to the praise. When asked if he would take on the assignment solo, Suho confirmed he would begin alone. Sung-gil offered to help if needed, though Suho sensed he might be shifting responsibility. For the first evaluation, An Suho decided to investigate Park Gong, an athlete he had marked earlier as a likely unregistered player. At an archery range, Gong demonstrated his skills with perfect precision, hitting bullseyes effortlessly. His ranking guaranteed participation in the upcoming competition. Observers praised Gong's consistency and predicted his victory in the next tournament. His performance stirred envy due to the likely high prize money. After practice, Gong's teammates invited him to karaoke, but he declined, saying he needed to help his mother at her shop. They questioned his timing, suggesting he skip for once. Gong apologized, promising to join them next time. His friends teased him for always being the responsible one. As they parted, the group acknowledged Gong as the good son of the team. Gong hurried off, leaving behind a light-hearted farewell. Gong arrived at the family shop and called out to his mom. As he entered, he noticed a familiar-looking man seated inside, An Suho, eating noodles. Gong's surprise grew when he recognized the customer but was silenced by his mother, who warned him not to make a scene or embarrass the guest. Accepting her warning, Gong backed off. His mother then asked why he came back during training hours. Gong, caught off guard, began explaining himself. Gong explained to his mother that the early release from training gave him a chance to help out the shop. He mentioned skipping his friend's outing to be with her. His mother asked why he chose to come to the shop instead of relaxing, but Gong smiled and said he couldn't leave her to work alone, especially before a tournament. Then, with a cheerful tone, Gong asked if he could take the customer's payment, referring to the man at the table. With her approval, he quickly went to handle it. As Gong approached Suho's table, he politely requested the payment. He quoted the amount and offered a receipt, performing his duty like any normal cashier. However, An Suho called him by name, Park Gong, which instantly startled him. Shocked, Gong confirmed his identity, visibly surprised that someone like Suho recognized him. Suho introduced himself as a representative of the non-awakened division and asked for a moment of Gong's time. Gong agreed instinctively, but paused after hearing the department's name. The moment An Suho repeated, non-awakened division, Gong's demeanor changed drastically. His mind raced, overwhelmed by fear and confusion as pressure built inside him. Without offering a proper excuse, Gong abruptly turned and ran, pretending to be busy. Suho followed calmly, asking if a short conversation would be that hard. Gong panicked, didn't look back, and bolted out of the restaurant. His mother shouted after him in concern, confused by his sudden flight. An Suho and Gong's mother stood at the doorway, puzzled by the outburst. She asked aloud why her son had suddenly acted so strange. Gong crouched behind the shop, breathing heavily. He questioned why Suho had shown up at this moment, clearly distressed by the timing. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt appeared before him. It instructed him to choose a path, warrior, mage, or archer, marking the beginning of a critical awakening decision. Park Gong stares nervously at a system window, asking him to choose between warrior, mage, or archer. The awakening prompt appears suddenly, and he's forced to face the reality of his hidden status. He reflects on the window that appeared days earlier and worries that someone may have discovered he's an awakener. If exposed, he fears losing his chance to compete in archery. Struggling to stay unnoticed, Park Gong walks through the alley when his mother calls out for him. Caught off guard, he braces himself for questioning. His mother mentions a conversation she overheard between him and An Suho, but it seemed casual. Park Gong tries to downplay the event, claiming he feels unwell and needs to rest before the tournament. She questions his sudden departure and wonders if anything is wrong. Park Gong reassures her, loudly insisting that everything is fine even as his nerves begin to show. He leaves abruptly, hoping to avoid further suspicion. Though his tone was convincing, doubt still lingers in his heart about whether he was truly able to deflect her concern. As he walks away, he notes with relief that his mother didn't sound suspicious. He concludes that the sword god must not have revealed anything about his awakening. Conflicted, he wonders if the sword god intentionally kept his secret. Park Gong debates whether it's a signal to turn himself in, but decides the timing isn't right. Determined, he resolves not to miss the archery tournament. It is the most prestigious high school competition in the country, and he can't afford to step back. Now checking his phone, Park Gong reminds himself that the first-place prize is 50 million won, a sum large enough to cover his grandmother's surgery. That thought reinforces his resolve. He's trained his entire life for this one opportunity, and he can't let the awakening derail his plans. He makes a silent promise to report the awakening after the tournament ends. All he needs is one more day to see it through. The next morning, Park Gong arrives at school early, relieved that no one has come to investigate or follow him. He's soon greeted by his friend Woo-won-suk, who notices his distracted behavior and asks if he's nervous about the tournament. Though Park Gong brushes it off, he's clearly unsettled. Woo-won-suk tries to reassure him of his skills, but Park Gong quietly mutters that nothing is guaranteed. Woo-won-suk praises his track record, reminding him that he's never lost since joining the school. His victories against upperclassmen are seen as clear proof of his talent. Gong humbly disagrees, calling himself eternal second place and insisting that only first place truly matters. His internal pressure builds, tied to his family's financial strain. He reflects on the expectations his father has for him, knowing that anything below second place would be unacceptable. The weight of responsibility pushes him towards silence. Woo-won-suk encourages him to win, sensing Gong's need for the prize money. Gong manages a small smile and says he'll do his best, feeling slightly more at ease. Just as he begins to relax, someone tells him the coach is calling. Park Gong stands up nervously, not expecting to be summoned. Approaching the coach, Gong is shocked to see An Suho standing beside him. Panic sets in as he assumes Suho is there to expose his secret. Park Gong freezes in disbelief and fear. The timing feels ominous, and dread spreads through him as he struggles to understand Suho's presence. His thoughts spiral into fear that he's about to be taken away for awakening without reporting. Suho calls him over in a serious tone. The coach excuses himself, leaving Suho alone with Park Gong. The atmosphere turns heavy as Gong prepares for what seems like an interrogation. Suho questions Gong's activities from the previous day, implying that he already knows the truth. Park Gong hesitates, unsure how to respond. Suho states directly that Gong has awakened. Faced with a choice, Gong debates whether to lie or confess. His mind races considering the consequences. He thinks of his grandmother's surgery and how